Good morning and welcome to Oulton Park for our BRSCC Northwest Centre's final race day here in the wonderful Cheshire countryside, and it features 2 rounds of the 2025 Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and these 2 rounds are significant because they are their final rounds of our campaign. Will it be Olympian GRD, UVO Hoffman's Motorsport, Vape Club by EDF Motorsport and also Axiometrics are all within a shout of our 2025 crown. I'll now hand you up to the commentary box who will take you through our grid and all of our starting drivers.
Well, I was about to mock the fact that his intro was not accurate because he was doing it in bright sunshine. It was going to be absolutely grey and overcast. But miracles would have it, as you can see on the screen. We do have sunshine here, a rather wet and damp Oulton Park, which means we get some bright conditions for getting things underway. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Oulton Park in Cheshire for this final race day of the season for the BRSCC here at the Cheshire Circuit. And it promises to be quite an action-packed day. As Jamie mentioned, the final 2 races of the season to decide who wins the 2025 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. But not just that, we also have action in store from a combined grid for both the Hickman Construction MG Metro Cup and the Ricci Concept Classic VW Cup. And if that wasn't enough, we also have a 45-minute pit stop race for the SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy. They've just finished their qualifying session in wet conditions. Well, Scott Woodward is here to guide you through all the action. Somebody next to me who knows all about Fun Cup, and the first race coming up here is John Ratcliffe. And John, great to have you alongside me here as well as always. You've been, of course, a stalwart Fun Cup supporter both on track and off as well, and on comms. This has been quite a season. 4 different teams coming into the mix, coming into Oulton Park this weekend. This is going to be quite a barnstormer coming up, particularly with this 1-hour sprint coming up next.
It is indeed, yes. Yeah, I wouldn't quite say I know what I'm talking about, Scott, but I appreciate that intro. So looking forward to it. I have been excited for the last few weeks getting ready for this final round here at Oulton Park. It's an unbelievable circuit for racing. And adding on to that, all of this championship excitement as well, it's going to be such a brilliant day here. Make sure you tune in throughout the live stream from today. Like you mentioned, 2 races coming at you, starting off with the 1 hour, and later on this afternoon onto the 3 hour. Lots to be worked out in terms of points and whatnot, but we'll do our best to keep you up to date.
We certainly will. In terms of the timetable, it is the first coming up. We'll do that in a second because we do actually have the grid set by the random draw for this morning. And on pole position starts Renault Racing car number 97. That car being started by Pierre Renault. We'll hand over to Andre in the stops. Then it comes to Sherrodice 251 race winners from earlier on in the season. Had a bit of bad luck recently, but Teddy Wilson will start that car with Peter Belshaw alongside him. Second row of the grid sees car 169. That's Rare Vine in the UK, started by Rob Croydon. He'll be sharing that car with former MX5 champion Joe Bosch Wiggin. Alongside him is Second Choice Racing, one of the fastest cars to qualify this morning in the wet, car 157. Michael Lyon starting that car. He's a very rapid historic racer in a Fun Cup car. He should fly. Row 3, Team FF Corsa. That is car number 263. Michael Broadhurst starting that car alongside Anglo-Asian Mining in car number 99. That's the Fun Cup rental car that's started by Guido Basile, and he's got Jamie Good and Stephen Cartwright alongside him. On the 4th row of the grid, the first of the 2 Demon Tweaks cars, car 249. Jason Minshaw starts that car alongside Guy and Jack. And iLock is racing with a very last-minute driver change because it was meant to be Ryan Slainsmith alongside the man who looks after the championship as manager himself, Christian Rose. That's been changed by now newly provisionally crowned City Car Cup champion Stuart Bliss, or former champion Stuart Bliss. He'll be in that car on row 4. On to the rest of the top 10, where we find in 9th position as we scroll through the grid on screen. If not, I have the grid in front of me.
I've
here
sent you
anyway.
picky.
Yes, you have, so I'll go through the grid here. So cars 248 and 146 on the 5th row of the grid. So car 248 is iLock, as we've just mentioned that one. Car onto row 5.
So second on the grid, Gary Summers has dropped to the back. So it's going to be very confusing for you to read that one out.
Right, so we'll go from car 146 then, which is PLR Racing, started by Neil Plymmer. Then that's next is car 111 and car 109, which will see CGI Racing. I think that should be GCI Racing, but it's Ian Wood at the start in that car, and car 109, Morpheus Motorsport with Harry Mailer at the wheel, one of their 2 cars. Rest of the grid on the screen now here, which is helpful. Burton car 212, so not their regular car 89, they've changed last minute, so they've taken over the Vape Club car, and that will be started by Angus Goff to hand over to John Railton. Row 7 is where we find Morpheus Motorsport, thank you. Car 110, which is Charlie Hart alongside Chris Hart as well. That's got the Ninky Nonk, for those who are in the Night Garden fans will know exactly what that's all about, but we'll get to that later. Car 195 with Neo Clark starting that car with Tom Balfe and Matt Hyde. Then next we have Signature RV, car 557 of the Gulf colours. That's started by John Whitehouse with Steve Ruston and Marcus Clutton at the wheel. And then Green Heath, who are up there with the points, fighting for fifth in the championship. Car number 14, started by Paul Turner, will have Gary Bates alongside. We get to row 9 with car 403, which is Pit Happens. Johnny Lang starting that car alongside Chris Hayes and Nigel Perplus. And the Snowco Racing Team car number 22, started by Axel Hildebrand with his father Anders Hildebrand, and a certain Phil Keane, former British GT race winner. He's a bit quick in that car, expect him to fly. Rest of the top 20 see C Data, car 214, which is Matt Devlin starting alongside Matt Hogg, and then it's Axiometrics. Contention for the championship, loose outsiders in fourth with the points. Car 103 has John Perrott starting that car alongside Chris Weatherall and Greg Evans. Then we get to Red Club EDF Motorsport, more of our championship contenders back in 21st on the grid draw. Car 246 has Ted Bradbury, rapid young driver starting alongside Vlad Vasiliev. Race winners for the first time back at Silverstone. They're alongside Team Pesky, who made their debut there that weekend. Team Pesky car 252, that has the City Car Cup regulars Alex Foden starting that car alongside Andrew Dyer. And then row 12 is where we find Red River Sport car 200, and that has Johnny Molam, who's done all sorts of sports car racing, and he will start alongside Gareth Williams and Barnaby Grimes, and then alongside him on the next row of the grid if we go further back. Then we get to the last few rows, Team FFS car 220, which has Nick Height alongside Barry and Lewis Thompson, former catering champion. Then the championship leaders and defending champions, Team Olympian, drawn back in 26th on the grid. They've got some work to do. And in this race, only featuring Riley Phillips and Simon Rudd, I think a strategic decision by team boss Chris Devell not to race here to put his two faster drivers in that car. Demon Tweaks 2 starts 27th in car number 207, and that car has Mark Burton alongside Graham Pattle. Team Pacific JPR Hire, car 257 starts back in 28th on the grid, which is Robert Adcock and Nick Adcock. Then right to the back of the grid, it's car 158, which is Team Summers, started by Mike Fry and Gary Summers. And as by default, the previous race winners from last time out, Uvia Hoffers Motorsport with Farkini and Fabulous Randaccio, will start right at the back of the grid, but they're only 3 points away in the championship. And what is, John, a bumper 30 team grid here for this finale. We had 28 to 29 at this point in time last time. We've got a car stuck at the back. I think it's possibly
2-1-2, I believe.
That's the spare car which has gone to Bert. So
yes, it is.
Spare car.
Yeah, less than ideal. They've just changed the car for this round, and before the first race, it seems to have all gone a bit wrong already, sadly, for the British Endurance Racing Team. Yeah, I was going to say, it took you a while to go through that grid. We've got so many cars on the grid for this one. 30 cars on the grid. I want to say it's definitely the first time this year we've had 30 cars. I want to say it's the first time in the last couple of years that we've managed to get to that all-important 30 number. Amazing to see the numbers increasing in the Fun Cup paddock, and lovely to see. Like you mentioned, I personally raced in the Fun Cup over the last couple of years. Hopefully I'll be back next year, but TBC. But at the moment, we're going to enjoy this one. 30 cars on the grid, like you mentioned, so lots to play for. With this one only being an hour, of course, we still got the mandatory pit stops to get done. But crucially, the top 3 in the championship, all in the bottom 10 position. So they're going to have to fight their way through the pack in this one pretty speedily. And like you mentioned, yeah, I had a chat with the guys down at Olympian GRD, and yes, it was basically they had agreed if they were in the top half, they'd have all 3 of them driving. If they were in the bottom half, they'd just chuck the 2 fastest in and try and get through the pack. That's exactly what they've done. So as we wait to get this one started, other point I wanted to mention, the outright lap record here at Oulton Park was set by the 49-2 rent car a few years ago, a 158.8. I don't think anyone's going to be challenging it, at least this morning, in these very difficult conditions. But the note I wanted to make is that driver that set that fastest lap was Mr. Harry Mailer. Harry is behind the wheel of the 109 for this race, so another car to watch. But realistically, we always like to go over, oh, this is one to watch, they might be coming through the pack. There are so many fast drivers out in lots of different cars in this one. I'm not really sure where we're supposed to be looking, if I'm honest, Scott. Yeah, agreed. There's a lot of good drivers in the mix as well. You look down, up and down the order, you've got Riley Phillips and Simon Rudd, defending champions, as you'd expect in that mix. You've got the Sunoco team car, which once that gets Phil Keane in there, that's a start to fly. He's a renowned GT specialist, and I remember correctly going farther back as far as I go. This is how far back how I am, being 34 years old. Phil Keane, of all championships that he kind of started learning his craft in, TVR Tuscan Challenge, which people know that championship, that's not an easy car to handle. So if you can handle the TVR Tuscan Challenge car in your younger years, you're quite a hand peddler, I imagine. In terms of other drivers here, I think to watch out for who are quite quick, I think Morpheus Motorsport car 110 has got Charlie Hart, who's been a fast driver in Ginettas. His dad Chris Hart's been a former champion before as well when they had the Domino sponsored car. Then you have, going further down, Joe Wiggin in rare by the car 169s. The cars head off onto their formation lap. And I imagine they only get one lap considering it was wet for qualifying this morning, because if there is a major change in track conditions, they do change it to 2 formation laps because the circuit is still saturated. I don't think they're going to change it and keep it as it was.
Other drivers who I think to watch out for in the field who are very quick drivers. I think Thomas Balfe, I think is the son of Rob Balfe, who's in the Ninky car, which is being started by Neo Clark. Tom getting in second and Matt Hyde in third. Johnny Molan, who's done anything and everything in sports car racing over the years, and he uses this as a really good proving ground for his clients and customers to get to grips. Of course, he has Bonnie Grimes and Gareth Williams, and others in there too. Lewis Thompson, former catering champion, as I mentioned. Ted Bradbury, who I remember when he started back in the Mazda MX-5 Championship, his very first weekend in the championship in conditions similar to this, his first ever qualifying session on the full GP circuit, had only learned how to run a manual gearbox. I think it was either 2 weeks or 2 months prior to that. The first qualifying session, fresh out of karting, sticks the thing on pole position. And he's been quick in Fun Cup ever since. He's one of the sensations, and I think genuinely a future GT racing star because he's got lots of potential. I mean, the Minshaws, never count them out at all. Stuart Bliss, if that car, the iLockers car, gets his pace in there, that will be also quite quick to watch out for too. And also Michael Lyons in the second choice racing car, very fast historic racer. He's taken the first 2 stints, he's double stinting for this race. And then Marcus Clutton in Signature RV, Andrew Foden, Andrew Dyer and Alex Foden in Team Pesky, and others including F course with Michael Broadhurst. There's a lot of very quick drivers, and Sheridai's in there too as well with Teddy Wilson and Peter Belshaw, and you can include PLR Racing and of course Uwe Hoffman's Motorsport. This is one of those grids where, as you say, there are so many potential teams that could get a really strong result here. It's hard to try and pick a favourite or winner, particularly with the random grid draw that only spices up things further.
Exactly that. I think there with our ones to watch, we've pretty much done every single car on the grid, so
yes.
That helps.
Just everyone. just put all 30 teams into a hat, pick one out, and there's your winner. There you go. We've sold it.
I did see a few of the chaps that were racing when they were down in getting themselves sorted in terms of getting the grid draw sorted. I think some of them were asking for a random grid result as well, a random full race result. They were saying, how much do I have to pay to get on the podium for this one?
There's no bribery afoot in this championship.
No, absolutely none. No. No, Paul Rose and everyone behind the scenes always do a fantastic job with Fun Cup, and as shown by the fact that we've got 30 cars on the grid for today's finale. It's going to be tough out there, not only for visibility with the sun now coming out, drivers hopefully will have some tinted visors on or whatnot, and also there's not going to be a huge amount of grip under those Hankook tyres. I've been told, obviously since I raced them, we've changed from GT tyres to Hankooks. I've been told they are a little bit grippier across all sorts of conditions, but still it's going to be pretty slidey out there. When you've got 30 cars descending down to Cascades on the first lap, it can always be a bit treacherous, so we shall wait and see.
And the key thing to watch out for, of course, this circuit has been quite wet from the rain this morning. There are some patches of what you call looks like a little bit of standing water out there. These are all-weather tyres, yes, from Hankook, but doesn't mean these cars aren't prone to sliding around in conditions. We did have 1 or 2 cars going off the road in qualifying. I think the Team Pesky car was one that went off from others, not to name and shame too much. But that shot that we saw there, the cars heading down the hill towards Hislops and Knickerbrook going through the chicane, that was quite a poignant kind of almost end-of-season shot because it looked like a sunset, but it's actually a sunrise because we've got the sun coming up now. It's getting pretty bright out there. Cars forming up now 2 by 2 underneath the canopy of the trees down at Druids. As I mentioned, the qualifying session kind of just lets the drivers qualify. The grid is set by a random grid draw. The only guaranteed position is you start at the back of the grid because that's the team that won the previous race. Because Uwe Hoffman's Motorsport were the most recent race winners of the last round at Oulton Park, they automatically have to start this race from the back of the grid. And the next race coming up, of course, whoever wins this race will start at the back of the grid for the final one as well. So 15 rows of Fun Cup cars with all sorts of talents up and down the grid. It's the biggest grid we've had, I think, apparently since Silverstone in 2016. That's that far back. Nearly 10 years ago we had about this many cars. That was 32 back then. Thanks to Jamie for the information. But it is at the front of the grid. It is going to be the car number 97 who's going to get us underway very, very shortly. Behind the Hyundai safety car, 2x2 formation, all set then for round number 9 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship 2025. Stand by. This is going to be action aplenty from start to finish. They don't call it a 1 hour sprint for nothing. Pretty intense. Uwe at the back. The front runners all set to go at the front. Watch for the red lights at the top of the screen because when they go out on the gantry, we are going to be all underway and go for round 9 of Fun Cup 2025. They fan out looking for their own piece of racing room. It's going to be 3 abreast almost down towards turn 1. We're looking so they're going to get the outside line into the first corner. Diving up the inside was 157. So that was a good move there for second choice racing. Michael Lyons tried to make moves on the second row of the grid, but they're all getting through hopefully Cascades and the pole sisters round already. Cars the pack. There's collision. 2, 3, 4 cars involved. Multiple cars in the mix. That's not what you want to see at the start of the race, and it was the pole sister spinning round right in the middle of the pack, and I'm afraid, John, with such a tightly packed field of 30 cars, with one car spinning in the middle of the pack, I'm afraid that was always going to be a fear we were going to have, and sadly it has been realised.
Oh, that's such a shame. For basically the first corner of the circuit, that is gutting, and a few drivers are getting caught up in it. Yeah, red flag already out there. We're going to come to a halt. Oh, that's the 195. The Ninky Nonk is absolutely destroyed. Trying to bring it back to the pits. I think just park that thing up and get that trailer back. That is not going to make it back under its own steam. Same for Axiometrics. One of our championship contenders is out of the first race. They were an outside shot. They're a no shot now.
Yeah, unfortunately, Axiometrics, that was, I think, a situation where John Perrott didn't have anywhere to go, and it was one of those places where really it was no one's fault, truthfully, because the 97 car lost the back end. That was the Renault Racing car, Pierre Renault, rotating around on the exit of the first corner. And we talked about the fact that, yes, these are all-weather tyres for Harncut, but it's still very treacherous out there, very slippery, particularly if you haven't raced these cars very much. Round it went, and as I said, ultimately, when you've got a car in that position, all you can do is try and hope to move out of the way, and then the car's moving every which way to get out of the way. And unfortunately, you get into a situation where at some point one car's going to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and there's the result. Drivers are out, thankfully, we're hearing as well. FNS has got damage to the right rear. There's another car, GCI, also out of it as well. Another car to our right, that's the Pierre Renault car 97, I think, which is the one that was involved in that incident. But that's not it goes without saying, of course, John, but it's never what you want to see at the start of this race, particularly with Fun Cup, where typically driving standards is not really anyone's fault, but you never want to see incidents like this, of course. Another car that's been involved as well, that's the fast track car that was also in there as well. So 4 cars stuck down on the exit of Oulton Corner, 2 more with trouble, so at least 6 cars getting caught up in that. Not how we wanted to start round 9 of the championship.
No, exactly. It's such a shame. And the thing is as well, there are multiple cars there with so much damage. I would be surprised if they get out for the 3 hour later on this afternoon. It's going to be a serious job for a lot of them. Axiometrics look trying to drag the car back to the pits with one tyre parallel to the circuit, which is not where it should be. And they've done a good job to drag that around the entirety of the circuit and get it back. But what a gutting way to start the race day here from Oulton Park. Like you were saying, just one of those things. It's the undulation through the exit of that first corner where you've got that weight transfer. That would have just caught them off guard. They've spun it round, and even if they had been holding the brakes there, I think it was inevitable with the lack of grip that they were going to spin back across the circuit. And like you say, when you've got 30 cars diving down to the same piece of tarmac, it's going to be impossible for all of them to avoid the incident.
Yeah.
Sadly, that was a big one. There is Axiometrics coming back into pit lane, dragging it back, and I think they'll just be hoping they can get out for the second race of the day, even if the championship's gone. They've made the trip here, they've done all the practice and testing yesterday, get themselves sorted. First corner of the first race, it's all gone wrong.
I mean, regardless, kudos to John Perrott for bringing the car back, because, of course, in that situation, most drivers would have parked it and thought, no, I'm not going to risk it. But kudos to John for actually dragging it round at a slow enough speed, because it's easy enough in that situation where you can go a little too quickly and cause further damage. But thankfully, John went at a sensible speed, got it back to the pits, and also it saved the team time, because they now can use that time between now and the 3 hour race to get that car back again. I don't doubt their ability, but at the same time, I'll be majorly impressed if they can get that car fixed before the 3 hour race. You are shaking your head though. Is that in disbelief, or you don't think it's going to happen?
I'm just not sure if JPR will have enough spare parts here for all of these cars to even try and get them rebuilt.
This is Fun Cup. Anything can happen.
For sure. We'll wait and see. I hope as many cars can get out as possible, but we'll wait and see. Red flag here then, just waiting for the race to get back underway. I think the main point to be made as well, when I was chatting with Olympian GRD, they were obviously pretty frustrated that we're down right near the back of the order. Actually, I think it's been quite a blessing to the top 3 in the championship. They've all started in the back 10 cars. That means they've seen this crash happen ahead of them, slowed down and avoided it all. So they're in a pretty good position at the moment. Sounds as though we've got Jamie Peters-Ennis down in pit lane, ready to chat to some people. Down to you, Jamie.
Thanks, John. Yeah, an unfortunate start here for round 9 here at Oulton Park. So I thought I would go and have a chat with a few people. We've got Chris Devell down here. He's electing not to do the sprint race. Chris, quick word if that's okay. How are we feeling?
This doesn't help, does it? No. But we survived the carnage. We went on the grass to avoid it, and we believe we're okay. We might have a damaged splitter from going on the grass, but at the moment we're not allowed on the grid to check. We're just trying to find out whether we can get on there and just check the safety of the car. I think before the restart, hopefully we are, or all teams are allowed to get onto the grid and just check their car, because from a safety point of view. But I just hope everyone's okay. That's good. That's really good. And hopefully we get as many cars as we can back on the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we knew the start it was going to be tough. I mean, the sun and the spray, the visibility for you guys towards the back was virtually zero. So it's such a shame to see something like that. But we know these cars are very tough, aren't they?
They are certainly very tough, and yeah, we had some bad luck in where we were drawn, 28th. We've just had some good luck being not caught by that carnage. So what goes around comes around.
All right, well, good luck for the rest of the race, Chris. Thank you. That's Chris Devell from Olympian GRD. I think I've got some time to have a chat with a couple of other people. So let's pop down and have a chat with one of our new drivers, which is Nigel Purplis. Let's grab Nigel. Welcome to the party. First time out in a Fun Cup car. How are you finding it?
It's a bit slippy, to be honest. It's a great event I've found so far. Everyone's really welcoming, but as far as driving the car, I need a bit more learning, I think, to keep up with these front lads. But we'll keep trying.
And what attracted you to it?
Well, we had a bit of a conversation. We thought, before we get too old, we maybe need to give this another go. So I had a quick chat with my friend over there who's hiding outside of the camera, and he gave me no, you're not as slick as me, but then he said, yeah, come on, let's give it a go, and there we are.
And we'll bring Chris in. Come on, he doesn't get away with it, unfortunately. It's a great community to be part of as well, and we're hinting maybe it might not be a one-off.
Yesterday was the first time I've seen a Fun Cup car in the flesh. Sat in one, been in one. It was a fantastic day yesterday. It actually all got started because he poured a beer, and that's where it started. And then
did it escalate?
I think Jamie started that, actually.
It's not my fault at all. I had nothing to do with it, I can assure you. But no, they're great little cars, aren't they?
absolutely fantastic car in the dry. In the wet this morning, it was a little bit like Bambi on ice. Quite an eye-opener. I went to bed really confident last night. After I got out of the car in quali this morning, I felt a little bit different. Hence why I'm driving number 2 today.
Oh, you'll be absolutely fine. Well, enjoy it, guys, and I'm sure Johnny will be having a great time out there as well. Right, let's carry on walking down. Let's see who we can find. Right, we won't talk to Mike Devlin because he's on a bit of a mission. So let's pop down to the Morpheus end, because unfortunately both cars were involved in that unfortunate incident going down the avenue. So let's have a chat. We'll grab Craig Butterworth on the way down. Craig, not the ideal start, is it?
Not at all. Absolutely gutted. We've had great pace. Although we had a problem with the head gasket yesterday, the car's just been epic, and we were really backing our chances for today. So yeah, to see it like that as well. Obviously, Ian, totally nothing he could have done. Right, not his fault at all. And it was really frustrating on the camera because obviously we got collected, and it was like, oh, it's probably not too bad. And then the next camera shot, obviously, it's been destroyed at the rear. So I'm assuming a couple of cars have gone into the back of us or something, but.
Yeah, as I said to Chris at Olympian GRD, the sun and the spray wouldn't have helped. I mean, visibility would have been virtually zero. And poor Pierre, he's trying to get out of the way, but then of course everyone is just trying to vie for position, aren't they?
Yeah, no, I mean, especially in a sprint race when it's wet with the sun shining low, it's not a great combination. But that's the joys of motor racing. Like a couple of inches different, and we'd have probably been up there in like 4th position and be saying what a great race it was going to be. But there we go.
Has Ian managed to tell you about any damage at all?
No, other than looking at it on TV, it looks pretty seriously bent. So I've got a feeling that's done for the day, sadly. But anyway, if there's anything we can do to repair it, we will do. So fingers crossed.
All right, keep smiling, mate.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers. That's Craig Butterworth from GCI. Right, let's pop next door and talk to Team Pesky. Let's speak to Andy Dyer, who had probably the mother of all moments coming over Deer Leap this morning. He snatched 4th gear, and it got a bit hairy, didn't it?
Yeah, so as you know, I'm here next week for the rally, and so I was just getting my bit of practice in on the grass, but my co-driver said no, actually going on the grass, so that was a waste of time. But yeah, I did have a massive moment, lucky not put in the wall. Sheer luck saved me more than skill. But yeah, it's good to see Alex didn't get caught in the carnage on the first corner.
Silverstone was an absolute dream start for you. You were inside the top 10 all day. Donington was a struggle because it was the first time you'd really driven the car in the wet. Are you now feeling more confident with it?
No, not after the moment of Deer Leap, no. I thought yesterday was good in the wet. I felt I had some good pace, and then to get caught out like that kind of puts a little doubt in your mind, but I'm sure it'll be fine when I'm back out there, hopefully pretty soon.
All right, fantastic. Thanks a lot, mate. That's Andy Dyer from Team Pesky. Let's have a chat with Pierre Renom. Oh dear. First of all, how are you?
I'm fine. I had it was first I made a mistake, and then I tried to keep on the side, and there were too many people, and some guys hit me, and that's it.
Okay, and so it's just an unfortunate incident, but the main thing is you're okay, and we know these cars are tough.
That's fine. I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay. So that's fine.
We'll let you get off to the med centre just to be checked over. That's Pierre Renom from Renom Racing. So that's a few drivers up and down the pit lane. So what we'll do now is we will throw to an ad break, and then next voices will be here will be John Ratcliffe and Scott Woodwiss.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into Red Gate Corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very, very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute. It's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful. You know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very, very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Welcome back everybody to Oulton Park for rounds 9 and 10 of the 2025 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. We are currently under a red flag following a multi-car incident coming out of Old Hall Corner. So while the clear-up operation is underway, done by our fabulous Oulton Park marshals, Luke and I are going to have a little bit of a wander down the pit lane. So let's pop down to FF Corsa and have a chat with Andrea Seminara, who's having another day out in a Fun Cup car. Andrea, welcome back. You're enjoying these, aren't you now?
Yes, amazing condition, very easy to do it. No, I'm enjoying the Fun Cup, of course. Today's a bit difficult, but we train our best for sure.
And car's got a striking new look.
Yes, new car, new look, not black anymore. Yes, hopefully it's faster with this look.
And you got Mikey Broadhurst with you. I mean, he's driven pretty much everything. I mean, he's a great guy to have on board with you, isn't he?
Mike is very good. He's shown his talent last time around with Dean. They did it with FF Corsa, and hopefully we do well today.
And thoughts for 2026? We know that the team are quite keen at potentially coming back and doing some more with more than one car. Is that going to include you?
Yes, definitely. Well, this is my car, so obviously I want to do the season next year and then be more competitive and just learning for now.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Andrea. That's Andrea Seminar from FF Corsa. We've got GCI who have just been recovered into the pit garage. So let's pop down to Morpheus, because that's where I was heading originally, because unfortunately 2 of their 4 cars were involved. So let's see what's going on down here. Now, Morpheus are at the bottom end of the pit lane, so I'm just making my way down here. They're right down at garages 27 and 28. In fact, they had 3 of their 4 cars involved in that unfortunate incident. So let's see if there's any drivers around. Yeah, we've got Chris Weatherall just stood in the garage with Axiometrics. So I'm just going to dive in and have a quick word. He's just having a chat with Declan McDonald now. Quick word, if that's all right. Yeah, thank you. Cheers, Deck. Thank you. Right, we just come out of the garage because we do lose signal. Not ideal.
Yeah, but you know what, it is what it is. Look, the guys are working flat out. Front corner's been ripped off, but that's all right. We've got a new front corner going on there, so we should be back out in time. I think it's 10 minutes more to go, and we're just about there. We're just tracking it up right now.
It was a really unfortunate situation. I mean, the visibility obviously wouldn't have helped because they were going right into the sun, the spray. Poor Pierre was trying to do his best to not roll back into the traffic, and it's just a typical, you know, everyone's just piled in, haven't they?
Yeah, look, I mean, we see it time and time again at Oulton in terms of, you know, the first corner is something, not just Fun Cup, in all sorts of series. So it's something that happens. I mean, I haven't really had too much time to find out what the heck happened. We're just, you know, I was on the cans talking to John, and he said front right corner's missing, and, you know, every credit to him bringing it back here. And then Morpheus as a team, we swung into action. I've been running, Jamie, I've been running.
Steady.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've got my steps in. If my coach is watching, I've done some running, okay. Anyway, yeah, so yeah, we've got, you know, look, it's pretty much rebuilt, you know, and it's only damaged parts, so yeah, we go again. But look, I think it's like all of that stuff. Sometimes these things happen, and I know I was standing here in the pit lane watching the first corner, and I just couldn't see a thing, as you said, with the sunshine right into it. Yeah, I don't know how they got round the corner, let alone through the other side.
And you come into this weekend with an outside chance of the overall championship. You opened admitted yesterday, it is a slim chance, but as we know in Fun Cup, anything can happen.
Yeah, it's as slim as I am, so you know, on that side, it's. But look, it's there, and let's face it, you know, we've just seen what's happened at the first corner here. Anyone could go out at any time, and you know that could have been Uvio going out, that could have been, you know, Olympian, it could have been Ted and Co, you know, Vape Club. So you just don't know what's going to happen. So yeah, we just got to be there and do the best job we can from here, and that's it.
All right, well, keep smiling, Chris.
We're smiling.
Absolutely. And just for the record, Joe Fishburne, I have been running running too. That's my coach. He's been keeping me fit. Let's have a chat with John Railton, who's just stood here in the pit lane, because John's car, if you look, Luke, it's not taking part, but thanks to Vlad, he's let you borrow his.
He has. We actually had a small mechanical issue at the start of that one, Jamie. Started from pit lane, but luckily enough, we would have been, our grid position was right in amongst the melee there, so a blessing in disguise, I think. But yeah, hopefully everyone's all right and we can get going shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll catch up later in the race, John, because we're just forming up now. So what we'll do is we'll hand back to Scott and John, who will take you through the restart.
We certainly will. It's me solo at the moment, but thank you for your hard work as ever, Jamie. Yes, the recovery efforts have been going on for the cars that have been involved in that first corner incident down at Oulton Corner. So the cars are already back on the grid. Now the rule is typically is that because we didn't complete the first lap, or it's within the first 2 laps of the race, that we go back to our original grid order, which means that car 251 Sherrod UK is on de facto pole position, because the pole sitting car, number 97, which is the Renham racing car, which started by Pierre Renham and is being shared with Andre, as the safety car now takes the cars off onto their new formation lap for this restart of the race, means that there's a few gaps on the grid in terms of where they're going to be and who is where. I think we don't have exactly the full list of cars in the mix, but we do know at least that a couple of cars are missing from the first 2 rows. It means that Sherrod will get pretty much a free run into the first corner without too many problems. And then you look at Second Choice Racing, who are set to be their nearest challengers. Michael Lyons will try and get a good start to put himself alongside on the run down towards Oulton Corner. Of course, as the sun is out, the circuit is still quite damp and slippery out there, but at the same time, it's drying as much as possible. There is Uwe Hoffman's Motorsport, of course, along with the other 2 title contenders, Vape Club with EDF and Olympian GRD, kept themselves out of that melee of cars exiting Oulton Corner. The Oulton Park circuit, largely untouched since it was first put together all those years ago, and it's a wonderfully naturally flowing circuit in many cases. And as he slots himself back into position with the headset microphone back on, John Ratcliffe, you were doing a bit of fact finding before we came back on to this restart. What have you found from your brief rundown there, which you are still a little bit out of breath?
Yeah, there's quite a few stairs here at Oulton Park,
yes,
so I'm a little bit out
is.
of breath coming back up. But what I've found out is there's a lot of not very happy people, but there's also a lot of very happy people. I was chatting with the guys at Olympian GRD, as we were chatting about before. They're actually pretty happy now that they were starting down near the back, because they were able to avoid all of that and get on with this restart. But I think there's a little bit of discussion as to how this plays out, whether we still have both full races or whether one's cut short later on, or how that's going to play out. But we'll keep you updated as best we can.
Certainly will. So the cars make their way around on the full international circuit, with back to Shedall's hairpin. And in terms of the grid setup, once we have a kind of an idea of which cars do not take the restart, we'll be able to kind of run you through them. We think at least 8 cars are involved in that from being recovered, which means we should have 22, or around about 22, taking the restart. So it is going to be Sherrod who start from de facto pole position, even though they are on the outside of the front row of the grid in what would be second place. And then the car next to them, of course, which is from next in the order, I think appears to be, if I'm correct, it will be the Second Choice Racing car 157 that was in the mix there too, behind the Hyundai safety car. So the original grid was as follows. Yeah, it was, I think Rare Vinyl were also in the mix as well. So the original grid was Renham Racing 97, but they won't take the restart because they were the ones that had the spin on the exit of the opening corner. Sherrod UK will be there. I think also on the inside of the front row, Rare Vinyl TLR should be in the mix there as well. So Rare Vinyl with Joe Bosch, Wigan, and McCord. I think we're also involved in that possibly. So Second Choice Racing car 157 will be there too. There's 263 and what was supposed to be Anglo-Asian mining car number 99, but that was also caught up in that incident as well. So that car looks like it won't take the restart. So there are going to be a few gaps on this restart. We'll have to work them out on the fly in terms of who is where, but ultimately there should be quite a fascinating restart with the cars that we do have left in this race to tackle the next 1 hour's worth of racing.
Yeah, wow, this is going to be super interesting, not only for this race, but for the championship as well. We were saying about how only 60 minutes for our top 3 in the championship to fight their way through the order and get some good points on the board. Well, they've got quite a few cars now that they don't have to get past, so this is going to be beneficial to them. But thankfully, in terms of a neutral perspective, all 3 of them have benefited equally from this. So it's still going to be a great fight through, and then we'll look onto the proper championship standings and whatnot when we move into the race this afternoon for the 3 hour. Because of course there is a drop round for the championship as well, which we're going to have to work out. Extra point for fastest lap. Lots of things to work out, but we'll do all of that over the lunch break and bring it to you as best we can. But we look forward to hopefully 1 hour of sprint racing to come. And hopefully everyone makes it around that one.
We hope so this time. It's a second chance to get around and be trouble-free, but they're going to be heading essentially as much as they can 2x2, and it will be Sherrodise with car 251 with Teddy Wilson at the wheel, alongside on the front row, just about edging forwards alongside his car 169 Rare Vinyl with Rob Croydon at the wheel heading into the right-hander. So let's try this again, shall we? So it's round 9, take 2 of Fun Cup 2025. Now on their own on the front row of the grid, Sherrodise UK, the race winners earlier on this season, and they've possibly taken a second victory. But will it be anyone else behind them? How will the three title contenders work their way from the back of the grid in the next 60 minutes? The red lights go on and out, and away we go. And back down to Oulton Corner now. Fingers crossed, toes crossed, everything crossed. We get down here safely. Bit of jostling for second position down the outside. Looking for position goes car 157. That's again Michael Lyons making use. It's 3 wide behind. Demon Tweet's car's in there. So is the PLR Racing Machine over the curve. Breathe in a little bit. Everyone gets through, just about minding their P's and Q's. And everyone appears to have got through, touch wood, fairly safely. In towards Cascades down the bottom of the hill. Sherrodise leads the way. Then it's second choice racing in there too in 5th position. The car 169 just behind the Rare Vinyl. So it is Rare Vinyl second. It is second choice racing in 3rd position. And now they make their way down the left hand, the back straight of Lakeside down towards Island Bend for the first time. So thankfully we can uncross things for the moment. Everyone got through turn 1 safely, but now it's the rest of it that we need to worry about.
Exactly, yeah. Well, they've already done that first corner, so they had a bit of knowledge. The rest of the circuit, they still don't know what it's going to be like in terms of grip, so we'll still hold our breath through this first lap, battling over 3rd place at the moment. That was Demon Tweaks 2, I think, on the outside of one of our other cars. Oh, sorry, of course, the 157 that is getting involved, and it's the Rare Vinyl in behind that was battling over 3rd. There is Vape Club getting involved as they've already shuffled their way up the order very nicely. They're up to sort of 7th or 8th place already, and we're not even at the end of lap number 1. Trying to spot on that camera, there is Olympian GRD, and I do think it was Uvio right on their tail.
Unsurprisingly, that's happened so many times before. Side by side for the lead down into Hislops for the first time at racing speeds. As they tumble down, as the sun is shining brightly, and the circuit will start to dry out a little bit quicker as they turn out through Hislops, through Nickerbrook. I think the Team Pacific cars in there quite closely. But as for Vape Club EDF Motorsport, I think it's safe to say Ted Bradbury, considering he was running down the pit lane earlier on for whatever reason, he's not hanging around here. He's on the tail of PLR Racing, which has the captain, Neil Plummer, who's probably the most experienced driver of anyone on the grid. I think he's been doing just about every single Fun Cup race since it began. So he's, if anyone's well versed enough to tell you what it's like to do well in this championship, and he's won titles before, certainly it's going to be Neil Plummer. There is Team Greenheath up in the top 5 of the championship, battling away with one of the other cars just in the mix as well, and that's the Vape Club car in the background, almost squeezed to the grass on the inside line. Plummer determined to hold on to it. Who's not holding on for the lead is in fact Sherrodise UK. They've lost it to 157, so Michael Lyons quickly to the lead, but it might be side by side over the line. Who leads the first lap? It might be a dead heat at the end of lap number 1, and it practically is by 0.06 of a second. Second choice racing were in front, so second choice no more. They'll have to be second choice in towards Oulton Corner. Sherrodise and Teddy Wilson back up the inside. I have a feeling if these two get away, particularly in the pit stops, this might be a battle that goes all the way to the end.
Indeed, yeah, over a 1 hour endurance race, I'm sure that's going to occur. If they keep swapping like this, maybe we'll get more drivers joining the fray across 1 hour of racing. Good to see there's racing up and down the pack as you see a few more drivers coming across the line to finish their first lap here at Oulton Park. Amazing, that shot up through Druids, all the leaves that were down as well. It's slippery at the best of times up through Druids, let alone when you've got lots of leaves. It's autumn time, it's a very difficult circuit out there, but drivers have all made it through this time, which is good to see. Like we mentioned, Vape Club cutting through the pack really well. Ted Bradbury, definitely a very confident chap behind the wheel of a Fun Cup endurance car, and he's pressing on, trying to get some good results on this one. He's already got past PLR.
It's not often I'm speechless, but I've had a message come through from Jamie 5 minutes ago on our group, which has actually left me speechless considering what was happening. But I could see it on screen there. Car 103 was at the end of the pit lane, all fixed, and it's back out in the race.
That is incredible.
I have to ask the question, how on earth have they done that?
That's amazing.
When the front right was literally dragging on the ground and hanging off, how on earth has Axiometrics fixed that car and got it back out? That is it's an understatement, but that is astonishing from Aximetrics. Unbelievable.
Yeah, you have to say a massive shout out to the Morpheus Motorsport crew for getting all that sorted again. And then I think as well, we were saying how impressive it was that they dragged it back to pit lane. And I think that was the crucial part. They had then that opportunity of that downtime to get it sorted. And they did it. Amazing.
So effectively, they're not totally out of the fight for the championship, considering that they're not that far away, really and truthfully, from Uvio and Olympian. They've come out on the lead lap, of course, on top of that. Remember, 19th, considering where Olympian and Uvio are at the moment in 12th and 13th, so only a few spots. And it only takes a good stint or two in this race in a 1 hour sprint. They could find themselves jumping up the order and getting themselves a little bit further up into the mix. Back to the lead has gone Sherrodice, Teddy Wilson back in front, but the car really making progress, as you can see, is in white, pink and green. That is Ted Bradbury, not hanging around here. He is right on the back of Rob Croydon now to try and take third position. He's just past FF Corsa. The leaders are now going to be side by side down towards Old Hall, and as again looking up the inside goes Michael Lyons. Teddy Wilson defends down the outside. As the battle for third behind them across the line, it is now Ted Bradbury who got himself up into fourth position at the expense of a 263, to Michael Broadhurst slotting back down to what is now fifth position. Next target is Ted Bradbury, gets the wiggle on next to go, all caught over the curves. He's now chasing after Rob Croydon for that P3 spot. If he can clear him, his next target surely is going to be going after the top two. And who knows, we know how quick Ted is at the wheel of a Fun Cup car. If he can manage it, there's no reason why he couldn't catch the top two before the end of the stint.
100%, 100%. Yeah, I wouldn't count him out for joining that leading battle before the end of it. He's already trying to go up the inside here of Rob Croydon as we head down into Ireland. That's a sketchy corner there through the left-hander, but aggressive from Ted Bradbury. Gets it done, gets the inside line. Up to third place he goes. I think as you were gesticulating there, Olympian GRD are flying through the order already up and joining the back of this pack. There they are, onto the back of PLR. There is Greenheath, and I think not too far behind then is Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. There they are. But only a lap or so ago, Olympian GRD and Uvio Hoffman's were pretty much nose to tail, and Olympian have run away with this one. They've joined the next pack, and now it's their turn after Bait Club have just cut through these two to do exactly the same.
There's a very good reason why it car's that high up. This is a car with damage. That's a car with
is that
damage
R2
to the right
leaders?
front. Is that R2 leaders? If they can't make contact. So like, that
it is.
So that is Michael Lyons with damage to the right front, and that the car that was slowing on the left-hand side must have been Sherrodice. Now, whether or not our cameras were able to pick up anything at all or not, or to see exactly what happened, but the leaders have come together. This will mean that Ted Bradbury, who was fourth starting this lap, took third place from the rare vinyl machine of Rob Croydon. He's now up to second place as a result of that, and with the damage, I'm almost certain that Michael Lyons will have to pit. You can see it, smoke pouring off the right front, but here comes Ted Bradbury underneath the canopy of the trees, through the leaves to Drew's corner, round the outside, and he's made 3 positions, and there's Sherrodice parked up on the infield where the Foster circuit is, and that's a real shame. They've had their share of bad luck at Sherrodice, had a victory, but also got on top of that some situations where the result really hasn't gone their way. But now to the lead goes Bait Club and Ted Bradbury, and to second place on top of that also has gone Team Olympian. What on earth has this lap been?
Incredible. Riley Phillips, what a lap. He's gone from the back of that train to the front, and he only just caught up with them down at Shell Oils. That's unbelievable. Little did we know that move from Vape Club that was for third at the time, like you mentioned, was actually the move for the lead of the race. We're less than 8 minutes into this one. 2 of our championship contenders are already up to the top 2 from starting down near the back of the grid. Classic Fun Cup this is. Super, super exciting. Battles continuing down into Cascades yet again. That is, and there's a PLR car trying to go to the outside. I've just seen the yellow flag, waiting to see whether we do get a safety car here. As you mentioned, they were parked off of the actual circuit, I believe, so hopefully we can just stick to yellows and get it all sorted.
But still a contentious part of the circuit, particularly as you're approaching quite quickly off of Hilltop, down after you come off this the Britain chicane here, through Island Bend, which at the best of times is tricky enough. I've seen people pass around the outside here this season, not just in this but in other championships, and it's been quite interesting to watch if they can make it happen. There goes Riley Phillips. I was going to say before that happened, there's the simple reason why that car's as high as it is, 2 words, Riley Phillips. That's the reason why, because he's that quick. And he's now pushing on to try and catch up. The gap is 3.5 seconds between himself and the leader Ted Bradbury now as they skip through the chicane, still with the 169 just behind them. So 169, as we said, is Rob Croydon, and his battle continuing on. And that's Demon Tweaks with a problem. 249. That is Jason Minshaw with damage linked to the right rear by the looks of it. So it's all kicking off in this second to last race, and there's still 50 minutes and a whole 3-hour race still to go. Calm down, boys.
Oh my goodness. So we know it's the last race of the season, but we need to get, well, it's actually the second last race of the season. Drivers can't even make it to the last.
end of term. There's Sheridai's being pushed away, but yeah, there's an end of term here, and that usually brings some good things, but also maybe some not good things. But fingers crossed it gets better from now on.
Yeah, some serious calamities. Yet again, another race where Sheridai's are right up at the sharp end, have some sort of problem, and end up dropping out of proceedings. That is gutting for them. There's the 157. Had that damage to the front end. They've got the front end off and working on it at the moment, but they're at least going to lose a number of laps here. Positive to see that the driver's still in the seat, at least, and I think they can get it sorted, but they're going to be dropping a lot of points in this one, sadly for them. Battles continuing, though, down into the final corner, and Rare Vinyl still holding on to third place, being chased down now by PLR after they've cleared the FF Corsa car, as more fixing being done in the pit lane. That is the Demon Tweaks car getting seen to, and you were indeed correct. Right rear corner issues for them. Battle for third place. Down the inside into T1 goes the 146 of PLR. Nice, respectful, cheeky move up the inside there. Gets into third place. Good exit from Rob, but I'm not sure he's quite going to have the grip out of the corner to get back alongside. He won't. Has to sit back in behind. Interestingly enough, after Riley had cleared that little pack, he has dropped a little bit more time to Ted in the Vape Club car, and really I want to see if that gap starts to drop down, because Vape Club and Olympian, two of our top teams, and of course the drivers behind the wheel, two young hot shots of the championship as well, and see if they can maybe treat us to a little battle in this first stint. We'll still wait and see, so plenty of time for that to happen.
Impressive stuff, I have to say, also from FF Corsa as well. FF Corsa being up there in 5th position at the moment, of course, 263. Car looking resplendent in its kind of metallic blue and yellow livery in the field, and good to hear they're also looking to do a bit more Fun Cup, which is good to see. We always like more Fun Cup teams, and teams like FF Corsa's prowess getting involved in the championship, so good to see that they are keen on it. And Michael Broadhurst, who has done quite a lot, of course, in racing over the years, showing his skill. Hand over to Andrea Seminara. So there goes the top two. Here comes Riley Phillips. Now, one thing that's intriguing me is that Uwe Hoffer's Motorsport, steady, that's an old name. They were 7th, they're now 9th. They've dropped 2 spots behind Red River Sport and Race Logic, and Axiometrics are not that far away, because they're actually only in they're not that far away in 13th position, so they've made steady progress. But unless they've made a mistake, Uvio not on the pace we'd expect, particularly compared to Riley Phillips out there, who has catapulted his way up to 2nd place. Vape Club now lead, but the fact that Axiometrics are 13th and not that far away from Uvio, only 6 seconds behind them, interesting.
Yeah, that is surprising. That is definitely surprising. Now, they of course there they are indeed behind Race Logic and Red River Sport, as Race Logic have now got through past Red River Sport, so that's a change for 7th place. But yeah, surprising one, because of course Uvio Hoffmans were right at the back to start this race, so unlikely that they got involved with that first lap shenanigans on the first race start, as that was aggressive, wasn't it, from PLR to fire their way through, and that is past FF Corsa, so keeping them behind actually for 3rd place, so they both now got and passed Rare Vinyl TLR. But yeah, odd that one of our championship rivals maybe not quite finding the pace they'd be hoping to find at the moment anyway. And then we've got a huge gaggle that have just come past our commentary box. I believe that's the battle from 10th place downwards, if I'm not mistaken. iLockers Racing, Team FFS, Pit Happens, Axiometrics, and I think potentially Pesky getting involved as well. Yes, Team Pesky with them as well. So 4 or 5 cars are all battling for the bottom end of the top 10.
And it looked like Axiometrics were starting to move their way through in that group, so they're trying to pick their way past. There they are. That's the iLockers car, looks very similar to Axiometrics. They're just running a little wide on the exit of the corner, so they're pushing hard to try and gain positions. They were in the middle of that group, and they've lost one, maybe 2 spots, so a little wayward move there from John Perrott if he got back out there. He'll hand over that car to Chris Weatherall in the 2nd stint. In fact, yes, it is Axiometrics that made the mistake. He's now lost back out to the 2 cars that was in that group with him, which would have been Team Pesky and Sunoco Racing Team in that mix as well, 14th and 15th. And through the hairpin, 5 of them all together. And yeah, the Sunoco in there as well now. Out to the hairpin they go. But there's Sunoco's, they're a bit further back. So they're actually towards the back of that group now, which is now headed by the iLockers car, which has at the wheel of it for the start of this race, Ryan Sladey-Smith, handing over to Stuart Bliss, now outgoing City Car Cup champion.
Indeed, plenty of exciting races involved in this battle. Axiometrics trying to cut their way through. They move to the inside line as we head down to the bottom of the hill, and same in front as well, trying to go 2 by 2. iLockers under a bit of pressure, able to keep the fighting driver behind, but Axiometrics do find their way through. I was just going to mention, I don't know what Ted Bradbury ate for his breakfast this morning. He's just popped in a 2:13 dead when Riley Phillips did a 2:14.4. 1.4 seconds gained in one lap alone. That's unbelievable for the 2:46.
And the lap from Riley was a personal best on top of that. So that wasn't Riley going slow, that was him pushing. So Ted Bradbury, saying he's pushing is an understatement. He's really getting on with it now. What's the lap this time? It's now 6.3 seconds. Another new fastest lap of the race. So Riley went to match it and went, right, I'll do a 2:13.4. And then Ted just scoffs and goes, 2:12.8. Try that one for size, Riley. Puts the gap back out to over 6 seconds, and away he goes. Back on the comeback trail to get back to these positions now has gone actually metrics. They've passed the Team Pesky car. That puts them back into, I think, 13th position. Next target is going to be, looks like Pitt happens in 4:03. It is, then it'll be the iLockers car that's now just lost out to Team FFS into the top 10. Here comes Perrott down the inside, makes the move. Might get two for the price of one. Look at that, because iLockers leaves the door open. Ryan Slaney-Smith has no choice, and 2 positions gained. Good effort from John Perrott. I think it's safe to say they're not hanging around here. John wants to try and make up as much ground as possible, because he knows in this race it's crucial they have to score as well as they can to stay in contention for the title.
Exactly that, yeah. What an audacious overtake that was down the inside at T1. 2 for the price of 1, like you said. Fantastic. And we've got more drivers battling on the exit. This is round the outside from Pesky on iLockers. They'll still be side by side as they head down into Ireland. Who is going to brave it out? Will Pesky try it on that outside line? It will still be pretty slippery out there. He's going to try it anyway and gets it done. Good move from Pesky. We've seen a couple of great overtakes in this battle down at the bottom end of the top 10 already then. And I've had it come up on our screens there that the pit window board is out and the first pit window will be opening. So from when the drivers see that board, they can come in. And then don't forget, you get the 10 minutes of it being open. They can see the pit lane close board once and they have to then come in. If they then go around for another lap, they'll be getting themselves a bit of a penalty. There is PLR continuing to battle for 3rd place, just about keeping FF Corsa behind. Corsa went to the outside line there, got squeezed right to the edge of the circuit and had to stay in behind. Still in 5th place, Rare Vinyl TLR. But look at this, Greenheath, Race Logic, Red River Sport and Uvio Hoffman's Lotus have all closed up to the back of this pack now. We're from 3rd all the way down to 9th, pretty much in one singular train here as we head on through to sector number 3. This is only going to get more exciting, but as we head through towards the first pit stop window, it's all going to start to get reshuffled as well, so still to play for in this one.
Yeah, but of course, as the pit stops come in, what's the better that we get at least a couple of pit callers next time by, because the pit window will be open. You have, as you rightly said, you have to pass it once before you can make the pit stops. And as you correctly said, you can pass the pit window closed board once, but you must come in at the end of that lap the next time you come up to the pits. Otherwise, as you rightfully said, you will get a penalty. Here comes FF Corsa to try and reclaim the position. Michael Broadhurst trying to peek his way up the inside of Neil Plymmer. But the captain is much more wily than that and manages to hold on to the place if he can. The twitch from Broadhurst, he gets back on the power. But that is slightly surprising, the fact that the Uvio car, which currently has in this stint, it has Farkini at the wheel, handing over to Fabulous Randaccio. Yes, that is his name if you're wondering for the first time. Handing over to him in the first pit stop. And that is a bit unusual, the fact that that car is not as high up as we expect it to be, because it's the top two, other two in the championship battling, Red Club and Olympian, that have the pace. It's 7 seconds between them. But they've got such a gap over Uvio Hoffman's. They're now, look at the gap currently, it is coming up to about 17 seconds off the lead and not really making that much more progress. So maybe they're hoping that when they make the pit stop, it might actually make it a bit better fortunes. Down the outside goes FF Corsa, Michael Broadhurst all the way around the outside at Sherlaw's hairpin and makes the move stick. That means that FF Corsa is now up into the podium places and to the front of the group. And Plymouth will try and push on if he can. There goes Farkini looking down the outside of the 210. That was to try and get a squeeze past Race Logic, but it seems as though that Julian Thomas, who's another wily character in the championship from previous years and a former champion, knows exactly what to do. And he holds on to the place, but they're all scuffling around for positions here, as now you can see just behind, that looks like there's Rare Vinyl, so that's Rob Croydon trying to get past Plymouth once again. But you're absolutely right, this whole group is getting bigger and bigger. Uvio are now at the tail of it, and again, not making as much progress as we thought they would.
It looked inevitable there that FF Corsa were going to find a way through at some point. They've looked like they've had a little bit more pace than PLR over the last few laps, and finally they're able to get the move done. Aggressive stuff from FF Corsa, well done to the 263, up into the overall podium like you mentioned. This is very odd from Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. There's got to be something wrong with that car. It just doesn't look like it has. It doesn't look like Farkini knows what it's doing underneath him. He can't quite find the pace of the drivers in front of him, and he's just having to sit at the back and watch what's going on in this battle.
Race leaders are in. Survey Club are literally the first pit calls of the race. Ted Bradbury now heads down to the pits. His door is open. He'll jump out. that will be Van Vasiliev, who was his teammate that took his first victory, and Olympian at the second pit calls as well, so they're straight in too. PLR also peeling off, and Uvia, so all the top front runners, but 3 of our championship contenders coming in straight away at the start of the pit window. They've realised how important these pit windows are, particularly when there's points and a championship at stake.
I'm trying to work out why they've come in so early. I'm not 100% sure. Often the advisory is that you stay out as long as possible in a stint, because there might be a safety car and then you can make up lots of time in that pit stop. There have come Vape Club out of the pits still ahead of the 263, so I think they're still in the lead of this race. That was a bit close in the pit lane, wasn't it? My goodness. But they've done a pit stop. They're still leading the race of Vape Club EDF Motorsports. That is unbelievable stuff from them, as here potentially looking for the move around the outside into Ireland. That is Greenheath pressing on Paul Turner behind the wheel of car number 14, looking to try and find a way through on Rare Vinyl TLR. Now our timing hasn't updated on the left-hand side of your screen, so we'll double check in due course. But look at this, round the outside, attempting the move for the lead here at FF Corsa. Of course, they're still owing us a pit stop, so it won't matter once all is said and done. But still, I think they've got it sorted. They have. Great move from FF Corsa round the outside of Vlad Vasiliev. Of course, poor Vlad, it's his first time in the car in this race and he's already under attack from the drivers behind him. But I think, understandably so, he knows that they've got a pit stop on these guys. He's just let them go, doesn't want to get involved. We've seen enough calamities in this race already. Just crack on with the stint, Vlad, and get involved. 3 wide, down into the braking zone. Greenheath on the outside line. They just about chop back in ahead of Red River Sport. All still very exciting, as there's the 257 into the pits as well.
That was Nick Adcock getting in after turning over from, I'm presuming it's Rupert Adcock, not Roper Adcock in terms of name. It must be a bit of a typo, but I'm presuming it's Rupert Adcock who just got out of the car. Pat makes its way underneath the bridge over Clay Hill back towards Druids, and there you can see, having rejoined, is Simon Rudd in car number 1. He's at the back of the group now, trying to close up to him as best he can there, just the back of the shot as he goes through. And there is the 210 car, which now has that is, I think, David Denyer at the wheel of that car. That car hasn't pitted yet, but it's interesting how quick that pit stop was, is that Simon Rudd's come back out, he's already at the back of the queue, which is this fight that's going on for potentially third place back. Is that how fast that pit stop sequence was?
Yeah, we know how quick Olympian GRD are at their pit stops. They are absolutely metronomic with those stops, because they know how much time you can gain in the pit stop. You work so hard to gain a few tenths back every lap in the pit stops. You can so easily make up a few seconds. Now, really, Olympian are going to be hoping here that Rob Croydon, the Red Vinyl TLR, and the 200 Red River Sport start getting involved here and try and get past Vape Club and push them back into their clutches. We will wait and see. Here's FF Corsa having their first driver change of the race. They've been super impressive. Hopefully the second driver can crack on just as the first stint.
Indeed. Also the pits, Greenheath, Race Logic and Axiometrics. They've pitted from 8th, which is an impressive stint, of course, for John Perra. He's going to hand that car over now in this second stint in the 103 to Chris Weatherall, so we'll see what he can do to try and rise up the order. Of course, in that sequence, that car will drop a couple more places, but to get the car into the top 10 after what happened when it had its front right corner hanging off at the start of the first stint, which I think we're still shaking our head about how on earth they managed that, I've absolutely no idea, but fair play to Axiometrics to getting that car out after the damage it had. I guess the red flag they had gave them enough time to fix the problem, and it seems as though that obviously what the issue was either a very simple fix, it looked more serious than it actually was, or the parts were immediately available. It happened to be something they could quickly slot back in and the car's back to what it was, put a new front section on, job done, away it goes.
Yeah, exactly that. It's still, even though we were on the red flag, it still wasn't a lot of time, really, was it, to get that kind of damage sorted. But like you say, I think it was something, well, as bad as it looked, relatively simple to sort in 5-10 minutes time, and they did indeed have the parts available, so able to get back out on circuit. And yeah, John has repaid them the favour, hasn't he, by getting that car up into the top 10 and looking to get some good points on the board here and keep those championship hopes alive as we head on through to the 3 hour later on this afternoon. There you can see then the gap between your 2 effective race leaders in this one. I'm trying to see on the side, no, that's not updated. We'll wait and see, because a few drivers have dived into the pit lane, but that's got to be maybe 2 seconds now, 2.5 seconds between Vape Club and Olympian GRD, which of course before they pitted was more around 7, so they've done a great job in this first pit stop window.
They really have. The pit window has now closed. I mean, anyone that hasn't pitted yet, you can pass that board once, but of course next time you have to come at the end of that lap, otherwise it will be copping a penalty. So the timer screen in front of me here has Vape Club, who still leads the way after that pit stop. Of course, we're up to second place, but of course now everything is starting to shuffle around a little bit more in terms of timings. Once they come through, the Olympian GRD have come through in third position, and in fact, if anything, they are closer to Vape Club than they were at the end of that stint, because you remember, the Ted Bradbury was 7 seconds ahead of Riley Phillips, have now come across the line with the rare Vinyl 169 car that hasn't pitted yet, which is still in the hands of Rob Croydon to hand over to Joe Wiggin. But now that Simon Rudd's at the wheel, that gap and that quick pit stop has brought the gap down to 72 seconds, and it's closing more often as it comes through. As Alex Foden gets dragged down to the Team Pesky car, in gets Andrew Dyer, and as I mentioned, that hasn't lasted long, even though the 169 is being very handily pedalled by Rob Croydon, who's experienced in this championship. It's Simon Rudd with a better pace, who's gone powering past in towards Island Bed. Right, yellow flags though, down on the approach towards Shellor's hairpin. Whether that's universal or something else has happened.
It's not our leaders, so that's
not the leaders. And we can't, if anyone has gone off or stopped in that section, we haven't seen exactly where they are. It's a waved yellow on top of that as well. Now it's not going safety car. And just hearing in our ears from our producer that 157 is sounding weird. 157.
Second choice racing.
And that's the car that tangled with the Sherrodise when they were battling for the lead. And that car came in with an issue. So that, I'm guessing that must be some kind of a legacy of the contact, I would guess, from the incident with Sherrodise. So that car not sounding as it should do. But interestingly enough, the gap is now, it was 1.7 seconds across the line. I don't think it is that now. 157 are in the pits, as you can see in our picture-in-picture in the bottom right. So more problems than 157. I would suspect that possibly is something that was, well, suggest it was something that was as a result of what happened with Sherrodise, but that car was in for a moment. They opened the doors, quickly checked in, and then it's gone straight back out again.
It looked just to be a normal pit stop to me, that one, and I'm not 100% sure, but we'll wait and see. Either way, they're a few laps down in this one, given those issues earlier on with Sherrodise, like you mentioned. It was funny to see there as you were chatting about the Team Pesky car, Alex Foden getting drawn out. As there we go, safety car is indeed out. Thank you for the points there, Scott. Safety car out then, so clearly, slightly out of our camera shot, there must be a car having some issues down there with the yellow flag down at Shell Oil. Safety car about to come out and will pick up our two leaders. Well, it was a 7-second gap between our two leaders. It dropped down to 2 after the pit stops. It's been dropped to absolutely nothing now as they all close up behind the safety car.
And one car behind, I think it was Rare Vinyl, I think, actually coming in under the pits as well, which I think is a very interesting point. And that actually, safety car, I think has come out quite fortuitously for them, because it now means everyone else is going to have to slow up a little bit. They might get technically a free pit stop here with everyone else being at a reduced pace, with the safety car having only just come out as well, which is very interesting.
Uvia Hoffmans are up to 3rd place. Up to 3rd place. That is mightily, mightily impressive again. Look at how much time they've gained in the pit stops. Well, they must have done their pit stop because they have passed the close board now. What are you trying to gesticulate to me?
Well, I was going to say, now that, of course, the safety car, that 3rd place in the gap they have, is going to close up. It means that it benefits them even more. This is going to be the last few pit callers who are coming to make those first stops, to get the chance to do so, given the fact that they haven't passed the pit wheel once, but they have to come in on this lap. So I think the most of the teams that were going to have to come in anyway, regardless of the safety car or not. 212 being one of them. Rare Vinyl was another. In fact, so that's the 212, that's the Burt car, not the, it's Burt car 212, it's not the EDF car. That's the spare car which they're running, which has been lent by EDF because the regular 98 race car, which is in the back of the paddock, not operational. So they've had to borrow that car for this race only.
That makes sense. This is why I was a little bit confused about Main Club and Olympian coming in so early in the stint. In case there was a situation like this, it doesn't actually seem to have affected them because they had such a sizable lead in this race. But still, I'm a little bit surprised by that strategic call. But either way, a few teams have been able to benefit because of that one. I think mainly, like we say, Uvia Hoffmans Motorsport. However, they just didn't really seem to be able to fight in that group earlier on. So even though they were going to be on the back of Bait Club with EDF Motorsport and Olympian GRD, they're going to need for those two to really start scrapping for them to try and get involved. The point I was going to mention earlier about Team Pesky was interesting to see about how a team that's relatively new to the championship doing what we used to do in our first year, where we would grab the driver coming out under the arms and yank them from the car. But we realised after watching some of the other teams that actually it was faster to pop a leg out and throw yourself out. By maybe half a second, but still, those little bits all add up across endurance racing. So maybe Team Pesky have tried both and they've decided that the drag out is the better thing. But either way, an interesting point there to be seen of how drivers take to those pit stops and where they can gain a little bit of extra time. But there we see then the train snaking down through and in towards sector number 3. And yeah, just over 30 minutes left to go then. Half race distance. We've got 3 of our championship contenders up in the top 3.
And what's interesting is that now as everyone starts to close up a little bit more, it's going to be quite fascinating to see how this race order plays out. We'll get a proper idea exactly who is where once they cross the line this time by, because they're still showing Rare Vinyl as being in third place, but they have just made a pit stop and slotted down the order. So the order should be Vape Club from Olympian from Uwe Hoffman's Motorsport, of course 3 of our 4 main championship contenders. This also now puts essentially I think Axiometrics into 9th, because if there would have been a couple more pit calls, so whether or not they got around quick enough depends. They might even be a little bit higher up in the top 10. We'll wait and see as they come across the line to give us a bit more of a definitive order under the safety car. Of course, what it now means is that this also benefits, I think it does also benefit Axiometrics, given the fact that the safety car closes everything back up. They're on the lead lap, they can pick their way through, get the next few cars and drive well enough. Now they've got Chris Weatherall behind the wheel. So if he can simply put in a good clean stint, that will certainly help them get into a good position. And of course it means that it keeps them as the outside 4th bet for the championship, whilst the other 3 are quite literally all together at the front of the field, not necessarily in championship order, but they are essentially in the order of the 3 of the cars that are really contending at the top of the times of the field, and should be backing it out in the next half an hour.
Yeah, wow, this is not what we expected, is it, from the starting grid that we were shown about an hour or so ago now. We did not think, or so I certainly didn't think, that our top 3 in the championship from down in the back of the grid would be up in the top 3 with just over half race distance to go here in the 1 hour sprint. This is mightily exciting. And there you go, you can see your timing tower updating on the left hand side of your screen. So top 10 then, Vape Club with EDF Motorsport will lead us away when we go back to green flag racing conditions. Then they'll be followed by Olympian GRD, Uwe Hoffman's Motorsport, Green Heath in 4th place, Rare Vinyl TLR just dropping to 5th in all of that chaos. So Green Heath jumping up a couple of places as well. They've done well in that round of pit stops. Race Logic in 6th place, Team FFS in 7th. PLR Racing in 8th, Axiometrics 9th, and Pesky there in 10th place. So some winners and some losers from the first round of pit stops, but certainly a lot of calamities in this first 30 minutes of racing, as there seems to be a little bit more this time for the 200. Bit of front splitter damage and maybe a bit more as they look underneath the car to try and work out issues for the 200. Are they going to take the front bumper off? No, they're going to leave it and send him back out. So Red River Sport, after dicing up near in the sharp end, up in the top 5, are going to drop all the way to the back of the pack, as we've just had a note, safety car in this lap.
Means they have to get a move on. They won't catch the back of the Crocodile, but they will at least be able to be at racing speeds there or thereabouts when the race does get back underway. And in fact, they might even catch the back of the pack shortly, because they're only exiting out of Lakeside, or out of Cascades down Lakeside. So there's every chance they could do that pretty quickly. Now they've crossed the pit start finish line, we give you a bit more of a definitive order of exactly where everyone is in terms of race order. So Vape Club with EDF Motorsport 2, 4, 6 leads the way with Vlad Vasiliev at the wheel. Second now in Simon Rudd for Olympian GRD, and third is Fabulous Randaccio in the black and gold Uwe Hoffman Motorsport. Then you have Green Heath 4th with Carnival 14, which is Gary Bates at the wheel, who's finally on the stint in this race. Then we get to Rare Vinyl, who are P5 in car 169, that being driven by now Joe Wiggin. 6th for Race Logic in car 210, which is David Denyer at the wheel. 7th for Team FFS, car 220, which currently has now Barry Thompson at the wheel. 8th is now PLR Racing, which they have seen the captain Neil Blimmer hand over his car to... Where has Neil Blimmer got to? 146. Tim Wheeldon. 9th for Axiometrics, who are into the top 10 still, and only, as you can see, behind the safety car at least 8 seconds off, but that's a reduced speed anyway. That's Chris Weatherall, and they're rounding up the top 10, a team who impressed on their debut in the championship when way back at, I think it was actually Silverstone they debuted, which was Team Pesky. And Team Pesky now 9.6 seconds off the lead, with Andrew Dyer at the wheel in car number 252. The other, so all 4 title contenders, despite everything that's been happening in the first half an hour or so and change, are up there in the top 10. Just it's 3 of the 4 that are right together at the front, as we're getting set now for this race to get back underway post-safety car as we get towards the end of this final lap at reduced speed.
Indeed. Just to confirm your knowledge there, yes, it was indeed Silverstone where Pesky debuted. They debuted with a P7 as well, so very impressive first performance.
And I believe they also got team of the event as well for making a very impressive debut too. And of course, yeah, Alex Foden and Andrew Dyer, 2 very capable drivers in slightly smaller, less powerful machinery. So they're showcasing what they can do with a bit more power and with an engine behind them rather than in front, and coping well, which is good to see. And of course, that will translate, I'm sure, to their form in other places that they currently race at the moment. So, stacking up now behind the safety car, the lights will come off, and anyone who knows safety car procedure means that the safety car now will pull away in front. It's now to Ted Bradbury, who is not keeping a traditional gap here because, well, he wasn't keeping a gap, and then I think some of us realised I can't stack everyone up because Ted's not just keeping with me, he's trying to get away. We've got a gap here to Simon Rudd, who I think is maybe trying to back up Fabulous Randaccio into Greenheath and Co behind them. Interesting tactic to come over D-Leap, over the line, up to green flag conditions, and we're back to racing in round 9 of Fun Cup Endurance UK. And straight to the outside from the lead looks Simon Rudd before he even turns into the right-hander at Oulton Corner. Round the outside of Vlad Vasiliev goes both Simon Rudd and Fabulous Randaccio. So the top 2 in the championship, now to the top 2 in the race. Before they even got out to the exit of Oulton Corner, I say 2 words. Game on.
Indeed, yeah, let's go. Let's see how this one plays out then. Greenheath looking to the inside of Vape Club and EDF Motorsports as well. I think really the chatter on the radio during that safety car period to Vlad will have just been, keep it relaxed, let's just stay in this race and get some points. It's of course going to be handing the car over to Ted for the final stint later on. So just keep it on the circuit, try and keep as close to those top 2 as possible, but just yeah, keep your nose clean through the rest of this stint. 26 minutes left to go then, and now Olympian GRD and Uwe Hoffmann's Motorsport start to clear off our front as we go back to green flag racing conditions. And we've had a change down into Shell Oils. Uwe Hoffmann's Motorsport through into the lead of this race. What was it we were chatting about 10 minutes ago, thinking they don't quite have the pace in the car underneath them today? Well, they've proven us wrong, haven't they? Through into the lead they go. And the number 1 of Olympian GRD looking to hold on to their coattails, but really Uvio already starting to clear off.
Interesting then that now that Fabulous is at the wheel of the car, that car's got the pace that they were hoping for, and straight away making an example of Simon Rudd on track at least. Possible change for 3rd, as that was Greenheath up the inside of Vape Club to try and take the position, but Vlad Vasiliev gets his elbows out and almost puts Greenheath onto the grass ever so slightly to try and make the point that you're not coming through without a force. In 5th position now is Rare Vinyl, now with Joe Wiggin at the wheel. Rare Vinyl, having to hand over from Rob Croydon. 6th now is the Race Logic car, but there's a couple of lapped cars in between them, so that's now David Denyer who's competing in that car right now. Looking back at the inside again, another peek in towards Druids. Nothing doing yet, but a wider approach of Vlad Vasiliev through the right-hander out of Druids, where he undulates and sweeps and moves up and down his back straight towards the right-hander at Lodge. And Rudd's trying to come back at Randaccio in the 4th round, trying to hold around the outside of Fabulous, but can't make it stick. The back markers, which are trying to keep out the most fastest cars around, who are a couple of laps behind. In fact, there's 2 back markers in between. The Rare Vinyl TLR car, which is in 5th position, and Race Logic in P6 in white, blue and gold in number 210. And then it's Race Logic in 7th place for PLR Racing, Axiometrics and Team Pesky rounding up the top 10.
Oh, you can see how wobbly it still is out there. Barely even touched the white line on the outside of the car, outside of the circuit, did Gary Bate, and the car got all sorts of slidey on the exit. Well held, Gary. He keeps it in, keeps his eyes firmly locked onto the rear bumper of that Vape Club with EDF Motorsports car. He was nipping at the heels throughout the previous lap, but not able to find a way through, and Vlad doing exactly what he needs to do here, keeping himself within the eye line of the 2 leaders out ahead of him, and hopefully he'll be hoping anyway the 2 drivers in behind will start to battle, and he can keep his nose clean through the rest of this stint. And really not too long to go. Window opens with 22 minutes left to go in this race, so a minute and a half, window will reopen, and I think we can safely assume Vape Club will be straight in the pits to give that car back to Ted Bradbury.
I'd be surprised if they didn't, given that Vlad, of course, is a capable driver in himself, but I think even he would admit that Ted's the faster out of the 2 and can get more out of this car than he can. But of course, as I said, Vlad's had a pretty breakout season racing alongside Ted, getting some good results, and of course picked up that first victory for EDF at Silverstone, trying to defend a podium place here if he can, but still putting the pressure on is Gary Bates. He's one and only stint of this race, given that Paul Turner is bookending in stints 1 and 3, so Paul will get back in the car for the final stint coming up very shortly in the next couple of moments when that pit window does indeed open. Knickerbrook back up the hill again. The cars out of position behind them, but still trying to press on. In the background is going to be Race Logic and PLR Racing 8. Axiometrics not that far away in 9th either, so they're just keeping a watching brief towards the base of the top 10. A little wayward from Vasiliev through the right-hander at Druids, and now they come just undulating up and down towards Lodge Corner. Just in front of them, I noticed that Simon Rudd's not attacking Fabulous. Twitch of front end, lost front end grip from the lap car behind them, as behind, that was PLR Racer on a little bit wide there, lost out to I think at least Race Logic, and down a couple of spots in the order.
Yeah, we just saw Greenheath there get pretty slidey again through the final corner. getting it nice and sideways, holding onto it well. It was an attempt at an attack on the car ahead, but now he's under attack from the car behind. Round the outside, lovely move there from Team FFS. They move straight up into fourth, and they're immediately attacking for the overall podium. Switch back to the inside from FFS. Vlad has to move out the way and give him the opportunity on the inside. FFS, 2 places gained in the space of 2 corners. Fantastic racing from FFS, and they have fired their way up into the podium spots. Here's the opportunity for Gary Bay. Round the outside, into Island he goes, and he's able to get the move done, and now he's looking to re-attack FFS. Well, in all of this, Vape Club with EDF Motorsport have slipped down into 5th place. Again, he's seen the pit open board, I do believe. It has been put out now. Whether they quite saw it or not, I'm not 100% sure. We'll wait and see when they come through to end this lap, whether Vape Club do dive in or whether they have to go round for another lap. And now Vlad's under pressure from the Rare Vinyl TLR car, as Scott mentioned earlier on as well. PLR in a few issues in this restart. They've dropped a few places. Axiometrics through to 8th, Pesky through to 9th, and PLR having that bit of a moment down at the final corner as well. So just struggling for grip out there are the 146. And you can see they've just dropped ever so slightly off of the back of this pack now as they're chased down by a few other drivers. There was Greenheath applying the pressure. There's a move down the inside from Rare Vinyl TLR. It's so close, it's almost contact. Big wobble for Rare Vinyl TLR. Off onto the grass they go, and 3 cars say thank you very much and move on through. That was Race Logic, Axiometrics and Team Pesky all making their way through. So that'll be Rare Vinyl TLR down into 9th place. It was aggressive from them, attempting the move up the inside, but just no grip for them to work with, sliding all the way to the exit. They were very lucky there. Well, really, actually, Vape Club were very lucky there that they didn't get collected as they swerved out to the outside of the circuit and got in and amongst it. There is Axiometrics having to sort of half attack, half defend. They've got Team Pesky right up behind them. And just seeing as to whether we do have any cars putting into pits. No, so this is the first time they've seen the pit open board. Then I assume next time around we will see Vlad diving into the pits, and potentially the same for a few of our other cars as well. There is finally the attack from Axiometrics. They were defending and attacking at the same time, but they get the move done down the inside. Up into 6th place they go, relegating Race Logic down into 7th place. And now Pesky want a bit of that as well. Looking to the outside, looking to the inside. It's not quite going to work out, and Pesky stay there in 8th place. Well, it's all started to hot up once again then as we head towards the second and final pit stop window of this race. There we go then. So some of the drivers at the back of the pack did see that pit lane open board before the drivers at the front, just with how the laps worked out in terms of timing. So we have had a few diving into pit lane. I do think that was Signature RV. Yes, it was. So the 557 has pitted. Who have we got down there as well? It is Team Pacific, the 257, and the 403 of pit happens as well. So 3 cars were able to see that open board and able to dive in at the first time of asking. We wait with bated breath, though, for our leaders to continue on round and potentially dive in themselves. Here is that battle for 5th place. As there's the battle for 3rd. FFS still under a lot of pressure from Greenheath, just in behind. Vape Club with EDF Motorsports have got Race Logic and Axiometrics right behind them. I believe, of course, those two switched earlier on in this lap, didn't they? So Axiometrics, after getting 6th and Race Logic, now trying to steal 5th place away from Vape Club. Not quite able to do it yet, though.
Impressive stuff from Team FFS to be that high up there in 3rd position. Team FFS doing a grand job. Currently with Barry Thompson at the wheel. And of course, they're going to hand over to Lewis Thompson, former catering champion himself, which knows exactly what he needs to do. I say that with context in terms of experience levels. As we go back to our leaders, and it's still 2 tenths between Fabulous and Simon Rudd, down towards the right-hander.
New fastest lap on the last lap from Olympian GRD as well, but within 3 tenths of each other on the last one were Uvio and Olympian. But look at this. No, it was a fake out there from Olympian GRD, as if they were going to go into the pits, but they didn't. But where are Vape Club? Yes, FFS are in, and Vape Club are in as well.
So that was interesting. Well, I thought it was a bit of a tactic where they were anticipating whether or not the Uvio were going to pit, so they were going to go in there. It was there they could. That was interesting. A bit of a wiggle there from Uvio over the curb as well. So Fabulous pushing on, but they almost got caught up by the dummy. That was quite interesting how they kind of went through with left hand, went through at the exit. And you're absolutely right. You saw Simon Rudd just ever slightly fake to go to the pit there and went, no, I'm not going in yet because you're not going in. So they're trying to match, I think, whatever Uvio do, I think they're going to try and match them at the track to try and sight them out a little bit. There is the final pit stop. Quickly slamming the door is Ted Bradbury. Give me the car. I want to get back out there as quick as I can. And we know how quick he is, of course, as he came in from what was... He's dropped down to 9th at least, so he'll try and get back up the order because we know other cars are going to make their final stops in this stint. You can also see as well that thanks to the bright sunshine we have now that's been shining on here ever since we started the broadcast here at Oulton Park, after a dark and murky qualifying in the wet, it's something of a patchy but more definitive dry line forming, and it is starting to get dry out there, at least online. Offline still a little bit patchy and damp. They might be catching some drivers out in this all-weather tyre provided to us by Harncook for the first time this season. Top two back down towards Hislops and Knickerbrook once again. This is on their 18th lap of the race. Rattle over the curbs, and we'll see if either of them make a pit stop earlier enough or not. They both seem comfortable on track, but they might possibly leave us until the rather than the first stint where they came in at the earliest possible time. I wonder if they'll leave it this time, John, the last possible moment before they actually decide to come in.
I have a feeling they might, you know. I think with the pace that Fabulous has found underneath him in the car in this second stint, they might just leave him out all the way to the end of the pit window, and I think Olympian GRD might just follow whatever they do and leave it down to a battle in pit lane. We know how quick Olympian GRD are in the pits, and to be fair, UVO are rather speedy as well. We wait and see how that battle continues. Interestingly enough, fastest lap has just been set by Second Choice Racing, who of course were batting for the lead earlier on, had those issues and are now a few laps down, but finding more pace out there, which is good to see, and positives to take on to the race later on this afternoon. Are we going into pit lane? Are we faking out? We are actually coming in this time. Both our two leaders, UVO Hoppers Motorsport and Olympian GRD in. Greenheath will follow them in as well, so Axiometrics will continue on round. They will take the current race lead, but it's not going to be overall. We wait to see who leads on the exit of pit lane. We drop down to Mr. Luke Woodford on the roaming camera. It is going to be a change.
And it's changed to a lead. It was interesting that the Olympian car was practically just about starting to move as Rally Phillips was getting underway, whilst both doors were still open. So they were that keen to get away, and they have beaten them out of the pits. There's been a change in pit lane. Now it's back to Riley versus Farkini. In terms of pace-wise, we know that Farkini was not as quick as Riley in that first stint. Therefore, I think not only have they got track advantage and position advantage with Riley at the wheel now, I think it's pace advantage as well. If that's the perfect trio, that could be potentially, if Riley's as quick as he was in stint 1, it could be game, set and match.
Indeed, that's exactly what we thought, exactly why we thought Olympian GRD would just copy whatever UVO Hoffmans did, because they felt that maybe they were a little bit stronger in pit lane. Well, they've proven that there as they jump ahead. And there's always shenanigans in the pit lane, and I'm sure people will be calling out different things and whatnot, but either way, Olympian have jumped them in pit lane and have got it sorted. How speedy they do it is ridiculous. I think they have a couple of times in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship seen a sub-10 pit stop from stopping to restarting again, which is ridiculous for getting one driver out and one driver back in safely. My goodness. Well, there we go then. Change at the sharp end of the order, and really now we want to watch out and see where the likes of Axiometrics and of course Vape Club fit into all of this once all is said and done as well. A little bit worried I can't see too many of them in that camera shot, so we will wait and see how that plays out. How much time did Vape Club with EVF Motorsport lose on that stint with Vlad Vasiliev behind the wheel? Not to be rude to Vlad, as you said, he's been improving throughout this season. It's been fantastic to see, but has that scuppered them in terms of battling for the race lead in the dying moments here? Well, pit window has now closed, of course, so board is still out, so I think potentially we are still waiting for one or two teams to dive in, given that this lap is a particularly long one here at Oulton Park International. But either way, main focus, your two championship rivals have completed the pit stop and they've swapped at the sharp end.
They have, and it looks as though that Riley's already trying to get away from Farkini at this early point of this final stint. In the background there you can see charging along in what is currently, yes, I think down to 5th position is Vape Club EDF. Well, the Vape Club showing 11th, they should shuffle around I think at the end of this lap, because they are ahead of Team FFS, which I think has got a tiny bit of damage to its front right splitter, I thought. I saw they're wayward through Lodge Corner on top of that as well. So they're struggling a tiny bit. Across the line they will all come. Through the pit stops also, that they haven't actually pitted yet, is into the dizzying heights of 4th is Team 212 Birds, who of course are borrowing EDF's car for this weekend after their regular car is out of action. It's here in the paddock, we're not quite there as Team FFS is pushing hard and a little too hard as it runs wide on the exit of Old Hall Corner, but still chasing after Ted Bradbury. I admire the gusto of Rivers at wheel of that car, which is the FFS 220 in that stint, which is Lewis Thompson, so no wonder that car's pushing on. He's another very talented young driver in the field, so plenty of young drivers who are using Fun Cup as a good stepping stone to get up there into possibly the higher levels of maybe GT or endurance racing or something of that ilk, or prototype racing, because it is long distance racing. And the fact is these are of course evenly matched cars in terms of they're all built from the same factory, built to the same spec. It's down to the drivers and how well the teams can run them that makes the difference. As now, that was Greeky, I think, was that them giving away position, or they're losing? They were losing or giving away. No, they were giving away position, because it's now up into 8th position. Has gone Greeky. FFS on their tail now, so this means that you can see back under pressure is Paul Turner, having taken back over from Gary Bates. And Lewis Thompson pushing on to try and make a move, and that will push the 14 car down another spot into the bottom end of the top 10.
So this is actually the battle for third place, I think, once all is said and done. So Vape Club through to third, FFS into fourth, and now Greenheath down to fifth. We're still expecting Axiometrics, Rare Vinyl, TLR, Burt and iLockers into the pit. I think I've already seen iLockers, and I've definitely already seen Pesky as well in second place. So just waiting for a few updates on the timing. As off there goes FF Corsa. They were batting at the sharp end earlier on, but it's all gone wrong down at Druids. A wide moment, but it seems as though they've done well to keep it out of the wall.
Now, have FF Corsa made their second pit stop? Because if they have, that would have been... yes, they have. So that's interesting. So that was Michael Broadhurst making a mistake. And Michael, being vast experienced, doesn't often make a kind of mistake like that if it is him in the wheel.
Axiometrics in then. They've already seen the red board that denotes they can't go round again. There's another big wobble there for FFS. Yeah, clearly struggling for grip out there, but that's not hampering their confidence, is it? They are pressing on and looking to chase down an overall podium in this one, as they're still within touching distance of Vape Club.
And interestingly, Axiometrics, when they came in, they took over the lead from Rare Vinyl as they were coming in. So despite what happened at the beginning of the first start, having that front right hanging off, they've actually got to a point where, yes, even briefly through a pit stop sequence, they've been leading this race at one point, which is quite phenomenal given where they were, what was it, more than an hour ago.
Really impressive. However, it doesn't seem like they've had the quickest stop. Still waiting down there at the end of the pit lane to get things going. And we are still waiting. Rare Vinyl went ages ago. There we go. They finally do leave the pit stop and continue on, closely followed by the next car. But that's quite a bit of time lost in pit lane there, sadly, for Axiometrics. So they'll drop down, I think, sort of the bottom end of the top 10 once all is said and done.
3.5 seconds is the gap between Riley Phillips and Farkini. So that's the gap between them as they come through in position. Yeah, 6.5 seconds off the lead is Team Olympian, whereas it's now another, go back to 10 seconds total, where you've got between Nuvio and Axiometrics, who will cross the line out in front. Vape Club pushing on. Of course, we've got to make sure to see where Burt gets to as well with their last pit stop sequence. Team FFS up there as well. Good to see that both Barry and Lewis Thompson doing a grand job, and they are, of course, sharing with Nick Heighton, who started that car at the beginning of the race in the first stint. And of course, once this last couple of pit stops cycles through, we'll get a proper sequence and the show gets handle of where everyone is in respect position-wise, but also respectfully to each other by the time we go into these last 9 and a bit minutes for this penultimate race of the season for Fun Cup Endurance 2025. Not the title decider, that comes later on this afternoon with the last 3 hours of the season. We could still have at least as many as 4 teams still in contention, because Axiometrics have done a pretty strong job. Although Ted Bradbury was doing a pretty strong job trying to throw the car off the road and push as hard as he did, which he was exiting Drury's, but not quite sure that exit line was exactly what he was hoping for.
Yeah, he white-lined that one, didn't he, on the exit? My goodness, that was a heart-stopping moment for Ted Bradbury. But, well, it was heart-stopping for me. It probably wasn't for him behind the wheel. He had it all under control. But he is seriously pressing on. I think, really, his main focus is keeping the FFS car behind, as they've just popped in the new fastest lap of the race, a 2:04.478, half a second quicker than Ted Bradbury, and Bradbury's off again down at the first corner, losing a bit of momentum, as they're really not too far behind Uvio Hoppman's Motorsport as well.
And astonishing, if you look at the lap times of both Olympian and Uvio, they're miles quicker, at least 2 seconds quicker, if not 3 seconds quicker, if not more than the 2 cars in front. So with 8 and a bit minutes to go, are we going to have here potentially a bit of a showdown here with 4 cars battling over the race lead?
Wow, that is a serious margin, isn't it? My goodness, a 2:07 and a 2:08 for your 2 leaders versus 2 2:04s for Vape Club and FFS. So really, the team need to be telling them this and say, right, don't fight, just work together here, and you could potentially catch the 2 leaders. Well, they've nearly already have caught Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, as they've been battling with FF Corsa, who of course are now a lap down after those issues up at Druids. This is all getting rather spicy, isn't it, Scott?
Now, the intriguing thing is here, they can try and negotiate the FF Corsa car as quick as they can. That's going to be quite the interesting bit, particularly with Michael Broadhurst at the wheel, who is no slouch himself, but he is a lapped car, so he's going to have to try and move out of the way. They're both on the tail of Farkini here. Now, how hard does he try and defend this down towards the right hand? The answer is, oh, not that hard. He's going up the inside, lets them both through. That was a bit too easy for Uvio, I think. Either they just realised the pace isn't there and we're letting them go, or something's not quite right with that car.
Yeah, Uvio don't do that, especially in a title battle. They don't just let someone through. So there's got to be some further issues for them in this race. They're just looking to consolidate the points and improve and fix whatever it is ready for the 3-hour endurance race later on this afternoon.
Right, now what could be intriguing here is Vate Club EDF could be on course for their second win in Fun Cup. Team FFS, I think I'm right in saying, have never won a race in Fun Cup before, so we could get another first-time winner here if they can first get past Ted Bradbury here. And if anyone can, it seems as though Lewis Thompson has managed to find his equal with Ted Bradbury pace-wise. He's going to keep him honest all the way through. The big question is going to be here is how much can they try and close in. They might not close in if they go side by side like that, but it could be a position change here as they come across the line, and it is side by side for second. Thompson on the inside, Bradbury on the outside on the approach to Old Hall Corner. Thompson breaks that a little bit later, turns in and takes second place. Now the question's got to be, does he drag Ted Bradbury with him, and can they catch Riley Phillips out in front with a 5-second gap to close in and 6.5 minutes to go?
Barry Thompson has been awesome in this stint so far. Fantastic to watch. Such great pace as well, as they still hold the fastest lap. I think they've got even quicker on that last lap around, and now they've made the overtake up into second place. Yes, my notes that I put together, their best finish so far this season was a P4 for FFS, and that was at the season opener at Brands Hatch. Since then, they've been in the top 10 twice, a P7 at Anglesey and a P7 at Croft, but this looking to be their best result of the season so far. I don't want the commentators curse them, and potential with 6 minutes to go to close that gap. They are 5 seconds off the back of Olympian GRD, and Riley Phillips, crucially, is finding a bit more pace. Down into the 206s on the last lap, but still about 1.5 seconds slower than the two chasing cars.
Evidence they're pushing. They were rattling those curves at Britain Chicane going towards Hislops. They really are pushing hard. The key thing is, though, the harder these two fight each other, the easier it is for Ryan to continue making that break and to hold on, because they've got to realise at one point, if they don't work together temporarily to try and catch them, then they won't get a chance at a victory. They'll be second, literally, they will be second best. And the fact that Ryan's definitely had the hurry up from Chris Devell over the radio saying, look, the two cars behind are doing 2 minutes 4s, you're quick, but you're going to have to put your foot down and find something else. That's the key thing. And I thought that they're probably doing something else, something I don't think they ever thought they had to tell Riley for this, which is push harder, because he's usually one of the quickest guys, if not the quickest guy out in the field. But now he's got two guys behind him and lapping literally a couple of seconds quicker, and thinking, well, crikey, I'll put my foot down here and go even faster if I can.
Yeah, wow, there's so many talking points from this race. There's so many that I wouldn't have expected at the start of it. Is that was wobbly, wasn't it, for FFS? Might give the opportunity for attack once again from Vate Club and EDF Motorsports. Will Ted go for it, though, or will he think about that slipstream and trying to close up to the leader? That's exactly what he's doing, staying right in behind in the wheel tracks of FFS and pressing on well. Gap down to 3.7 seconds. They've gained 1.3. I'm not quite sure if that's going to be enough. We're right on that bubble as to whether they'll catch them by the end of this race.
They could, and they might have enough time to do so. Given that lap times are in the 2 minute 4s, they might have enough time to do possibly this and this lap, another one, and maybe another one else. Possibly this one could be 3 laps to go. If they're closing in at about 1.4, 1.5 seconds, and the gap is 3.7, I think they will catch him. But of course, as we know, as the typical saying goes, catching is one thing in motorsport, passing is an entirely different matter altogether. So Riley Phillips, and I certainly know also, he's not afraid to make a move, but also get his elbows out either. So he definitely won't be that easy, or doing a Uvia style kind of after you can let them both through. That's not going to happen with Riley. He will defend it to the teeth as much as he can, but he knows these two behind are pushing as hard. He'll be getting the info. Either he'll be getting the info, or they've been told how quick they are, and just simply responded to F1 style, shut up and let me drive. I don't want to know the gaps. Let me go, and I'll figure it out myself.
Kimi Räikkönen style. Let's see how they can get past the back mark here at 257. Olympian caught them at a very difficult section there through the S's, has maybe held them up a little bit more. This might just be what FFS and Vate Club need as they both snake their way through down there as they now head up through to the top of the hill. Wow, this is proving to be very exciting at the end of this race. Can FFS potentially grab their first ever victory in the Fun Cup? How quickly can they chase them down? 3 minutes left to go.
Tell you what, that's not 3.7 seconds anymore.
No
I make it about 1 point something. They really have pushed on. And Lewis Thompson sideways. He's slightly off, and he was off the road on the exit of the Druids corner. I forgot the corner for a second there. And such was the impressive run that they're having. He lost the back end pushing on. And you can tell by the body language of that car just how hard Lewis is driving it. He's got Ted Bradbury's incentive to keep on pushing him. He'd have lost a couple of car lengths after that mistake. They are going to get 2 more laps. There's another chance for him to try and catch them back up again. The gap was down to 3.7 to 1.7, so 2 seconds taken out at least. If he hadn't made that mistake, it would have been more. Through Old Hall Corner they go again. 2 more laps to go then. I think there's a case of, it's not a case of if he catches him, but, and I can't believe I'm saying this about Riley Phillips, it's when they catch him and what happens when they do.
Wow, this is is surprising. We keep our eyes firmly glued to the screen, saying yes, apologies. Of course, I had said, if I can now find it, it's not Barry Thompson behind the wheel, which is what I said. It's Lewis Thompson. My apologies. Thank you for correcting me there. Yeah, massive shout out to Lewis. What a stint this has been. He's been on the ragged edge throughout, hasn't he? Leaving nothing on the table, and it's paying off for them at the moment as they chase down Olympian GRD. I've just noticed as well, Signature RV in 5th place have just got the fastest lap, and they are only half a second behind Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport. There could be more points lost for the 225.
Unsurprised when it's a certain Marcus Clutton at the wheel, who is usually one of the quickest guys out on track anyway, and he'll be throwing that car around just as much as these two trying to catch after Riley Phillips. You can see how hard Ted's going. Every time to the first part of the chicane at Britain's, that car is practically at a 45-degree angle over the curb on the first apex. He's absolutely going for it, and now the top three are practically all together. And I wonder at what point Ted's going to think, right, if we both get past Riley, screw working together, I'm going for it. It might happen if he gets past it before the end of the last lap here. They're going to make their way through Knickerbrook. They're getting close. That is definitely not anything at all. In fact, it's nothing. Over the crest, they'll come towards Lodge Corner. It was Druids and Lodge over Clay Hill. 3 for the lead. On to the last lap of the race with a lap and a bit to go. Nail biting ain't the word in this one, John.
Oh wow, this is fantastic. Yeah, like you say, I don't think FFS or Vape Club have heard of the phrase mechanical sympathy, have they? They are absolutely flying, using every bit of circuit that they can, and FFS are on to the back of your championship leaders here as we head down into the final corner and on to the final lap of the race. I'm waiting for that last lap board to come out as we head up over Deerleaf. Here we go then, side by side down into T1. They'll see the last lap board. Olympian squeezing FFS right to the pit wall as we head down into T1. Committed down the inside from FFS. Will they get the position? Just about. Looked as though the up and under attempt from Olympian, but it's not going to work.
So there it is then. Lewis Thompson takes Team FFS into the lead on the final lap of the race. Are they about to take their first victory? Or will Riley Phillips fight back? He's looking down the inside. This is shades what happened in the last race of the season last year. We know what happened there when it was contact between himself and Uvio. Doesn't happen this time, but now that Ted Bradbury, he's going to now put Riley Phillips under pressure. But the harder, again, those two fight each other, the easier it could be for FFS and Thompson to get a break as they come out down Lakeside towards Island Bend for the final time. They swing through as a trio, nose to tail on the approach to the Shell Oils hairpin. Is Bradbury going to attack or sit back and look at the British chicane as the next opportunity? Looking around the outside of the Shell Oils hairpin, gets squeezed out to the edge of the circuit by Phillips, but he might still be on the outside line by the time they come back into camera shot. He isn't. He's back in line for second place, but all this is allowing Thompson to get away here with half a lap to go. This could be pretty tense here. Our Team FFS half a lap away from their first Fun Cup victory.
Awesome racing between these three, crucially in the championship as well. Uvio have lost the place for 4th to Signature RV, so more points lost for them. Attempting down the inside, a bit of a fake out there from Olympian, but it has caught out the 220. They do get it slowed down into the corner. I was going to say this is perfect for FFS because really Olympian and Vape Club are thinking about the championship more than the overall victory, but they are still thinking about it.
They certainly are then. Right, last few corners to come. Up the hill they go, 3 together. It could all still change with literally 2 corners left of the race to go. The time has hit 0. Checker flag is being prepared. Is it going to be a first win for FFS, another win for Olympian, or a second win for Vape Club through Druids for the final time? Nose to a little wide. Here comes to Bradbury. Up the inside, they make contact with the one of Riley Phillips side by side. Now the approach down towards Druids for second place for Lodge Corner for the final time. Those two will battle, but into the final corner for the last time. There goes Bradbury for second place. Olympian loses it down to third, but out over it for the final time. It's going to be for Barry Thompson, Nick Hines, and for Lewis Thompson. A first victory in Fun Cup for Team FFS at the checkered flag. They win for the first time in Fun Cup Endurance in round number 9 of the championship. It's second place on the last corner for Vape Club EDF and third place for the Team Olympian in number 1 GRD. 4th goes to Signature, who took that place on the last lap of the race, and Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport prop up the top 5 with a result I'm pretty certain for the championship is not what they were after at all, John Ratcliffe.
Wow. Could you tell me, could you guess to me where you think FFS started on the grid in this race?
About 18th.
26th place on the grid
in
a 1 hour endurance race, and they've won.
In a 30-car grid to start with.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That is unbelievable. What a race from Team FFS. One of the best performances of the season. Absolutely fantastic. A fully deserved race victory there. Had to get the elbows out, and my goodness, did they do a good job of it. And there you go then. Vape Club with the aggressive move through Druids there, making a little bit of contact with Olympian GRD, a bit of trading paint, but they stole second place away in the dying moments. So there we go then. Our 3 championship contenders. Vape Club with EDF Motorsport in second, Olympian GRD in third, and UVA Hoffman's Motorsport in 5th. So still all to play for when we head into the 3-hour endurance race later on this afternoon. Sadly, Axiometrics, they were our outside shot to begin with anyway, and it's not quite worked out for them, and that's in that final stint of the race. They had such a good middle stint, but dropping down into P12 once all is said and done. Let's run you through the full results then from round number 9 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship here from Oulton Park. Our 1-hour sprint is done and dusted. Team FFS take their first victory of the season here at Oulton Park. I will say as well, when we headed on to that final lap, I did notice that it had started raining outside the commentary box window as well. So not only were they battling hard, also in changing conditions. Amazing. Vape Club with EDF Motorsport, Team Olympian GRD, your overall podium signature RV, 4th place, and your victors in Masters. UVA Hoffman's Motorsport round out the top 5. They were followed by Greenheath, Race Logic, PLR Racing, Rare Vinyl TLR, and Team Pesky, your top 10. British Endurance Racing Team, they're in 11th place, followed by Axiometrics, the Sunoco Racing Team, and iLockers Racing in 14th place. 15th, just behind them, was Pit Happens. They were followed by Demon Tweaks 2, the FF Corsa kart there in 17th place. Behind them was Team Pacific, then Demon Tweaks 249, Red River Sport 200, then Team Summers, Second Choice Racing in 22nd, and Sheridage UK not making it to the checkered flag in that one. So of 30 drivers that started the race, only 22 made it to the checkered flag, and only 16 finished on the lead lap. From that one we lost Sheridage UK, Renan Racing, Anglo-Asian Mining, Morpheus Motorsport 109, Morpheus Motorsport 110, the 111 of GCI Racing, the Ninky Nonk, and Seed Data. Wow, what a way to kick off the finale of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship here from Oulton Park, and what a win for Team FFS. Right then, I can't wait to hear from them. I'm sure you can't wait either. Let's head straight down to Jamie Peters-Ennis.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I'm down with Team FFS now. We've got Maria and Barry Thompson, obviously Lewis's parents, and Nick Hyson here. We've had tears, we've had hugs. Maria, you've finally done it.
I've done a thing, yeah.
You've been amazing. You didn't have to drive either.
It was brilliant, you know. It was, yeah. Yeah, I'm so made up for the team. They've worked really hard this weekend. They've all been on it, so it's about time that we've had a few near misses throughout the year, a bit of bad luck, loads of bad draws at the back, but oh my God, I can have a wine now. It's like...
Nearly, you got another race to do yet.
Drunk by the time.
And Baz, that must be so proud. You must be so proud of Lewis. Anglesey last year, you stated that you're not here to make up numbers. Yeah. You're here to be at the front, and you've done that.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, it's been we struggled yesterday with grip and didn't really expect much today. Obviously, the restart. There's obviously a lot of cars taken out and it's quite disappointing for them people, but it's amazing. I had a really good stint. Nick drove really well to get to 12th or 13th, and then I did quite well. I think I got to 3rd, and then Lewis has just smashed it out of the park. So made up and crying, and it'll be a late night tonight, I think.
And Nick, you got to start last now.
No, it's the one time I've not brought a change of clothes. Thinking we're not going out tonight, but I think we are. No, that was brilliant today. I only came today because I was away for a week, but I think I did an okay stint, and then Bazza did sensational. I think Lewis, if you watch that again, was absolutely mega. So really good for the team because we've been quite close, I think, at least twice before. So really good to get a win, not even a podium, but a win. Yeah. Really good.
Right, now you've got to go and do some running. Go and celebrate. So that's race 1 here at Oulton Park. Next up will be the first of our support races. But from now, it's goodbye to me, and I'll hand over to Scott and John.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Jamie. Well, if that has set the tone for the rest of the day, it's going to be some very exciting racing still to come here from Oulton Park. And like Jamie said, we say goodbye to him momentarily while we crack on with a few other races. But of course, we'll end the day with the 3-hour endurance finale, round 10 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, still to come later on this afternoon. But before then, we've got 3 races and a lunch break still to come. Up next is the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup and the Ricci Concept Classic VW Cup as well. They've got 1 race before lunch, 1 race after lunch, and in between that will be the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy. So let's go racing again then. Let's crack on with the next race of the day.
So from a 1 hour sprint to a true 15-minute sprint, because we're now getting set for our first of our non-endurance championship races of the day, and it is for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup and the Ricci Concept Classic VW Cup as well, sharing one grid together. They qualified together this morning in wet weather conditions. As you can see, the conditions are a lot brighter, but still quite damp and patchy out there, which means it should make it quite interesting for this excellent grid of retro tin tops and the hot hatches that are competing today. Here's the grid with the Classic VW cars starting at the front of the field. It's Tim Evans in his Audi TT Mark II that will start in pole position. Alongside him is Simon Tomlinson in his ex-VW Cup car, VW Golf, on the front row of the grid. Donald DeVar making it all the way from Scotland in his Mark I Golf starts third, alongside Luke Shaw in his Volkswagen Golf. And then we have the last of our 6 Classic VW cars, and Paul Dunningham's Audi A3 that should be quite quick in these conditions, and Nick Sanderson in his Seat Leon Super Copa. Then we have a road gap back to our MG Metro Cup contenders. Jack Ashton, championship leader, looking to try and seal the title after being pretty dominant throughout this season. He starts on the front row alongside Matthew Simpson on the front row in P8. We move backwards to there's a 20-second delay between the VWs and the Metros, where we'll see behind Jack Ashton and Matt Simpson, Richard Garrard and Dick Trevitt on the second row of the grid, then Mark Wilson and Tim Shooter on the third row. Fourth row is where we find John Moore and Phil Goodwin from Carl Wheaton and Paul Deacon. And then right at the back of our Metro Cup cars is Jonathan McCorkin and Neil Burnett to round out the 12 Metros that we have in the field, to make up in total an 18-car grid in mix for 6 of our Classic VWs and 12 of our MG Metros. So nothing to worry about in terms of championship connotations when it comes to the VWs. Different story when it comes to the Metros, because the Metros does have a championship going on at this point. And in their battle, it is currently at the moment a 20-point advantage, if I remember correctly, if I could bring up the table in front of me here, because that would certainly help.
18, I believe.
18, you believe. Okay, an 18-point gap at this point in time between Jack Ashton and Matt Simpson at the head. So 176 to 158 points, it seems, at the top of the field, with Tim Shooter third. Those are the 3 main drivers in contention for the title. Carl Wheaton fourth, then Mike Williams fifth, and Dick Trevitt, Neil Garrett, Richard Garrett, Neil Burnett, Phil Goodwin, John McCorkin, and there's Tyler in the top 10. So of course, the MG Metro Cup's been around for quite a while, since the early points in the 1980s. This championship's been around in many cases, but this championship's still going strong. Joined the BRSCC a couple of seasons ago and has been going strong ever since, and we'll be looking forward to more racing next year in 2026 in the championship as well. As for the Classic VW Cup, had their calendar recently announced for next season, so looking forward to more Classic VWs competing amongst each other. There's a really good eclectic mix of cars usually in that series. You get not just, as the title says, Classic VWs, but it welcomes all VAG cars that can compete, and that includes Seats and Cupras. It also includes Audis, and on top of that, even Skodas that can compete. So in fact, last time out we had a Skoda, Paul Roderson's Skoda Octavia VRS. It was quite a souped up machine. That car was a guest in the series and won both races last time at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago. So the cars make their way around onto the formation lap. I'm not sure if they'll get a second formation lap, given that, yes, the conditions are a bit different, given there are some drier and more spottier, drier patches on the circuit, but it's still a little bit greasy out there. It's still a bit slick and a bit unpredictable in terms of how the weather is. And being a racing driver, having raced of course the Fun Cup, I think you'll know this experience. When it comes to car setup, as I've heard with so many drivers before, you either want it fully wet or fully dry. Anything in between that is a nightmare to work out a setup.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think that, to be honest, mate, I just got in the car and drove as fast as I could, so I didn't really worry about it that side. I just let them get on with it, chuck me in the car, I'll just go as fast as I can, which is usually not that fast. But either way, I'm really looking forward to this one, like you say, with the split grid as well, so we're going to have multiple sets of eyes here, really, to keep up to date with all of the action going on. But of course, Alpha Live bringing you a fantastic coverage as always, and we can have that picture-in-picture in case there's battles galore going across both championships and series. We will be able to keep an eye on that one. But yeah, like you say, let's wait and see. As there you go, picture-in-picture, so kindly shown there by our producer Kieran. Let's wait and see if we do go off first time of asking. It does look like we will, and like you mentioned, a 20-second delay between the two championships. So yeah, the Ricci Concept Classic VW Cup will go. 20 seconds later, the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup will then go. And then after about 15 minutes, I'll be the one rushing down to go and have a chat with some of the drivers as well. Green flag at the back of the grid then. Looks like we're getting ready to go.
Certainly are. So first of all, the RPWs will set off first of all. Watch for the red lights Top of their gantry, lights out, and they are underway. It's a slick start, actually, through the middle from the second row of the grid. A rocket start for Donald DeVar. The potent little Mark 1 Golf shoots the gap between the Audi TT and the Volkswagen Golf, heads to the inside line, and Donald DeVar leads in towards Oulton Corner for the first time. So Mark 1 Golf ahead of Audi TT, ahead of Mark 5 Golf, out of turn 1 for the first time. Meanwhile, behind them, 20 seconds afterwards, here comes the cavalry. Here comes the MG Metros, and it's Jack Ashton who gets the strong start. Champion leader down towards turn 1. Matt Simpson to his outside towards Old Hall Corner. Might have the grip on the outside line. Does have the grip. Settles his way around the outside, and Williams makes it stick. Tim Shooter gets edged out wide by Richard Garrett, but he holds on to the place for 4th position. Down the avenue towards Cascades for the first time, and it is Simpson from Ashton, from Garrett, from Shooter. Looking down the outside, I think the background there was somebody else to get involved there too. But through the left-hander they go, down past Lakeside, all clean and tidy in the first lap as the VW cars are already making their way out towards Shedlaw's hairpin for the first time.
Indeed, well, they've all done a better job than the Fun Cup, haven't they, on the first lap of racing? So it's all gone well.
Don't say that too loud.
That's very true. They've not made it to the end of the lap just yet, so I will wait with bated breath. But all looking good at the moment. Good to see how close all those MG Metros are, absolutely nose to tail as they file down through to Shell Oils for the first time. We look back to our other squabble of cars in the VW Cup. Looks as though, despite the absolute charge off the start by DeVar, he has now lost first place. And another driver has snuck on back through in the Audi. That was a nice, cheeky, opportunistic move to retake the lead of the race. Here are the MGs flying on through the S's, up and over the crest, and down into the bottom section of the circuit once more. They'll chuck on the brakes down into his slots. Any overtaking opportunities on this first lap of racing? Not just yet, sadly, between the drivers at the sharp end, but continuing to press on well, and it is absolutely nose to tail, I will say, between the top two as they press on. So we've got six cars in the VW Cup, then followed by 12 cars in the MG Metros. As they continue on to lap 2, then goes Evans in the Audi TT. He's now leading the way in the VW Cup. These two still squabbling for the sharp end in the Metros, but no changes just yet.
Yeah, looks like Jack Ashton got pretty close on the run towards Druids Corner, but couldn't make the move stick. They're just heading out of Druids and approaching Lodge for the first time. As you say, the VW leaders are already out of Old Hall Corner, with DeVar in second place pretty clear, but 2.8 seconds back from the Audi TT of Tim Evans. Third for Simon Tomlinson in the ex-VW Cup car. And then it's fourth position for Luke Shaw in his VW Scirocco. Then it's the Paul Dunningham Audi A3 and Nick Sanderson in his Seat Loud Super Copa. For the Metros across the line for the first time, it is Simpson from Ashton, from Dick Trevitt, in fact, he's down in third position. He's in the blue car in third position. It's John Moore in fourth position, Tim Shooter fifth. There's a possible change for the lead here as Jack Ashton looks down the outside, down the avenue into Cascade, sweeps across as he turns into the left-hander, and the championship leader is back in front here of the pack. But also hot on their heels is Dick Trevitt in that blue and white Metro behind them in car number 96. But it's Moore in fourth, Shooter in fifth, Goodwin down to sixth after a strong start. Then Garrett, Wilson, Wheaton and Burnett rounding out the top 10.
The impressive move there around the outside, down through Cascades. Fantastic for Jack Ashton. Makes his way back to the sharp end. I think we saw the move down the inside at turn 1 as well through Old Hall Corner. Shooter getting past Moore. So Tim Shooter up into fourth place then. Still 11.5 minutes of this race left to go, but all chopping and changing as we head on through. I have seen as well the number 140, so that is Simon Tomlinson in the first pack, has got himself a 10-second penalty. I saw it had come up with him in another car, but the other car didn't exist, so I was a bit confused. I think they've reset that back out now with just the 140 having a 10-second penalty. So sadly for him, battling in for second place, but he's going to drop right to the back of the order once all is said and done, I think. If gaps stay like this with that 10-second penalty, that's a sizable one to be added on at the end of proceedings. Here we see that battle continuing on out of the final corner. Up and under attempt there as they press on through onto another lap of this race. And there we go, we see it all shuffling about then. How has that changed? I thought it had. I thought that was our race leader who'd been slow, slipping backwards as Donald DeWar takes the lead of this race then. Luke Shaw and Paul Dunningham all nose to tail, these three. I think Dunningham's just managed to skip on past Shaw there at the first corner, as one of the Metros is well off there onto the green stuff on the inside of Druids. That's always a surprising one, but usually means that they've lost the back end, managed to catch it though before colliding with the wall, and they get themselves back onto the black stuff where they should be. Good to see. So we've got Tim Evans and Simon Tomlinson both dropping down the order here. I'm not sure what has happened to these two.
It's probably a transponder issue.
Must be, right?
On that side, because they are still where they should be, which is first and second out in front in the Classic VWs. Here further back, this is what we see Dick Trevitt battling away with Tim Shooter down the outside. Phil Goodwin either has disappeared or got somewhere else, as that was getting close between Mark Wilson and I think possibly Richard Garrett as they came out of Oulton Park. They're still almost tapping wing mirrors and still tapping wing mirrors on the approach towards Cascades, but it is the inside line for Wilson in the white and black Metro, white with black bumpers. Turns him through a left-hander and just tries to squeeze his nose up the inside but can't quite get past Trevitt. And Trevitt himself, who is not in his typical yellow and orange older Metro Turbo, in one of the slightly newer shape Rover Metros, and making good use of it. Currently stationed in 5th position in the category. Ashton still leads the way and he's pulling away from Matt Simpson quite rapidly, but the gap across the line was 3 seconds. That's not 3 seconds anymore, it's a lot more than that, because Jack essentially is quite a dominant force in this championship. He's won pretty much almost every single race you can win in this championship. In fact, when he even came into the championship last year and missed the first 2 rounds, he scored enough race victories that by the end of the season, even though he missed 2 or 3 the first 2 or 3 rounds, he still finished second in points, which is quite extraordinary, to behind last year's champion Robbie Kennard, who was in a car that actually won the title the previous year, because Rhys Claydon, who graduated from BMWs, while his brother Gareth stayed on and won the title. Rhys jumped into Metros and won the title in his first attempt, then gave that car to Robbie Kenning and he won the kart championship in that car. So that car has had 2 championship wins in as many years it's competed, at least in different hands, which is quite fun. Robbie came out for a guest appearance last time out, but hasn't been out since.
Interesting. Is that just a very good car, or is that just a good car partnered with 2 very good drivers?
I'd say it's a combination of a very good car with 2 very good drivers. I'd say combination of both.
Okay, interesting. Well, we'll see how they're pressing on in this one. It's been an exciting one so far here, with just over 8 minutes left to go. There we see one of our VWs pressing on down into Ireland, down through into Shell Oils they go yet again. And yeah, apologies about my mistake earlier. It clearly was just a timing issue for Tim Evans and Simon Tomlinson. They are still there in the top 2, and this battle of 3 that I had thought might be the battle for the lead is actually the battle for 3rd place overall. Donald DeVar still there in 3rd. Paul Dunningham had got through on Luke Shaw, and you see there Dunningham really riding those inside curves, just like we saw from Ted Bradbury and FFS in the Fun Cup. Copy and paste there, that one, riding the curve very nicely and trying to eke as much time out of the track as possible. But still there in 3rd place, Donald doing a very, very good job in keeping these drivers behind him for the moment. Anyway, I will say he's made the trip down from Scotland, like you mentioned, and he's making use of it now at the moment. Have got a car with an issue though there as they head down into the bottom section of corners there down the hill. Who is it going slowly? It is the number 46, that's Paul Dunningham. So just as we were saying, Dunningham had got through on Luke Shaw and was pressing on nicely. Looks as though it's issues for Paul Dunningham as he tries to get that car back to pit lane. It's not looking the easiest to do so. Something has gone wrong there for the number 46, and a gutting for Paul. We'll watch them as they continue on round. We look back to the MG Metros as these 4 continuing to squabble over the same piece of tarmac. Through into the S's they go. It looks as though the number 3 of Phil Goodwin just about staying at the front of this train, and I do mean just about. He's under a lot of pressure from drivers in behind him. And that looked to be, I'm struggling to see the number there, as the sun continues to shine here at Oulton Park, which is in and of itself a surprising statement to be made given the weather earlier on.
Yes.
But drivers continuing to battle once again. It was 4, I could have sworn a moment ago. It's now 5 of them all battling over the same piece of tarmac, and it is the 49 of Richard Garrard who's in and amongst this squabble. So clearly there's been a lot of changes in this group over the last lap, given he's now the 2nd one in this train. I think he might have gained a few positions in only the last few corners or so, and I think this is a battle from sort of 4th place overall in the class down to around 8th or 9th in total. They're nearly side by side on the exit as well.
Yeah, pretty close stuff as you typically find in the MG Metro Cup. Now Simon Tomlinson is catching the back of Tim Evans here. If we look at his lap time so far to this point, the last time by set the new fastest lap of the race. The last lap for Tim was a 2-minute 1.673, and that was a personal best, but 1:59.915. However, this might not be in vain. It might all be in vain, because unless Tomlinson can first pass Tim Evans and then create a gap of more than 10 seconds, Tim is going to win this race anyway, provided he finishes, because it's a 10-second penalty for Simon Tomlinson. That's either, typically, if it's a straight-up 10-second penalty, it will either be for an out-of-position start or a jump start, one of the two. If it's a 5-second penalty, usually it's for track limits. 10 signifies some kind of out-of-position start, either temporarily jumping it or being even just a bit further forward from your pit box, from your grid slot. Either way, Tomlinson needs essentially Tim Evans to drop backwards and really drop back out of contention, or he needs to get in front and pull away by more than 10 seconds in order to make that happen. 4.5 minutes to go. So Evans effectively is in the lead. I think at the moment, regardless of what Tomlinson does, Evans will still be declared the winner. Down the avenue, down to the bottom of the hill at Cascades, Evans turns in. Now, if I'm right in saying, I think that car acted as the original development car for what we now know as the Demon Twigs Audi TT Cup, Tim Evans' car. That car was doing a bit of running in a cup for a little while before it then became a car regularly raced in Club Sport and then here in Classic VWs. But I think that became the base development car for what we now know as the Audi TT Cup. So that was kind of the genesis of where that championship originated with that car, I believe, anyway. Battle for second on in the Metros. John Moore's all over the tail of Matthew Simpson as they come up towards Druids, out under the canopy of Clay Hill. Under brakes and turn in through the right-hander. John Moore, who has been a race winner before, but not for a while he hasn't. And Matthew Simpson been one of the nearest challenger, it seems, to Jack Ashton, who I say nearest in terms of points, but quite frankly, Jack Ashton is a bit of a freak in these MG Metros. Every time he gets him, he's always got so much pace underneath him, and he's always the favourite to try and take victory. Now, whether Simon Tomlinson or not realises that he has a 10-second penalty, that's a good question, because he's certainly pushing on like he thinks he can pass and maybe take the victory. If he doesn't realise, or hasn't seen on the start and finish gantry that he has got one, maybe just racing for the sake of it and racing for fun. Over the crest they go, 3.5 minutes to go, 3.25 to be exact. Under the bridge, you see some shadowing from the trees as they come back through into Druids, with now this had a couple of laps to go. Yeah, they're lapping in the 2 minute or sub 2 minutes now, 1:59, and in the case of Tomlinson, 1:58. There's a 1:58.890, was a full 8/10 quicker. Now climbing all over the back of Tim Evans as they turn in towards the right-hander at Lodge. Now they'll hop over Dearly, taking slightly different lines. And that's like very patchy tarmac. The sun is out, but the certain parts of the circuit are drying quicker than others. Over the line they go. 2 more laps to go, I make it, because it's 2 minutes 40 seconds on the clock as they came across the line. And the lap is about 1:58.59, so they're going to get 2 more laps this time and 2 more opportunities on this here for Tomlinson to at least get the track position. It won't count on the result because he will be knocked back 10 seconds. Now, a comfort for him is that he is some 17 seconds ahead of third place man Luke Shaw in the VW Scirocco, because that's that much pace these two have in them in order to be able to pull away that much. And as they come through, they're still going to actually come a cropper on this tussling pack of Metros, which could, at least for track position, give a bit of an advantage to Tomlinson, provided that Evans doesn't get through them as easy as he'd like to. Tomlinson giving him the hurry up out of Shellor's hairpin, practically pushing him out of the corner, saying, come on, get on with it. Whether he knows he's got a penalty or not remains to be seen. If he's just pushing for the sake of having a good race, that's at least the main thing he can do. And look, it's much better. I feel like he's a bit frustrated. He didn't quite get onto the power as quick as he could have done out of Britain's. Over the hilltop they'll go. He's going to put a lap on Paul Deacon's MG Metro, who very carefully gets out of the way. It's good driving from Paul. Well done. And then they make their way through towards the right-hander at Knickerbrook and back up the hill again through Clay Hill. Over the crest. Next car they're going to come across, I think, is going to be the number 8 of Corkin, and that's Donald Duval that's come off the road. Now, he's had a spin or pulled up with an issue. He's still going. It looks like he's had a rotation, and that looks like it's happened. There's a crash, in fact, we're being told in my ear, so thank you for that, Kieran, our producer. A crash, and that's up at with the Scirocco of Luke Shaw being told at Hislops. So a spin for and crash between the two cars, and Duval's the one that's come off worse, but back he goes again, just shaking the car a little bit to figure out that it's all still running straight and true. Out through the right-hander again. Might be gingerly going through here to make sure the car is undamaged. And out again over the crest, and now heading towards the right-hander. It's been told in my ear that there was a contact in chicane between Shaw and Duval. Duval's the one flying off and He's spinning off into the infield, and it appears as though the car is visibly okay. There's nothing I can see apart from a tiny bit of spray coming off the back of the car from before. And just behind him there is Nick Sanderson in his other Seat Leon. He's had two different generations of Seat Leon Super Copa. That's the first generation car. Here is the scrap going on for, that will be for 7th, 8th and 9th backwards, and you can see in amongst all these Metros you've got the top two on the final lap of the race. Tim Evans in the blue and yellow TT, in the blue and white Golf you can see Simon Tomlinson. They're all over the Metro, so they come down towards his stops for the final time. That will be Garrett in the mix there as well. Wheaton's going to be in there. Dick Trevitz, it's going to be Mark Wilson's going to be in there. Phil Goodwin, they're all going to be all over each other. Goodwin nearly tripping each other up, and Tomlinson's boxed in. He's got two of the Metros side by side. He's got Goodwin and Wilson in there too, and he goes to the edge, almost cuts off the avenue for Richard Garrett as well. Tries to squeeze past, and the two Metros haven't seen the faster Golf getting through. Really got his elbows at, and that could have been quite an incident if they hadn't been careful, but they all stay off each other eventually. Tomlinson gets around him, but even then with the penalty it wouldn't have made that much of a difference in terms of where he was going to be. And he's 20 seconds ahead of Luke Shaw in third place anyway, so second place is going to be what it is, regardless of his penalty or not. Down towards launch for the final time, negotiating Dick Trevitz, number 96 machine. It will be an outright and classic VW victory for the Audi TT Mark II of Tim Evans. He crests the rise at Deer Leap, up to the checkered flag, and it's the first victory of the day in the Ricci Concept Classic VW Cup for Tim Evans. Takes the flag. Second place is set in stone for Simon Tomlinson anyway, regardless of what's happening with the penalty or not. And then Luke Shaw, who will come through some 20 seconds later, will pick that up. Now, the leaders in the MG Metro Cup are still going, so they haven't actually got to the line yet. They're quite far behind. There is Jack Ashton. You did just see briefly coming into the shot Luke Shaw's Scirocco in third position. He will cross the line and take the final podium spot in the VW. And then fourth place for Donald DeVar and fifth for Nick Sanderson. And Donald surviving his contact with Luke Shaw a couple of laps ago. But as for Jack Ashton, it looks as though he is pretty much taking one step closer to picking up the Hickford Construction MG Metro title. And he's been pretty much the star standout all year. And even when he came in after a couple of rounds last season, and he was still able to take the victory, to still finish second in the championship, which I mentioned earlier on to John, and that's just how quick he is. He is a bit of a freak in these cars, but in the best possible way, because anytime he gets the wheel of an MG Metro, he just knows how to wring every ounce of performance out of it. He makes his way then down towards Lodge Corner for the final time. Second place Matt Simpson isn't even in the shot as he turns in towards the right hand of Lodge Corner. That's how far ahead he was at the line previously. He was some 15 seconds ahead. It's going to be a couple of seconds more than that as he comes over the crest. And in the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup portion of the race, it will be yet another win for the championship leader, Jack Ashton, victorious in race number 1 here at Oulton Park. And he will be quite comfortably ahead. So Ashton takes the victory. Wait for it. Wait for it. There he is. There's the leaders, in fact. I think he must have backed off on the last lap to get them a little bit closer. Cross the line they come. Matt Simpson will pick up second place, and he does hold on ahead of John Moore in third. And then Tim Shooter will be the last car to take the flag in P4, because we'd already seen from fifth place backwards, it was the lapped cars that were being put down a lap by the Classic VW Cup leaders that were through. So the results of our combined grid race, the first of the day for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup and the Ricci Concept Classic VW Cup. It's a win for Tim Evans in the Audi TT, in the end by 12 seconds on the timing screen after a 10-second penalty for Simon Tomlinson in the VW Golf. Third for Luke Shaw in what's not a Golf, it's definitely Scirocco in third place, and Donald DeVar surviving after the contact with Shaw at the Hislop chicane. Nick Sanderson in position 5 in his Super Cup. Then it's the Metros, where Jack Ashton takes another victory, one step closer to the Het Metro Cup title with 6th overall and the win in the category from Matt Simpson 15 seconds back, then John Moore 3rd, Tim Shooter 4th and Dick Trevitz rounding out the top 5, followed by Phil Goodwin, Carl Wheaton, Richard Garrett and Mark Wilson, who rounded off the top 9 contenders in the Metros. In 15th place it was going forwards Neil Burnett, then Jonathan McCorkin, Paul Deacon, and the one car we lost from that race was one of our Classic VW Cup runners, which was Paul Dunningham in the Audi A3 2-litre turbo. So one more race coming up before our lunch break, and then our main event of today, which is the final race of the season for the 2025 Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and the title to be settled between our top contenders. But before we get to that, we are moving forwards into our next race. But before we get to that, we can head down to Parc Fermé where John Ratcliffe is down with our Metro Cup and Classic VW winners down there to have a chat after race 1.
You join us down here then in Park for Mayors drivers heading back in from the circuit. An exciting sprint race there, 15 minutes done and dusted. We'll see them out again later on. Let's have a chat with some of the drivers then. We'll go straight to your winner in the Ritchie Concept Classic VW Cup, the 1, 2, 3. Tim, how was that one? You're going to grab that off? Yeah.
Nice to win it.
Yeah. How are you feeling after that one?
Well, we went with the full wets and went on the green flag lap, and I thought, it's not wets. So Simon, he gave me a hard time. So anyway, we did it. But I just want to say, I've got this cap for a pal of mine. It was his funeral yesterday. Mike Smith. That's Mike. This is his cap. So, Mikey, that's for you. Yeah, great.
Awesome, mate. Well done. You did it for him. Fantastic job. Well done.
Thank you.
Lovely. Cheers, mate. Well, congratulations there, winner, and doing it for a lovely cause as well. Let's go and see if we can chat to a few more drivers. We've got the MGs over there. We'll see if we can grab the rest of the top 3 in the Classic VW Cup as I make Luke run alongside me. We'll see who we can grab. Who we got then? The 140 and the 82. 82 still getting his stuff off, so we'll go and try and have a chat with Simon Tomlinson. Simon, it's all right if I have a quick chat with you.
Yeah.
Second place. How are you feeling after that one?
Yeah, good. It was a good race. Only had 4th gear all the way around, so it's a freshly built car. And I've had numerous problems all over the weekend. Water pipe off, boost pipe off, and then now 4th gear. So, but I stuck with it and kept it going really. So yeah, really enjoyable, and it stopped raining. So thank you.
Well done. More work to do for race 2 though.
Yes, definitely.
Okay,
yeah.
well, good luck with that. Cheers. Thank you very much. I've heard we've got cars out on track. I'm going to try and grab our race winner in our MG Metros. Let's see if we can find him. The number 98. If you spot him first, Luke, you run straight over. We'll see where he is. We're looking for Jack Ashton. No, there's the 96. We're looking for the 98. Oh, thank you, Luke. He's much better than I am at finding where people are. Jack, I'm going to very quickly grab you through a chat because I've heard cars are already out on circuit, but what a dominant victory from yourself.
Thank you, yeah. I mean, I'm feeling absolutely rubbish at the moment, so steer clear of me. But, yeah, I mean, from moments before getting into the car, almost throwing up and feeling horrible, so getting in the car and just trying to get a win and did it, yeah. So, yeah, it was good. It was good fun.
It didn't look like you were struggling out there. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Lovely. Look forward to seeing him out in race number 2 later on. But like we say, there's cars out on circuit, so I'll send it straight back up to Scott.
Thank you very much, John. It's good to hear from at least our winners, both in Classic VW and in Metro Cup, although we have another race later on this afternoon after lunch. So, fancy some more endurance racing? Why not? Let's get into it now with our SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy race, a 45-minute mini endurance pit stop race. We see 5 different classes and seller and 2 driver combos invited, and a wide eclectic mix of cars all in the mix, such as case in point, you can see the cars on the front row of the grid. 2 very different cars you could wish to have on the front row, a Volkswagen Golf and a Morgan Plus 4. And here is the grid and how they're going to line up. Chris Coomer, fastest in qualifying this morning in the wet, takes pole in the VW Golf. Alongside him is Shane Kelly in the University of Wolverhampton run. Morgan Plus 4 has taken a couple of victories already this season, starting on the front row, only a quarter of a second off pole in the wet conditions. Row 2 is Alex Wilkinson Hughes in the Mazda MX-5 Mark III, and Adam Marshall in his Volkswagen Golf GTI in row 2. Row 3 is Rory Pickles in his Audi TT Cup Spec Mark II TT, and Jan Whittaker in a car we don't often see in the championship, Porsche Cayman. So we're starting on the 3rd row of the grid in car number 297. Row 4 is Roman Grendel in his VW Scirocco R, and Alistair Lindsay also curtailing his season in the Audi TT 2 litre, another TT Cup spec car as originally it was. Rounding up the top 10 is Rob Andrade in his VW Golf GTI, and Feroz Billamori, good to see him back, a regular club sporter, and he is in his regular bright green VW Scirocco starting at the base of the top 10. Ben Walkershaw's next in 11th in another VW Scirocco. He's alongside Nick Brady in his Audi TT Cup spec machine. Jonathan Mee in his Lotus Elise S1 starts 13th alongside the Dukes in their BMW Z4. Row 8 is where we find Rob Phillips in his Honda Civic Type R and Oliver Devine King in another Audi TT. Then row 9 we find Andrew Stevens and his Honda Civic Type R. Jonathan Hobbs, who's also been a class winner in Class D before, in his bright orange Peugeot 106 Rally starting on the 9th row of the grid. Going back to row 10, We see Gary Wardle in his Mini Challenge R56, and a couple of Golfs with Simon Gravely in 20th and Mike Parsons in 21st. Theo Millward in his BMW E36 is next in 22nd, followed by David Cox in his VW Golf in Class A. Martin Smith's Mini Cooper comes next in 24th on the grid in car 150, and then we go to the rest of the grid with 25th position. Ben Amarin Draper in 25th in the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. He's on row 13 alongside Mark Jones in his Honda Civic Type R, and Daniel Kennard and Cavan Taylor in his Renault Clio and the BMW for Kennard. Christian White in his Pure Track Racing Run Mini Cooper S. And right to the back of the grid, last but by no means least, we have Oulton College in their number 13 Citroen DS3 Cup car. My brain went for a second there. And then Chalmers and Cooper McGuffey in their car 2, and also a car 38, which I don't have on my qualifying sheet, which is at the back of the grid too, to make it a 32 car entry for our penultimate SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy race of the season. I say penultimate because there's one more special Club Sport race to come. That's in a couple of weeks' time at Anglesey, when they are putting on a special ROR Club Sport Trophy race. What does ROR stand for? Race of Remembrance. That's the annual race, which is described very aptly by certain John Hindhoff, and I wholeheartedly agree. Effectively, it is the Le Mans of club racing, because it's a 12-hour, 3-part endurance race, all for an incredibly good cause, and it is a race centred around the incredible endurance, the Remembrance weekend, and the amazing work that Mission Motorsport does, and of course all the money raised for Mission Motorsport goes towards helping fund their projects to help ex-servicemen and women and veterans recover and retrain into the automotive and motorsport sectors, and potentially have a second chance at a career and a life after time in the forces. So be sure to check that out. If you fancy competing in that, there are spots available. You can log on to the racehub.brocc.co.uk and get yourself registered. Registration for Club Sport Trophy is free. Get yourself entered. I think the entry is about roughly £210. I think, don't quote me on that, but have a look on the website for more details, and also on social media. So, 32 strong field ready for our SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy race, and I think the one thing is key here, John, if you've ever seen Club Sport before, it ain't short on variety. There's a proper good mix of club and level race cars, and they're all shapes and sizes, from, as we said, two perfect examples on the front row of the grid. On pole position, the Volkswagen Golf, alongside on the front row, a Morgan Plus 4. You don't see that very often in club racing, do you?
No, you definitely don't. It's awesome to see so many different styles of cars battling hammer and tong out there on circuit. But yeah, I was lucky enough to be treated to the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy last time out at Donny. And basically in that race, no one wanted to win. Someone would get into the lead and they'd have an issue, they'd have a mechanical, something would go wrong, and we ended up going through about 3, 4, 5 leaders before we finally found the race winner.
So you had a bit of a modern Monaco 82, where kind of everyone got into the lead and then kept on dropping out.
Yeah, exactly that.
Interesting. Okay, well that tends to happen. It's that you get the element of unpredictability when it comes to a series like Club Sport Trophy, because yes, you might have Class A on paper as the fastest cars out there, and yes, Class A cars have dominated the first 7 places on the grid, but it ain't guaranteed that a Class A car will win, because yes, they'll have problems, yes, they could drop back, yes, they could have issues, and the Class B cars that are around, which of course there's plenty of those in the field too, can always rise to the top and get a good result, and you do get some giant killing performances coming every now and again in Club Sport, so it can really give you a surprising result or two, depending on how qualifying goes, and also if someone drops out early on. What we should also point out too is that we do also have in there too a couple of the Silverlake DS3 Cup cars. Now they're a regular series, which is running with, which is the Fixed Wheel Production Cup. That's racing this weekend at the Formula Ford Festival, which if you finish watching today's stream, do be sure to also go and check out on the BRSC channel the festival live stream also, because that's happening. It's the 54th running of the BRSC Formula Ford Festival. I'll be hot-footing it from Oulton Park here back to Kent to go and see it for Festival Sunday tomorrow, because I'm mental, but I wouldn't miss it for the world either. But I wouldn't miss this either, because it's going to be quite a fascinating race. So regulars towards the front, a couple of the cars a bit out of position, particularly like Feroz Billamoria and maybe Alistair Lindsay. What do we think? Shane Kelly's been a race winner in this series before. Could he do it again in the Morgan? Is the circuit going to suit the Plus 4? Or do you think possibly Chris Coomer in that PBS Brakes Golf, is he going to have the advantage here and get the better of this small sports car? What do you think?
I couldn't possibly call it, Scott. I couldn't possibly go one way or the other. It's going to be an exciting race, though, I can definitely tell you that. That Morgan has been looking so impressive. They were a little bit further off the pace round, Donny, but like you say, I think that was more just down to the car itself. Let's see how they go around Oulton Park.
So, safety car is in then, stand by for 45 minutes of pit stop racing action. The penultimate race of the season for the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy, a 32-strong grid. Red lights are out and we are underway. Morgan, and a quick start, the walk hasn't gone. It's a slow start for Shane Kelly, not getting away quick enough. He might have had a problem or not jumped from the lights. He's back up to speed away, but didn't get away immediately, so he either got caught out or just asleep on the start of the race. He is going again. but he's deep in the pack in the top 10. So he's side by side with Rob Walkinshaw's VW Scirocco, but down the Cascades into the left-hander for the first time. And it's Chris Cooper who leads. It's Wilkinson Hughes in the Mazda MX-5 into second place. Adam Marshall, I think, he's up into third, and fourth now for Jan Whittaker, who's now powering his way past the Golf in the Porsche Cayman to get himself into a podium spot. And the Morgan is back up to speed, because I can see he was side by side with somebody on the run down Lakeside into Island Bend. He's obviously gone past the Audi TT. I think that might be, who's that possibly? Maybe Rory Pickles or Nick Brady, one of the two. Michelle Oils, top trying to pull away here. There goes Rory Pickles, then Marshall, then it goes Rose Bidamoria. Good start for the Scirocco. He's usually a front runner and regular race winner in Club Sport Trophy. He started outside the top 10, well, just inside the top 10 in P10, up to P6 already.
Very, very impressive. Yeah, I wonder what happened off the start there for the Morgan. That was an odd one. Looked maybe like a missed gear off of the start and just bogged massively, but then was just struggling to get it going at all. Took a good 4 or 5 seconds, and by that point had been absolutely swamped by the rest of the pack. I think they've dropped down to the bottom end of the top 10, but like you mentioned already, battling well to try and find their way back to the sharp end. I was also going to mention as well, Brady in the Audi TT, he's on a bit of a redemption from that Donington Park. He inherited the race lead with 2.5 minutes to go at Donny, made a mistake at the bottom of Craners and chucked it off into the gravel and handed the win then to Huggins and Huggins in the Lotus Elise, who aren't here today. So Brady will be looking for a more positive one here today after that sadly didn't go his way last time out. But there's the Morgan then. What's that? 3, 6, 7th place for the Morgan. So not a catastrophic first lap, but still a lot to do with 45 minutes of this race.
And one car's really motoring at the end of lap number 1 here is that Porsche Cayman Jan Whittaker, up to second place already, chasing after Chris Cooper. End of the first lap, it's an 0.8 of a second gap there, or thereabouts at the end of lap number 1. Kuma leads them, Whittaker second in the Porsche, Mazda of Hughes is third place, Pickles in the Audi is fourth, VW Golf of Marshall is fifth, but Moore is up to sixth. And as you rightfully said, Shane Kelly, after his stumbling start, actually coming back up to seventh place. Roman Grendel, number 2 Audi TTs of Alistair Lindsay and Nick Brady. And that's covering Class A and B front runners in the top 10. Class C leader at the end of lap number 1 is the 151 of Stevens, so the 151 of Andrew Stevens in the Honda Civic Type R. Class D leader is Kevin Taylor's Renault Clio, and Class E leader is Ben Amram Draper in the Mark 1 MX-5. So change of the lead, or it hasn't just quite yet, as Chris Cooper's held off the advance of Jan Whittaker, which has now put him into the clutches, a very fast third place Mazda MX-5 of Alex Wilkinson Hughes, who's now all over the back of the Cayman, so this might bring him into play. And also Rory Pickles in the Audi TT Cup Spec Mark 2 Audi TT. So top 4 just about all together, but Kuma trying to break away here on lap number 2.
The top 4, all different cars as well. So awesome to see. Rare you see that in racing series. Often you'll see, even if it is mixed between different cars, one really getting the better of the others, and most drivers finding their way to those. But this real mixed field, it's great to see.
It is. It's a good point you make. It's a front-wheel drive hot hatch against a front-engine front-wheel drive hot hatch, a mid-engine rear-wheel drive sports car, a front-engine rear-wheel drive sports car, and a front-engine front-wheel drive kind of coupe, which is two. You're absolutely right. 4 very different cars you couldn't wish to find at the front, but that's the beauty of Club Sport. You've got the Morgan in there now in P6. He's passed Rose Bidamoria, but the mixture in this class means as long as the car fits the class structure and it fits the requirements, which is a maximum power to weight ratio cap of 235 brake horsepower per tonne, and it is a road-based production car as well. On top of that, it's a production-based club and race car. The car's acceptable, so you can have a Morgan or a Porsche Cayman, or even a Lotus Elise, or even something simple and popular like a Golf or a Civic or a Clio, or anything in between on top of that that fits the spec of the car. Within reason, we've had some quite interesting cars. The best car that we've ever had in the championship, in the series before, I can't remember the driver's name, but we had a Caterham 21, not a Caterham 7, a 21, the very early, almost forgotten, very early 90s attempt at a small sports car, a roofed sports car, a little bit similar to, let's say, like a Mazda MX-5 in some cases, which came out in the early 90s, got a bit forgotten about, but someone came out with one that had a proper front splitter and a rear wing on it, and it was a proper good race car. Came out for a few races, and I actually missed that car. It was one of my favourites in the series when it did race before.
Oh yeah, I've just looked it up on my phone because I remember the name, but yeah, I do remember seeing those now. That is quite the thing to be able to see out there racing. Not only just seeing one in general,
yeah,
let alone it being out on circuit racing. That is awesome.
It is, and it was great. It's one of my personal favourites when it ever raced in the series as well. We've had some other interesting and quirky cars that competed as well. Looking a bit further back, there's one of our Silver Lake DS3 Cup cars running neatly in the race at the moment, being passed by David Cox in the Class A car. The other one going past as well, which is the Stefan Oates and Mike Collins number 13 car towards the back. As we see here, a fight for third place. This is for on-track position, not for class, because Rory Pickles is the clear Class B leader in the Audi TT. But he's battling with the Class... No, he's in Class A, in fact. I thought he was Class B, but he's not. So Rory Pickles is in Class A in the Audi TT. That is for position, and one car pulling off. Who's that pulling off the road? There's a car that's pulling off with an issue, and that is the Porsche.
Second place.
It's the Porsche. It's Jan Whittaker. So the Porsche Cayman of Jan Whittaker pulling off with an issue. That's a shame. Talk about commentator's curse. We're saying how good it was to see it up in second place, and then it pulls off the road. So we should probably stop talking at this point. Anyway.
I've had a few people tell me that before.
They haven't told me to shut up yet. Yet is the key word. And I wouldn't blame if they did. Anyway, Chris Coomer still leads by not a tenth of a second for Jan Whittaker. It's now the fight for second place going on now between Alex Wilkinson Hughes in the Mazda and Rory Pickles in the Audi TT. The fight just behind them is now going on for fourth place. It's now between Adam Marshall, who's got another ex-VW Cup car, and Shane Kelly in the Morgan, run by University of Wolverhampton Racing. Great bunch of students they are. They engineer a good car, and Shane's done a lot. He's done from Prague, he's done from Formula 3, he's done all sorts of cars, lots of experience, using all of his experience as a racing driver to make sure these students get the best possible feedback that they can to make these cars quick. And it's a credit to them as to the performance of the car they've been able to engineer and operate in this series that gives them the opportunity to really develop their skills and really to go forwards and have make sure that there's plenty of talent coming through the ranks of the engineer and mechanic ranks of motorsport going forwards in whatever level it might be. So good effort from the University of Wolverhampton squad to be up there with the mix. Of course, it has taken victories a couple of times. Took a victory at Silverstone a couple of rounds ago as well, so that car has been a race winner. That was back in August, that was back on the Silverstone National Circuit. So not only can he engineer a good car, but also Shane's a pretty good peddler. He's got a good car underneath him, and he can win races in it too.
Yeah, clearly been showing that, hasn't he? Especially after the difficult start in this one. He's been cutting through the pack well, applying a lot of pressure onto the rear bumper of Adam Marshall at the moment, but not able to find a way through. And really, those two not too far behind either. So he's got pressure on both sides at the moment.
Yellow flags, that might be for Jan Whittaker's stranded Porsche, which there is just the Marshall's trying to push it out of the way, but there's a lot of smoke billowing from the back of that car. I wonder if that's possibly maybe some extinguisher fluid, or extinguisher smoke, because it looks like whatever happened to the Porsche, it's cooking a bit too much than it should do.
Indeed, yeah. It was cooking out on circuit for a while, but sadly now it's cooking sat at the side, not doing too much. And with all of that happening as well, that's been the gift that keeps on giving to Chris Coomer, isn't it? He's now got over a 4-second lead at the sharp end, popped in the new fastest lap the last time around previously, a 52.8. Closest time to that, looking down the board, is a 53.9 from Kelly in 5th place. So he's got over a second in the bank in terms of pace over anyone out there, and continues to slowly but surely increase that gap at the sharp end.
Now, reminder for those who haven't watched this series for a while and watching for the first time, there is a pit window. It opens with 15 minutes gone and closes with half an hour gone. So in the next roughly just under 7 minutes, we should see the pit window open as we see the BMW powering around the outside of the Golf. That was Theo Millward, who in the BMW E36, that was him battling with Rob Andrade over 9th place overall. Two different classes, so that's Theo Millward, who is second in Class B, chasing after the Audi just in front. So that's the Class B battle. He's got a rather pesky Class A car that's also trying to power past him, which he should do on the inside line. And Andrade puts his foot down and should get the place done, which means if he can also pick off the Audi TT of Nick Brady quick enough, he should be able to continue that battle. A few more Class A cars stacking up. There's a bit of change because it looks like there's been a position lost for Shane Kelly. He's lost out now to Feroz Billamoria, and is also in the clutches of Roman Grandel in the other Scirocco in this field. There's a couple. Ben Walkinshaw's also a bit further back in P12, but it's the two Sciroccos in the top 10, 6th and 7th as they came across the line. But it's now Billamoria up to 5th, Kelly down to 6th, and potentially could be down to 7th if he has an issue, unless Billamoria off. Oh, and that's one car off the road, and it was actually Adam Marshall. You're right to spot that. Adam Marshall off the road himself. I thought that Billamoria had a problem, but he actually backed off because he saw the incident in front of him, and I'm pretty certain on that one, John, that might well warrant a safety car given how big the off was at that point in time.
He's got over, hasn't he, there, the 94? I'm pretty sure I saw that thing roll just off of camera. That was a big off, a surprising place to have it off. Now, of course, take my words as they come there with that one. We didn't see it on the camera, neither did you at home, but I do think that's been a pretty sizable off, and like you say, I do think that's going to have to be a safety car, especially given the amount of smoke that billowed out of that thing as soon as it came to a halt. But never how we want to see someone's race come to an end. And there you go, safety car board is indeed out. We will be going back to single file for the moment then. But what a shame for Adam Marshall, a big off. Hopefully he's all okay. In quite a slow part of the circuit, really, to have such a big off. Has something just gone catastrophically wrong in a moment there, and he suddenly found himself on a one-way ticket to the title.
It's not for us to speculate too much exactly what the cause of it was. I don't think there was anyone around him, because when he came across the line last time, he was about a second away from the car that he was battling for position, which was, I think, Rory Pickles in the Audi TT just behind. Now, the only thing I can suggest is that he's possibly got onto the wet grass somewhere, and because of that has lost the back end and gone careering off the road into the barrier. The only other thing you can suggest is something mechanical has broken, or something like, is it a brake issue of some kind? But we don't know. All we know is that the car is off the road, and unfortunately, he's still smiling, so he looks as though he's still in relatively good spirits, but obviously frustrated that the car is off the road and out of the race. Now, bear in mind that the pit window opens in about 4.25 minutes' time, which means that when it does, we're going to get quite a flurry of pit stops here. Practically everyone's going to get a free pit stop here to make it. And I'd be surprised if everyone doesn't come in straight away. That will mean that it's going to be a very, very busy pit lane down there. The medical car is going out as well, purely as a precaution. I think you're absolutely right there, John. If you look at that shot there from that camera, the top left corner of the windscreen has got a rather large, not just a crack, it has been smashed on that one. And a couple of the course cars going out to go and check out the incident. So, and that'll be purely for a precaution, because as you can see, that Adam Marshall is out of the car, but in any scenario they'll check him over, and it's a very initial baseline precaution. He will go to the medical centre to be checked over by the chief medical officer, purely to make sure that on the surface and what they can see, he is a-okay, he's absolutely fine. He's got out the car himself of his own power, but you just need to be absolutely sure to make sure that he's 100% all right.
Yeah, good to see that he seems all okay stood by the side, but like you say, you can never be too careful, so just get that little check over, make sure he's all good to go. I just had a little look back on the stream, and I could see on the left-hand side, he rolled multiple times there.
Wow.
At least 2, if not 3 times he rolled over there, so that's maybe why the roof is caved in somewhat, but really good to see that he is all okay. We're just getting some news through our ears at the moment. It seems as though he's just gone a little bit wide, wheels dug in, and he's gone straight over. That is such a surprising incident at that corner.
Yeah, thanks to one of our camera ops who's given us that description, to our producer Kieran. So thank you for that, for giving us the info on seeing that one. So, safety car is out on our Club Sport Trophy race with about 2 3/4 minutes to go until the pit window opens. And we're going to see a hive of activity that's going to mimic the M25 at rush hour, I think, in pit lane in a couple of minutes' time. Chris Coomer, if we look down our running order, leads the way by 1.3 seconds. Alex Wilkinson Hughes in second place in the Mazda MX-5. Rory Pickles third in the Audi TT. Fourth for Rose Villamoria in the VW Scirocco. Fifth for Shane Kelly in the Morgan, after he started from the front row of the grid. Sixth for Roman Grandel in his Scirocco. Seventh for Nick Brady in the TT. Eighth for Rob Andrade in the 777 Golf. Ninth for Theo Millward in the BMW E36 3 Series. And Alistair Lindsay in the top 10 in the Audi TT in P10. So 11th, and looking behind in the top 10, we have 15th place at the moment is the number 151, which is Andrew Stevens in the Honda Civic Type R. In Class D, it's car number 99, Cavan Taylor's Renault Clio. And in Class E, leading the way, we've currently got Ben Amarin Draper in his Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. The only 2 cars we've lost in this race so far have been Jan Whittaker's Porsche Cayman after it pulled up on the exit after Knickerbrook on the approach to Clay Hill with looks like a smoky engine. And of course, as we've just seen, Adam Marshall's VW Golf has gone over multiple times and landed thankfully back on its wheels, but is firmly out of the race. Adam's out of the car and was kind of looked to be in relatively good and okay spirits, but of course, as I mentioned, will, as a precaution, go to the medical centre to get checked over by the CMO to be absolutely sure that he's 100% okay. So about a minute to go until the pit window opens, and you can see as they filter past, again, the variety display. There's MX-5s, there's Minis, there's the 2 DS3 Cup cars they're going through, and Adam Marshall's Volkswagen being lifted onto the low loader. It's gone over. It seems to have gone. It sounds like from what we heard of our producer that he kind of had an issue that he almost, it seemed, caused by himself. He ran wide, got the car got sideways, and of course, given the fact that we've had rain all through this morning, that grass is not going to be just muddy. It's going to be slippery. It's going to be damp. It's going to be tricky, which means that in many cases, when you go off the road on damp grass, you speed up rather than slow down or have anything that kind of causes friction, which means that even if he did go sideways, he'd have kept on going until something dug in, which he did, and sadly the car went over.
That's why I'm a little bit surprised, because I would have thought that, given that it was quite moist on that grass on the outside, that he would just skate along the top, find the barrier on the outside, and that would be kind of it. But it's dug in. I think he's as surprised with how big that incident was. I think he's just as surprised as we are.
I think because it is quite peaty and quite soft, it means that it's easier for it to do so. There was a bit of confusion going to pit lane. That was one of the Golfs that was thinking about coming to the pit lane and then just cut across in front of BMW to make sure a bit of a last-minute decision.
The pit window is open, isn't it now? We've just dropped into 30 minutes left to go.
Yeah, and as I expected, not everyone's coming in straight away, but the vast majority are, so it's been getting quite busy. Quite a few cars in there in pit lane to do so. I think we're looking at one of the divots that the somersaulting Volkswagen Golf made, and as I mentioned, it is pretty much everyone coming into pit lane as you anticipate. It's such a traffic jam down there in pit lane. So many teams you can see down on the ground next to our camera crew. It's getting pretty busy out there. Shane Kelly's going to come in the Morgan, and interestingly enough, the area which Shane Kelly has to stop is right next to where Chris Cooper will stop for his pit stop. Rendell is in, Pickles is in, so all the front-running Class A cars are pretty much together in the pit lane. This will be a genuine race off the pit stops. Now, it is a mandatory 2-minute pit stop when you cross the pit-in line, when you cross the pit-out line. If you are short by a pit stop, even by a fraction of a second, like 0.1 or 0.2, it is automatically a 30-second penalty plus the time that you're short. So even if you're short by 0.2 of a second, it will still be a 30.2 second penalty. That is how clean-cut the penalty is and how clean-cut the rule is. So you can try and game the system, but no one really does, because no one tries to, at least, thankfully, because they don't seem to be. They get caught out pretty quickly if they do so. Sometimes they can catch out newbies to the series, but the veterans who run it for quite a while know exactly what the rule is.
Just having a look at the car park down in the pit lane at the moment, I thought the 55 of Kuma got stuck there, but I think they were just repositioning him so that he doesn't get stuck when the time is up and he can get down to the end of pit lane. So a lot of tactics going on down there as they all try and find the right position in pit lane. I did spot as well, only one car has continued on round with the safety car. I do believe that was the Dukes and Dukes BMW Z4 that's carried on round.
2 DS3s also carried on as well.
Did they? Okay.
2 more coming past. Also, you can see here there's a couple more that have done so. One is the 99 Clio, the 73 Golf, and also the 150 Mini Cooper have also carried on. I think they're realising that if they come in now, there'll be too much of a traffic jam, and they're quite further down the pack anyway, so they're probably not bothered too much about the pack. I think it was Cavan Taylor that also didn't come in. Neither did Mike Parsons, and also as well 150, which was the Martin Smith Mini Cooper. The other Mini Cooper here, Christian White, which is being run this weekend by Pure Track Racing, who usually run Clios, are in there. Now the race off pit lane, because you can see everyone's trying to get backwards to get out there in time. Grendel gets out first, as does then, looks like that's another one of the Audis. 2 more than trying to get going. Jonathan Mee stuck in as well. Everyone trying to get away here, but it's as I said, it's like the M25, only much worse.
It is. Chris Cooper there was not the first to leave the pit lane. He was 4th to leave the pit lane. Not sure who's in and amongst him there, how that has worked itself out. We'll wait for them to do a full lap and come across the timing being again, and we'll get a bit of a better idea as to how it's all settled for the last 30 minutes.
And the funny thing is, the DS3s are coming once everyone's starting to leave, so it's actually cleaner pit stops for them. It'll help them in Class E at least, but they're not getting tucked in amongst other cars around them. But it's going to be quite a busy pit exit as everyone's rushing out to get through. There's the 987. That car was competing in the DS3 Cup last time at Silverstone when it was the Production Cup.
The pit stops seem so leisurely, don't they, compared to the Fun Cup pit stops? Yes. The Fun Cup don't have a minimum time, so it's literally just chuck one out, get the other in and go, go, go. Whereas this one, you can be a bit more relaxed, get yourself settled into the seat, get it all feeling as you'd like it before you head back out on circuit.
I will say it was one of the more frantic pit lanes I've seen in Club Sport Trophy history, given everyone's together. But it's not the first time we've had mass pit stops under a safety car, which has been in there too. Safety car, in fact, is in fact. Safety car coming in, and the race is going to continue on. So it looks like whatever the issue was, and it looks like Adam Marshall's car has been cleared away. Green flag. So by the time they get back around again, they're going to be doing so. The car that came through and has taken the restart is the Dukes and Dukes BMW. So that car's got quite a lead, shall we say, amongst everyone else, and it's carried on. That's a Class B car, in fact, leading Class B by quite a canter. Next through comes Martin Smith in the Class D car, and also Cavan Taylor, who's also pitted himself as well. Now, of course, bear in mind that the cars that are now essentially in first and second haven't made pit stops yet. The highest placed cars that have coming through, well, Mike Parsons is in also. Here's another of our leaders, and the ironic thing is that yes, it's green flags, but you can't pass until you get to the start and finish line, as far as I'm aware, which means that they have to come round here at the pace eventually of the little Peugeot 106. Now they can pass the pits, now they can come past him. Jonathan Hobbs having to run at his pace, something a bit frustrating for the cars behind him, but rules are rules. You can't overtake until you get to the timing line, and they will, and they are doing so now. So any slower cars can be dispatched off pretty quickly. And it's just going to take a lap or two whilst other straggling pit callers make their stops also. There's the 987 AMR Motorsport liveried Silver Lake DS3 Cup car, the Citroen DS3. It's got a couple of its brethren competing at Brands Hatch this weekend in the Fixed Wheel Production Cup, where those cars usually find their home, but of course they're multi-purpose. That's also the point of Club Sport Trophy, is that you can use it as a platform for just about, well, any car that fits. So we've got just under 10 minutes until the pit window closes. So the vast majority of people have made those pit stops, which is handy for them. And like I said, the last couple of cars will come in. They've got time to do so to make those stops. So we'll get a proper shakeout of where everyone is, kind of behind those top 3 or 4 cars. But we all, it looks as though we've got Kuba who leads the way. Billamore is up to second now in the Scirocco. Third is now Shane Kelly in the Morgan. There he goes, past David Cox's VW Golf. And fourth in the background somewhere coming into shot is going to be Nick Brady, followed by Roman Grendel in the top 5.
Yeah, so Shane Kelly's had a good pit stop window, hasn't he? Then he's getting at least 1, if not 2, in the pit stops. It was good to see as well. Chris Coomer, as soon as they went back to green flag, sent it up the inside of a couple of cars down into Old Hall. As sadly, one of our Audi TTs is off the road. Looks as though driver's out of the car.
Rory Pickles, I think, and that car was up there
you're
with
right.
top 5.
It was indeed, and Rory had issues, I remember, at Donington as well. So sadly, it's gone from bad to worse at the end of the season for Rory. Looks as though he's out of this one with 23 minutes left to go.
Yeah, into the pits has come the erstwhile leading BMW Z4, so the Dukes are going to switch over drivers. And that gives, I think at least initially, it gives Martin Smith the lead, if not Cavan Taylor. Cavan Taylor has pitted, so Martin Smith will move forwards into the lead, though he's also pitted as well. So Chris Coomer will resume the lead in the VW Golf, and so everything should change through. And Cavan Taylor has also made a pit stop as well, as has Mike Parsons, so Nick Brady will be up to 4th. And then Roman Grendel into, well, he was into 4th, but Grendel has passed the Audi, so Grendel's into 4th position on the road. And then it's in the result, technically. 5th is then going to be Nick Brady, 6th is Wilkinson Hughes, 7th now should be Theo Millward, 8th should be Alistair Lindsay, and the other 2 cars in 1st and 2nd place are going to be there pretty close too. The other of our DS3 Cup cars also making its mandatory pit stop. And then when we get closer towards the end of the race, anyone that's been shorter on pit stop time, we will see penalties start to come through, typically within the last 5-10 minutes or so, usually, when we get pit stops, when pit stop times are figured out. And if we see any miscreants, shall we say, there's a yellow flag on the approach towards Shellor's hairpin and a yellow flag board out too, so someone's gone off and had an issue or pulled up at the hairpin. Can't see anything immediately, not at least on the corner exit, maybe corner entry, yes. So we've just been heard in our ears that might be part of the yellow flag. The Rory Pickles Audi TT has been dropping coolant from Cascades all the way down to where that is at Shellor's hairpin. So I wonder that's the reason why. There is the Audi. And then we can see some of the coolant that's been left and dropped by said TT. I'm trying to figure out exactly where that is because it's behind the fence somewhere.
Yeah, I can't work it out either. I was doing exactly the same. I was a bit surprised that we were told in our ears it's from Cascades, because to me that looked like it was down at the final corner. So whether he's either done the entirety of the circuit dropping coolant or whether it is down by sort of Shell Oil's way, we'll have to wait and update you. Either way, Rory not making it to the checkered flag in this one and making it even more treacherous for the rest of the drivers out there trying to find their way to the checkered flag. Looks as though they've all kept on the black stuff for the moment anyway, so we'll keep our eye. But what a restart it's been from that safety car period for Chris Coomer. Finds himself 5.5 seconds now in the lead of this race, continuing to put in fastest laps. Impressive stuff. Billamoria in 2nd, Kelly in 3rd, and now it's Grendel and Hughes who round out the top 5. And then your leader in Class B in 6th place of Theo Millward. Only a couple of seconds between him and Nick Brady. Another driver off. That's the 15 of Cox there, off into the gravel. And our cameraman doing a great job getting that all in. Can they get it back off the gravel? You see it hopping back onto the black stuff. They just about do. So I think David Cox there maybe just outbraking himself a tad, heading straight on. But he's managed to get it back on and he continues on in this race.
He survived in the right way. Usually an instinct for a racing driver, you get off into the gravel to try and get out as quick as possible. So you boot the throttle and it just digs the car in even more. So in that situation, be delicate with the throttle, and also the fact that given that it's been raining, the gravel's a little more hard packed. It means that you can actually get out if you're very soft and gentle on the throttle, and it allows you to get through. Because if you're soft and gentle on the throttle in a gravel trap like that, you've got a much better chance, not guaranteed, but a better chance of getting out, because you're not going to be spraying gravel everywhere and therefore spinning your wheels and digging deeper and deeper until you're essentially stuck and can't get out. So that was good driving for David Cox to recover after the mishap down at Lodge Corner. And now the positions are starting to shake out a little bit. It is Chris Coomer who leads the way by 5.5 seconds from Ferro's Moria, second place. There he is. And then we've got Shane Kelly in the Morgan just coming up behind another one of the Golfs. I think that's Mike Parsons' Golf, and the Martin Smith 150 Mini. So that's a lap put on both of them. Here comes Kelly. Just a few car lengths to Moria in that sequence, but still running in P3 in class and overall. Roman Grandel 4th ahead of Alex Wilkinson Hughes in P5. And then it's Theo Millward in the Class B BMW 3 Series E36 that leads the class, the red machine number 81. Oliver Divine King second in his Audi TT. In fact, it's Audi TT second, third and fourth in Class B. It's second in class for Oliver Divine King, third for Nick Brady, fourth for Alistair Lindsay. And then rounding out the top 10 overall is Rob Andrade. And the quick run through the rest of the class runners, Andrew Stevens still leads in Class C in the Honda Civic Type R. Class D still being led now by Calvin Taylor and Cleo. And now into a leader. Class E now has got Stefan Oates and Mike Collins in the Citroen DS3 Cup car.
Impressive stuff. Yeah, they've done a good job there to get to the sharp end, and great to see battles going on throughout all of the classes as we head towards the end of the pit stop window then. 3.5 minutes left to go until we get to the end of that one, as there's got quite a few big tyre marks there in the dirt on the inside of the circuit, so a few drivers having a few off-track excursions in this one, to say the least. However, the sun has been shining now for a good hour or so we're really starting to see the circuit dry out, aren't we? Time's continuing to tumble here at Oulton Park, and battles continuing on as well. That gap between Coomer and Moria now at the sharp end, up to 7.5 seconds between those two. Impressive stuff from Coomer, cutting his way through the traffic very well and putting some good times down on the board also to extend that gap at the sharp end. Of course, they've all pretty much given us the pit stop needed in this race. Yes, every single person has pitted at least once in this race. We've had a couple in for 2, but obviously that wouldn't have been out of choice. That would have been due to mechanical issues or bodywork issues or whatnot. Bit of rough racing out there on circuit. There's some more racing there for us on the cameras. Lotus getting the up and under after a bit of a slide there from the VW on corner 8, so they head up and over the crest of the hill. Through into Druids they go. Inside line for the Lotus sometimes isn't the ideal one, but he looks like he's made it worth his time. Keeps it on that little sliver of dry circuit and gets the move done, but now we'll have to be a little bit defensive down into the final corner. We've got a few slightly slower cars ahead of them as well. The Lotus just about holds on there. Some impressive racing between these two as they now chase down a pack of back markers. They've got the work cut out for them to try and squeeze their way through. Across the line they go to start a new lap of this race. So that was into 9th place then. Was it 9th place? Has it just updated? It's changed on my screen in front of me, but not on the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen. Jonathan Mee, it was into 10th place. There we go. It's now updated through on Walkingshaw in the VW Sirocco R. Some good racing there as they swap places for the bottom end of the top 10, and they find themselves just over 30 seconds, 34 seconds off the back of the leaders at the moment. There wasn't a change for class though, as the Lotus Elise that got through is in Class B, overtaking the Class A of the VW Scirocco. So not only battles in and amongst the classes, but also inter-class battling as well here in the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy. Stuff you don't get treated to in many other series in the UK. More reshuffling there going on down into the S's. Through Britons they go, up and over the hilltop once again. This is on lap number 13 of this race. I think we probably would have expected a few more, but we have had that relatively lengthy safety car period, which slowed us all down and got all those pit stops sorted, as they're nearly going straight on one of our Audi TTs, just about getting it stopped. That was a close one though, as they battle in ahead as well. Good up and under there. They're going to go side by side up and over the crest of the hill, up through Clay Hill once again. Blue flags waving. That's now the grid all reshuffling itself. We've got battles in and amongst the classes, battles in the overall, and battles between back markers and drivers on the lead lap as well. I don't really know where to look, if I'm honest, Scott, but lots happening out there on the black stuff for sure.
It certainly is, and it's typical of the Club Sport Trophy race. The pit window is imminently about to close, so I think everyone has made the mandatory stop. If you haven't, tough, then you're out of time. And if you haven't done so, you will cop a penalty for not pitting into the pit window. So the pit window should be now completely closed. 15 minutes to go. So now it is a straight-out fight for victory, both overall and in class out front. And it is Chris Cooper with that 10-second lead. There's confirmation. Pit window is now closed. So Cooper leads, Billamore second, Kelly third, Brendel fourth, and Alex Wilkerson Hughes in the Mazda MX-5 fifth. You've got Shane Kelly's Morgan that is now sandwiched in a pair, or was sandwiched in a pair of DS3 Cup cars, but has now negotiated both of them, and still chasing second place man Feroz Billamore through the traffic. Up next, one of the Misty Racing Mazda MX-5s field. That comes fresh from competing in its season in the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, or MX-5 Championship, whichever one it's been comparing in. One of the MX-5 Mark 1 championships that the VRC does, which there are two. Well, I think there's 4 million, but there's only 2 of them. As they come through, Britton's and Nickelbrook once again. And this might be a bit of back and forth between these two. More lap traffic. There's the Christian White Mini Cooper, run by Pure Track Racing. Over the crest. And back towards Druidge once again. In terms of how many laps they've completed in this race, they have completed 13 laps in this race so far. So 13 laps completed, on to lap 14 for our leaders. And in fact, it won't be 14. In fact, look at the cars that are off a bit further back. Is it 13 laps? No, 14 laps now, because Chris Cooper has just crossed the line to start a new one. And it's got quite a gap of about, 12, 13 seconds as we now see our battle for second coming over the crest. Watching here the battle between one of the Audi TTs and Jonathan Mee in the Lotus Elise. This is for 9th position, so Brady versus Mee. And just behind them is Ben Walkingshaw and Alistair Lindsay. Their own private battle going on for third place. Trying to put the Lotus to the inside. Really not comfortable on the racing line. He has to go back to defensive in the middle of the road to prevent the Lotus from getting an opportunity. Tries to push himself alongside, gets better traction. The lighter weight of that Lotus he should get better acceleration up the hill, down towards Oulton Corner to start another lap and have the track position and possibly the inside line for turn 1. And I think that is the move done and completed. So into what will now be, it looks like 8th position goes to Lotus, down to 9th goes Nick Brady's Audi TT.
It was impressive from Jonathan Mee. They'd already dispatched Walkingshaw a lap or so ago, and now does very similar to Nick Brady there. It was an aggressive move to the inside. It was a real late dive to the apex there from Jonathan Mee. Had to basically just hope that Nick Brady had seen him. He had, and he made the move stick. Aggressive stuff from Jonathan Mee, continuing to cut his way through the traffic, and crucially for him, up onto the top 3 in terms of the Class B podium at the moment. So pressing on really well, and saying that, he's only a couple of seconds then back from first and second in the class as well.
He's got far to go to try and get himself in that fight too. So it's about 2.2 seconds between Millward and Divine King, but you're rightfully so that Oliver Divine King is only a couple of seconds up the road from Jonathan Mee, who I think Oliver is in the bright yellow Audi TT in front of him. As he comes down towards Hislops, and look, there goes the bit of Millward. Yes, it's another the golden yellow Audi TT that's in second place in class. It's getting a little stuck behind one of the Citroen DS3s, but the Lotus wiggles its way past and up the crest. You can see the incentive now. There's second place in front. There is Oliver Divine King in the yellow Audi TT. Blue flags are plenty to let some of the slower drivers know there are faster cars on the track approaching. Chris Cooper, meanwhile, looking pretty comfortable on this Saturday afternoon in the bright, almost sunny conditions here at Oulton Park in this SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy 45-minute race, and Chris certainly having quite an enjoyable time in the Golf. That's Jonathan Mee. So we spoke too soon about Jonathan. That's what you don't call a commentator's curse once again. Now he's rotated it. Is he either waiting for a gap in the traffic, or has he possibly stalled the engine? Which, if he has, if you have a hot race engine, is not easy to get refired. And we heard in the rear, he actually lost it by himself. So because of I usually like to ask the question, did he jump or was he pushed? He jumped. He's getting himself out and getting out, in fact. So possibly looks like it might well have been a spin that could have been induced by an issue which has caused him to go around and pull the car up. And there is a little bit of smoke coming from the back of the car as well, so it looks as though it's something engine related, or something that's seized in the engine or locked up that's caused him to spin. He had enough power underneath it, enough momentum to pull the car off the road without too many issues.
Yeah, no, he's done a good job there to get out of harm's way in terms of the rest of the competitors out on circuit, but yeah, gutting. We've got quite a few commentators' curses today, haven't we, Scott?
Yes.
A few drivers we've spoken about that then have had immediate issues. That is so gutting for me there. He was running a fantastic race, cutting his way through the traffic up onto the class podium already, and looked pretty certain with 10 minutes to go to at least get one more, if not maybe challenge for the victory in class. Well, sadly, he's going to be dropping all the way to the bottom of the order now that all is said and done, and he's helping the marshals push the car off circuit at the moment. Great to see the 29 offering assistance to the marshals to get it back out of harm's way as yellow flags continue there down at the final corner for now anyway through Lodge. As soon as they get it behind that barrier, we'll be back to full green flag conditions around the entirety of the circuit. We'll say, I don't know if Kuma's just maybe had a few issues through some lap traffic, but he's lost a little bit of time to Billamoria and Kelly. That gap was well and truly over 10 seconds. So now drop back down to 8.8 as we head on to lap number 17. So just one to keep your eye on, but still only just less than 10 minutes left to go in this race. So I think it'll have to be some pretty impressive driving from Billamoria and Kelly to close that gap. I think really now they're more focused on each other as we head towards the checkered flag. Shane Kelly has been nipping at Billamoria's heels for the last few laps or so, just ever so surely closing in on that gap, and now they don't find themselves with any back markers around them at the moment anyway. So Kelly with straight vision to the rear bumper of Billamoria, and he does look to have at least visually closed up yet again on this lap. Well, it was 6/10 as we started it. Maybe looks more like 3 or 4 now as we head down into the heavy braking zone right-hander. Where will Kelly think about the move?
Whatever the gap is, it's close. In nose to tail through Hislops into Knickerbrook once again. This is on their 17th lap of asking. Out to the right-hander, and back up the hill through Clayhill once more. Billamoria and Kelly, who've been quite perennial winners in recent times in Class Sport Trophy. Usually these two are at the front battling amongst each other or getting into a fight somewhere with somebody in Class A and getting a victory. And I thought Kelly for a second was going to do the up and under to make a little switchback move through Druids. Can't make that stick, so he's now going to try and hand back. I think I've got 8 minutes to go. So we'll do another one. Just darts out, puts himself into Billamoria's mirrors, just thinking about a move as they turn into the right-hander. Climbing up again. Black and white flag going out for, I guess, for track limits for car number 6 as the Lindsay. That's the Audi TT. One fact that's also interesting, it's not just, looking back, get to the point back for a second, that was side by side between Shane Kelly and Feroz Billamoria, and Kelly backed out of it and went off into the gravel. He locked up and actually had to really stand on the ankles. I think he went to go down the inside, because I looked across and saw that Kelly's car was going towards the edge of the circuit, but Billamoria was in front. So I think that Kelly went to the inside, tried to make a dive down the inside, couldn't make it stick, and had to kind of I think Billamoria might have had to kind of avoid not making contact. So I think maybe Shane Kelly might have been locked up or gone offline and missed out on making the apex of the corner properly. So he's now dropped a couple of car lengths. But given the fact that Billamoria is now busy lapping David Cox's Golf on the approach towards Shellall's hairpin, I think he might be on his tail sooner than Billamoria might think he was.
Indeed, indeed. I think it'll only be a few more moments until that battle re-establishes itself yet again. I do believe we're having a couple of issues with the camera down at T1, so that's why we couldn't bring you that battle. Apologies. We picked it back up, though, through the rest of the lap, and Alpha Live doing a fantastic job with the production here from today from Oulton Park, but as you're gesturing to me, pressing up already to the back of Billamoria again. So after one attempt, let's see if he goes attempt number 2. Thinks about the outside, back to the inside. Billamoria sort of moving one way then the other, trying his best to cover him off. He's done it for the moment, but with just over 6 minutes left to go, seems only a matter of time here that Shane Kelly will steal away this second place. How wide can Billamoria make that Volkswagen Scirocco?
He's definitely putting himself into his mirrors, trying to distract him. You see the way he was darting around from left to right to try and just make Feroz lose a bit of concentration in front. Of course, the eyes are on, the headlights are blazing into the back of the Scirocco, as is also the Scirocco has his headlights on to warn any traffic to come through. It is 6 1/4 minutes left to go in this Club Sport Trophy race, and again you can see Shane being a little bit unpredictable. I think he's doing that to try and distract him. And off the road, he's got Martin Smith has clattered into the tyres. That's on the exit of the left-hander at Cascade on the approach towards Lakeside, and the Mini's going quite heavily into the tyres, it seems. Tyres bundles scattered everywhere. Drivers clambering out, thankfully. That's a good sign at least. I mean, a little bit shaken, but it seems to be just quickly just trudging away rather frustratedly. And that Whether that warrants another safety car, we'll wait and see as Kelly again goes back on the attacking towards Cascades. But of course, if the yellow flag's down there, because that's where the incident is on the exit, then he won't have a chance to make a move back down the hill, back past Lakeside. And yeah, green flags are out basically on that approach to Island Bend, so that's where the incident's happened. It does make me wonder though, and slightly worry, that the position of where that car is, does that warrant, dare I say the words, of the safety car?
Well, we'll wait and see. We wait with bated breath. Only just over 5 minutes left to go in this race. Currently, still green flags out there at the moment. Just the yellow flag on the section where the car is stuck in that tyre barrier. We'll wait and see whether it does need anything more, though, to deal with it at the dying moments of this race. At the moment, Villamoria can't rest on that potential safety car. He's got to fight for this one and try to stay in second place. You can see there Kelly all over the shop in the background, just trying to apply the pressure to the driver ahead, but also see if he can find a gap to nestle the Morgan through and get into second place. With these two now very much focused on each other, Kuma's been given the opportunity to once again extend the gap at the sharp end of the order. It's back well over 10 seconds. It's now over 11 seconds as we head through on to lap number 19. Spin for Kelly. Round he goes off into the gravel. Oh dear, from third place was attacking Villamoria, but it's all gone wrong with only a couple of minutes to go.
Can he get away before Grendel? The answer is just, but Grendel will have the momentum. Kelly will try and defend it and push it to the edge of the road, and Grendel will have to keep coming on the inside line to make it happen. But can Kelly defend it? The answer is yes, he can. So Grendel backs out of it and actually sits there, but Kelly was very, very lucky to kind of get away with holding on to third place for the moment, but he'd have to try and shake off any dirt or dust that's on those tyres, particularly dirt that's been thrown up from that spin. There's our pit wall camera giving a view towards turn 1, because we have a bit of an issue with our turn 1 camera at Old Hall, so apologies for that. But that's the view that we have as we wait for our shot back down at Cascades, and it's still Kelly in front, but now rather than attacking, he's gone on the defence. I think trying to shake off some of the mud here. The Wayward has wiggled his way out to Cascades, and now as they come back down towards the left-hander, about red flag, race has been stopped. And I think it's because of the tyre stack that's had the issue, that had the incident down there, and because the tyres are all over the place. That's exactly where the car is. It's gone quite far off the road, but that is also prone, if anyone else has a similar issue, goes cannon off the road, particularly with how wet and slippery the grass is, that it can cause a problem for anyone to go off the road and have a problem. So what that will mean is that the result will go back to the last complete lap, which means that, if anything, even though he did stay where he was anyway, it will still be third place for Shane Kelly. It'll be a win for Chris Kuma in Class A overall. Feroz Villamoria will take second in Class A and overall, and Shane Kelly will take third in Class A and overall. Class B victory is set to go to Theo Millward in the BMW E36 car number 81. And that will be ahead of Oliver Divine King and the Audi TT, and Nick Brady in his Audi TT. And the Class C victory, as it seems to have been led all race, it looks like it's going to go to Andrew Stevens in the Honda Civic Type R, who was 13th overall in Class C. There is also the rescue unit that's stopped down the Shellor's hairpin. Whether it's just there just for some precautionary stuff or anything else, but I'm not quite sure why. Somebody else or something else is stopped down. I just remember exactly the red flag. It's just the Master Smith Mini off the road. And then Class D victory goes to Kevin Taylor's Renault Clio. Class E victory will go to, drum roll, Christian White in the Mini Cooper S, which changed a couple of times. We did have the Oats and College car too, but he dropped backwards, and for a long time it was Ben Amber and Draper's Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. So waving to the marshals and waving to the crowd, our race winner, Chris Kuma, in the PBS brakes. He's the man behind PBS brakes, Performance Brake Solutions. Here's VW Golf. He's victorious at Oulton Park here. Now we're going into the lunch break, which means you'll have a few Fun Cup adverts and interviews to enjoy during that point. And then after that's done, we've got two more races coming up on the stream today, which is the second race of the day for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup and Ricci Concept Classic VW Cup. And then our main event, our season finale, the final race of the season for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. But until then, here's the result after the red flag with 3 minutes to go in the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy. It's a win for Chris Kuma in the VW Golf by 12 seconds in the end, for Feroz Villamoria in second place and Shane Kelly in third in the Morgan Plus 4. Roman Grendel just missed out on a podium to take 4th in his Scirocco. Alex Wilkinson-Hughes 5th in the Mazda MX-5. Rob Andrade 6th in the Golf. Then 7th place and Class B victory goes to Theo Millward in the BMW E36. He's ahead of Oliver Divine King's Audi TT, Nick Brady in another Audi TT, and then Walkinshaw in Class A in the VW Scirocco R. 11th for Alistair Lindsay in his Audi TT. 12th was Rob Phillips in the Honda Civic. 13th and Class C victory goes to Andrew Stevens in his Civic Type R, and Majukes, who at one point led the race through the safety car in the pit stops in their BMW Z4. Mike Parsons 15th in the Golf. Kevin Taylor wins Class D in the Renault Clio from Dan Kennedy in the BMW. Then Mark Jones and Simon Gravelly from Gary Wardle and David Cox. Martin Smith's car will not be classified. His car was off the road and stationary when the red flag came out. Jonathan Hobbs' Peugeot 106 Rally will be classified at least initially as 23rd. And then Class E victory goes to Christian White in the Pure Track supported and run Mini Cooper S on this occasion from Ben Amram Draper's Mazda MX-5, and the first of the 2 Citroen DS3 Cup cars driven by Rob Chalmers and Coupe McGuffey. Then it's Oates and Collins in their Citroen DS3 Cup car in 27th place. And I'm not sure if that's it, if we've got any more to scroll through. And the suggestion on the timing screen would say we have a couple, I think. Yeah, there's a couple of cars that didn't finish. It's the 4 cars that didn't finish the race. So Jonathan Mee, who was spun off the road with a mechanical issue up at Lodge Corner. Rory Pickles, who pulled off the road and dropped fluid down at points in the circuit. Adam Marshall, whose car went over several times after a bizarre incident where his car went off the road at Hislop chicane. And Jan Whisker's car was the first retirement, pulling up off the road with some kind of mechanical issue that caused a bit of a steamy exit for that car on the exit of Knickerbrook before Clay Hill. So into the lunch break, and it'll be a chance to get a bit of a refresh both for the drivers and for the marshals and for us on the commentary team and everyone else here at the circuit. And as you mentioned, 2 more races to come then. The second Hit for Construction MG Metro Cup and Ricci Concept Classic VW Cup race, and then our final race of the season to decide the title and the champions in the 2025 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Is it going to be Olympian GRD? Will it be Uvio? Will it be Vape Club with EDF Motorsport, or could Axiometrics, if they have any chance at all left, have a slender chance to do so? We'll find that out later on. But for now, let's have a chat to our class winners from our penultimate race of the season for the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy. They'll be down in Parc Fermé with John Ratcliffe.
You join me then down in Parc Fermé. Of course, what a race that was. Topsy-turvy, I think, to say the least. A lot of off-track excursions. Never nice to see a race end under red flag. But let's go and have a chat with some of our top drivers in that one. We'll head straight over here to the 55 of Chris Coomer. Hopefully we can grab him. Chris? Hello, Chris. How are you? That was a pretty impressive race from yourself. It seemed like you just drove away.
Well, yeah, it wasn't that easy, but yeah, got a decent start, and then the pit window opened favourably for us. Yeah, just got on with it, made the most of the traffic, but I didn't even know where I was when we got back out, because I couldn't really tell where we were at. But car's got decent pace. I raced 2 weeks ago, so we knew where it would sort of be, and it just got drier and drier, so it just helps me. I like it when it's nice and dry. So yeah, can't complain. That's first win for a long time, to be honest. We've not done much racing this year, so we're all happy with that.
Awesome. No, well done. That pit lane was rather busy, wasn't it, to say the least?
Yeah, I nearly got blocked in. I had to get a car moved. Obviously, I come in first, and I got blocked. So I need to move that, or else I'm going to be held. I don't think my pit stop was that great. I was a bit over, but still, we've done the job. I think we won, did we?
Yeah. No, won the race by a good margin. I think it was good 13, 14 seconds at the end.
Oh, that'll do. Nice.
Well done, mate. Cheers. Thank you very much. Right, we'll see if we can grab Mr. Villamoria. Either of you the driver of this car? Yeah. Hello, sir.
Hi.
Mind having a quick chat with me?
Yeah, sure.
Well done. You were in a good battle there with Shane. Sadly, he binned it up in Druids. I'll chat with him in a moment. You were racing really well, though.
Yeah, no, it was great fun. We had a terrible qualifying. We were down in 10th place because I couldn't see anything out in the wet. And so, yeah, it worked out all right in the race. So just got my head down, got a good start, and tried to keep up with Chris with zero luck. And then it was a case of just trying to keep Shane behind me. So, yeah, no, it was a really good race. Really enjoyed that.
You know, you were defending really well. Is it safe to say you prefer it being dry around here rather than wet then?
Well, yeah, because I can see. So the heater in my car does not work. So yeah, it's always helpful when you have a clear line of sight through the corners. No, it was great fun. I don't mind the wet when you can see, but it was it was a mega race today. Good fun.
If I can see out the windscreen, it's all right.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it was great. So from 10th to 2nd, I'm happy with that.
Well done, mate. Great performance. Cheers. Thank you very much. I will dive over to Mr. Kelly.
Hello.
So, you were flying as Luke nearly falls over the car. You were flying out there. But your race certainly wasn't without issues, was it?
No.
You had that issue on the race start and then up at Druids. Can you talk us through both of those?
Yeah, I can't understand the cut out at the start. It happened at Silverstone earlier in the year, and we obviously dropped back to, and it's something to do with the start, the weaving, maybe fuel or something. So it did cut. Which, yeah, so annoyed with that because we were in a good position. But yeah, we got on the back. I think we were sitting around P5, which was nice, and we were comfortable there. And I managed to pick a couple of spaces off at the start, and we sit comfortable here. And we knew there was no live snatch here, so safety cars are probably going to be the order of the day. And and then that led us into the safety car and. Yeah, come out behind Proust, and it was actually a good battle then. Where he was fast, I wasn't quite, and then it evened out at the end of it. We couldn't really do a lot, but I was losing edge of my tyre the whole time, and I was really struggling with the rears. Yeah. And just went in, it bounced, and just rotated into Druid, and one of those things, and but. We had a good battle there, and I think it's nice to have a good sort of door-to-door a little bit. And but yeah, the car was strong. It just didn't. We just lost a bit of tyre at the end there, which is one of those things.
You treated us to some great racing on the live stream. We were thoroughly enjoying it up in the commentary box. You were chasing him down. Sadly, didn't quite go your way. You did well to get back out on circuit ahead of 4th place, though. I think you did know that it was 4th place, didn't you? Because you were diving across, trying to push them off onto the grass.
I actually didn't know he was there. I came across and got out of the way. Right. I got gravel and everything, and then I saw him probably halfway down the back straight, and then the guy said on the radio he's 4th place and managed to block him into first corner. So yeah, I didn't see him there. He's actually quite cross that I was in front of him just now, and I came across him. Apologies for that. I didn't see straight away, but we came out, and I think it red flag anyway, so it probably didn't count back one lap anyway. So so we're really happy with the guys. Have done really well this weekend, and all our sponsors here. It's been unbelievable. So yeah, good end to the season.
Awesome, well done. It was great to watch. Thanks for chatting with me. I would usually try and grab interviews with class winners and whatnot, but I'm not quite sure how we're doing in terms of the timetable here today at Oulton Park. So of course we lost a lot of time in the Fun Cup. We've had the red flag here, safety cars in this as well. So all being reshuffled. We'll try and give you more information when we can about timings and whatnot. But for now, I'll hand it back up. Actually, I won't hand it back up. Thank you, Luke. I'll hand it over to some ads as we go to a break, ready for this afternoon's action.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute. It's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful. You know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute. It's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute. It's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful. You know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very, very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute. It's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very, very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys. You know, you get a lot of seat time, pound per minute. It's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at, and then everyone's so helpful. You know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys. You know, you get a lot of seat time, pound per minute. It's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at, and then everyone's so helpful. You know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves, and look how close they are, they almost touch, absolutely flat out down the hill, but brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside, terrific move, they gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Oulton Park. We continue on with racing action post lunch break, hopefully in only a few moments time. As you can see there, a few vehicles exiting the circuit. I think there were a couple of things to sort out after earlier shenanigans from racing action so far here at Oulton Park, but my goodness, has it been exciting. Of course, you join us here once again for the BRSCC finals day here from Oulton Park, and what we thought was going to be a bit of a cloudy and depressing day in terms of weather here at Oulton Park has actually turned out to be nice and sunny. So drivers being treated to some sunshine up here in the north of England, as you can see there from the lovely camera shots provided by our Alpha Live team. Whether it stays like that for the rest of the afternoon, I am not going to speculate on such things because I will almost certainly be wrong. I am not a weatherman. I will stick to my job of shouting at cars going fast. And we're going to be doing a lot more of that this afternoon. We've got 2 races to come this afternoon, which doesn't sound like much, but one of those is a 3-hour Fun Cup endurance race. But before that, it's race number 2 of the day for both our Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup and the Ritchie Concept Classic VW Cup. That's coming up next. Yes, indeed then, drivers heading out onto the circuit for their second opportunity at racing action today. And we shall bring you through the grid for this one. Let's have a look at it then. On the front of the grid is, of course, our... if I can get myself sorted, the Ritchie Concept Classic VW Cup. Our 6 drivers in that. That is Tim Evans on pole position with Simon Tomlinson alongside him. They'll be followed by Luke Shaw and Donald DeVar on row number 2. Then Nick Sanderson and Paul Dunningham on row number 3. Then we look immediately to the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. That'll be headed up by Jack Ashton with Matthew Simpson alongside him on the front row of their grid. Row number 2 for them is John Moore and Tim Shooter. Row 3, Dick Trevitt and Phil Goodwin. Then row 4 is Carl Wheaton and Richard Garrard. Row 5, Mark Wilson and Neil Burnett. And row 6, rounding up the grid, Jonathan McCocken and Paul Deacon. Let's see how they go through this second race of the day. First one was certainly not without issue. We had a couple of drivers going off-piste somewhat, but we were still treated to some awesome racing action. Just to give you a little lowdown of what happened in that first race earlier on. In the Classic VW Cup, it was Tim Evans who took the win ahead of Simon Tomlinson and Luke Shaw. Donald Dewar winning in the Classic class, 4th place overall in that one. He got an absolutely awesome start, slipping through right up the middle of the 2 drivers on the front row. Couldn't quite hold it there though, across the racing distance, was reeled back in and dropped down to 4th place overall once all was said and done. Then in the MG Metros, what a race from Jack Ashton. It was lovely to chat with him after the race, but a shame to see he wasn't really feeling at his best. Very, very much bunged up with a cold, not feeling fantastic. But you wouldn't have been able to tell that if you were just looking at his on-track action. He was flying, won the race by quite a sizable margin, and was looking relatively relaxed out there, as relaxed as you can be in a 15-minute sprint race in an MG Metro. It was awesome. Following him onto the podium was Matthew Simpson and John Moore. Awesome racing from race number 1. Hopefully we see more as we head in to race number 2 then. We'll be guiding you through all of the action from this one. I'll be heading down to chat with the drivers post-race and say a big well done to all of them. And then we'll be back up in the box for 3 hours of endurance racing. Myself, John Ratcliffe, Scott Wilbus alongside me to guide you through all of this one from this afternoon. That'll be the finale of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship to finalise the day and finalise the event here from Oulton Park. You can see our drivers heading down through the final couple of corners now, getting themselves gridded up, and then we will press on towards racing action. Let's see how this one plays out. Of course, like we say, there's 2 different, well, there's a championship and a series both on the grid. I have to make sure I get my words right there. Sadly, it looks like one of the MG Metros pulling off to pit lane already, sadly for them. Let's see who that is as they enter pit lane.
We have got a Metro in the pits already.
Oh no, it's the 98. It is Jack Ashton, your pole sitter in the MG Metros, is back into pit lane. That is not what he would be hoping for from this second race of the day. As I said in race 1, he was pretty dominant, to say the least, out there on circuit. Drove away with that one, but he's getting shown down all the way to the end of pit lane. Now, is he having to start this one from pit lane? Is he continuing on? I'm trying to work out whether he is coming to a full-on stop. Yes, he is at the end of pit lane. I'm not 100% sure what's happening there for Jack, but it was supposed to be pole position for him. At the moment, it's looking like, at best, a pit lane start. At worst, no start at all. Well, a few more drivers just coming in to the background of your shot there, just filling up the grid here in the MG Metros. And once we get them all sorted, we'll be about ready to get racing in this one. Drivers will look to the lights and will go green for 15 minutes of sprint racing action here across both the championship and the series on the grid. So final race of the year to be sorted out in the championship in terms of the MG Metros. And of course the classic VWs just racing race on race in this one. One to watch though was Jack Ashton leading the championship, another win in that one. Even with him not starting on this one, it might be a challenge for anyone to beat him. Let's see how we go though. We're green and racing, and yet again it's a fantastic start from Donald DeVar. He's got it sorted off of row 2, straight into the lead. Can he chop across down at T1? Not quite able to do so. Got one of the Audis trying to run side by side with him through turn 1. But he might just get swamped through the rest of his first lap. He doesn't have the grunt down the straight. Here go the MG Metros then. They begin, and again, row 2 and 3 get off the line fantastically well. Phil Goodwin threading the needle round the outside as they head down into turn 1. They're going 4 abreast down into turn 1 in the Metros. Could this end in calamities? It doesn't. They all just about give each other enough racing room down through turn 1. Thought I'd give you the update there from T1. Sadly, still having issues with that T1 camber, but we pick them up as they head down into Cascade for the first time in this one. Through the left-hander, side by side for second place. The blue and white car just getting shuffled onto the exit curb there. Keeps all 4 wheels onto the black stuff though, and they press on down to Island and Shell Oils for the first time in this one. Side by side for the race lead there, side by side through Ireland. That was a close one. They just about give each other enough numbers. Oh, that's a big off into the barrier. So one of our drivers, that is going to be at least a safety car in this one. And I'm being told Luke Shaw. Thank you very much, Scott. Luke Shaw, the driver who is off in the barriers. That was a big one. And looked as though, well, it was in the median between the 2 sections of the circuit. It looked as though it was on the side that we're currently on with the camera, on the exit of Shell Oils. But that was a sizable off. If not, it's been an even bigger off because he ended up on that side of the barrier. A sizable one to start off the race, though. That is such a shame, and yet red flag is out on the gantry. Race has been brought to a stop already. We have not had a lot of luck here at Oulton Park today. We've had lots of red flags and safety cars and whatnot, lots of stoppages to racing action. That is such a shame to have this one stop already with only about a minute or so done. But of course, main thing, hopefully Luke is all okay, and we'll give you any update as soon as we can into how Luke is getting on, but never how we want to see a race come to an end for a driver. And we'll give you any updates we can as soon as I learn any more information. But red flag here once again at Oulton Park. Drivers will head around. You can see the finish on the gantry. I don't think that's quite correct. We didn't even complete one racing lap there before we went to red flag. I assume that we will go to a full race restart from the original grid position. So Donald DeVar is going to have to do it all again on the race start. Similarly with a couple of the Metros as well, who were shooting their way through the pack. Goodwin had a fantastic start, third in the lead around the outside down into Old Hall Corner. Sadly, didn't quite work out for him. I think he slipped back into sort of the position he was in at the start. But either way, come to a stoppage here then at Oulton Park. Drivers all lining up Deer Leap, getting themselves to a safe part of the circuit, and they'll then be told by the marshals exactly what the plan is, pressing on with this one. It looks as though we'll be extending the day even further. Sadly, we're already about 30-40 minutes behind schedule with issues earlier on today, and it only looks like that's going to get even later, sadly for us. But like we say, hopefully driver or drivers involved all okay. We'll give you any updates as soon as we can. Well, while I'm waiting for a bit more information, then I'll wait for the go-ahead from the producer to throw to some advertisements for you to keep you keep having something to watch while we wait for racing action to continue out on the black stuff here at Oulton Park. But like we say, not how we wanted things to restart after the lunch break. Absolutely gutting, not only robbing us of some post-lunch racing action, at least for now, but also robbing racing action at all for Mr. Shaw, who found himself down in the barriers down there through Island, Shell Oils, and up into the chicane as well. A very fast section of the circuit. If it was down through Island, you're really trying to tip it in pretty much flat out. Of course, I only know a Fun Cup car. It's pretty much flat out through that corner, as there you go. Car up on its side. Good to see driver out of the car. And yeah, that leads me to believe that is out of the chicane. So more than likely, that's been in a scuffle with someone else. They came to the exit of Britain's. Has gone wide onto the still very slippery grass, even though we've had green flag racing conditions in sunny conditions for a while. It's still going to be pretty slippery out there. Has hit that barrier and has gone up on two wheels. We saw a car rolling only in the last race a little bit further down in the circuit. Luckily, it looks as though that one hasn't gone over. Just up onto two wheels, driver out, seemingly all okay. So while we wait for proceedings to continue here at Oulton Park, hopefully we can just throw to a few adverts for the moment's time, and we'll be back shortly.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute. It's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful. You know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly, it's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Right then, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Oulton Park once again. Oh, it's been a bit of a topsy-turvy day here at Oulton Park, hasn't it? We've had lots of stoppages and starts, but it looks as though we're just about ready to get it underway yet again, sadly lacking one of our 6 drivers from the VW Cup. Of course, Luke Shaw there, finding the barriers on the exit of the chicane. Car left up on 2 wheels on the barrier. Luckily, driver seemingly all okay, but car not able to continue there from Britain's. So we've lost him from the grid. Let's quickly run you through it yet again as the drivers head round the green flag lap. It'll be Tim Evans on pole position in the Ricci Concept Classic VW Cup. Simon Tomlinson alongside him on the front row. Only one car on row 2 now. That'll be Donald DeVar. Donald getting yet another cracking start. He had a great one in race 1. Another fantastic one at the start of race 2. But he's going to have to do it again. Second attempt here at race 2. Sadly for Donald there from row 2 on the grid. Nick Sanderson and Paul Dunningham round out that grid for our VWs. Then we've got a 20-second delay once again before we head on for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup. Grid for that looks like this. Well, Jack Ashton should have been on pole position. I wasn't sure whether he had an issue and thus went into pit lane. Well, he's done it again. He's down at the end of pit lane waiting once more. We're not 100% sure in the box as to why. We don't believe that it's something he has to do because he won the last race. We think that potentially he just wants a really fun race and might just decide to go from the back. We'll wait and see anyway how that one plays out. He should be on pole position, but it'll just be Matthew Simpson on the front row for them. John Moore and Tim Shooter on the second row for the MG Metros. Row 3, we'll have Dick Trevitt and Phil Goodwin. Phil getting a blinder of a start on that first attempt. Let's see if he can do it again here on start attempt number 2. Carl Wheaton and Richard Garrard are on row number 4. They'll be followed by Mark Wilson and Neil Burnett on row 5. And then Jonathan McCaugham and Paul Deacon. That rounds out all of the runners in the race for this one. 12 for the MG Metros, and it should have been 6 for the VWs, but sadly we're dropping down to 5 because of that earlier incident. Right then, 15 minutes back on the clock yet again, ladies and gentlemen. Again, sadly we are a little bit behind schedule, so if you've joined us for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, don't worry, you've not missed it. It hasn't happened yet. The finale, the last race of the day. We had the 1 hour earlier on today. It'll be this race, and then immediately after, we'll move into the 3 hour endurance race to finalise the season in Fun Cup. But at the moment, we look at our screens, and it looks as though our T1 camera is back, which is lovely to see. So we should get a good view down through the first couple of corners then. Let's see who's able to get to it first, though. Of course, like we say, the VWs, 5 of them will kick it off. I say 5, I can only see 4 out my window. Well, they're underway nonetheless. Green flag racing begins here yet again at Oulton Park, and it's a race down to the first couple of corners. Looks as though the Audi might have just about got the jump there at the start of this one, and does indeed lead through T1. Hello, Scott.
Hello. Yes, I've finished everything I need to do to make sure I get back on microphone, because right on time, because the Metros are just about to set off. And one car didn't get going. That was Dick Trevitt in the 96 that wasn't able to make it. They're 4 abreast down the pit straight. And there's contact. John Moore's been tagged. They've all survived just about. One car straight off the road again as well. 2 across the barriers. John Moore's involved. I think also so was car number 3. And 3, I think, was Tim Shooter involved in that. And just simply 4 into 1, despite them being diminutive little Metros, 4 into 1 was not going to go. And sadly, 2 cars have come to blows, one of which was John Moore, who was starting right towards the front of the field. So it looks like Matthew Simpson's got away with that from the lead. It's second place, it looks like. I think from McCorkin, I think he's come quite far up the order from where he was on the grid. And I can't quite make out 3rd place, but
looks as though they've all managed to carry on, which is great.
They have, although 2 of them with a little more damage than they would have liked.
Yes.
Readers making their way in the Metros down through Island Bend. The classic VW cars are already out of Britain, and now over Hilltop towards Hislop for the first time. But fast and frantic even with the Metros in the mix. And they might be small, but they can cause plenty of shenanigans when they get together. And I had a feeling something was going to possibly kick off when they went 4 abreast down the pit straight off the start. That was never going to work out, and I was proven right in the end. So to the chicane they go.
Well, they were at least 3, if not 4 wide on the first attempt at the start. Second attempt didn't quite go as well, but yeah, as you say, 2 cars parked up at the side now. They are very much out of this race. Luckily for us, though, I think they're parked well enough out of harm's way that we will be able to continue on with this race. Here are the MGs heading down into this tricky section. Right, left, right, carry that speed, then up the hill. But there we go then, we're just seeing out of our comms box window, the 1, 2, 3 of Tim Evans does come across the line in the lead of the VWs. Tomlinson in second place. Then it's the 73 and the 46. Sanderson now ahead of Dunningham, and those are the 4 that we have left in terms of our VWs. They head down through turn 1 now, and now we wait with bated breath to see when the MGs head on through. And who has managed to get to the sharp end of that one? It was all calamities down into T1 at that time of asking. Who's made it to the sharp end of the field? Then they come up and over Deer Leap. And we've got one driver with a sizable lead in this one. It's the number 16 of Simpson who's made it to the front. So a great start then for Matthew Simpson. Was second on the front row of the grid, second on the grid for this one, but has scampered off on the first lap of proceedings.
And as for Jack Ashton, he came across the line in, what was that? It was in 6th position, despite starting from the pit lane. So that just shows how dominant he is in the championship and how quick he can be. He's already onto the tail of what looks like Richard Garrett. Up the inside he goes. That was a pretty textbook pass into Cascades for Jack Ashton, who essentially is champion-elect because he came into the weekend with a handy enough lead in the points. was able to take a very commanding victory in race number 1, and my guess is, rather than a problem, he decided, you know what, I'm going to make this fun for the last race. I'm going to start from the pit lane this time, make it a bit more action-packed so I can do some overtaking. He's done one car in the Cascade, he's doing another one just about onto the inside line of Shellor's hairpin. This will be on the inside of Carl Wheaton, I think. That'll put him up to 4th place. His next target is going to be Jonathan McCorkin in car number 8, and see how quickly he can pick him off as they come back down towards Britons now for the second time. They hop over the chicane. You might pick another one off here if he plays it carefully. Tim Shooter's in the pit lane in car number 4, so issues for him. What would have been 9th or 10th? He's going back out there again, but currently crossed the line in P10, and that's a 3rd car picked off for Jack Ashton. Corkin now dispatched with. Next car will be Mark Wilson in the white and black number 17. And dare I even ask the question, can he catch him before the end of a lap?
This is ridiculous, isn't it? Ridiculous. If he has just done that, where he's gone, fancy a bit of a laugh, let's start from the pit lane. That's crazy. I know he's in the lead of the championship, but the points gap wasn't insurmountable.
You get some drivers who decide, I'm not going to do the final race because I'm that far ahead. In his eyes, I still want to race, but I want to make it a little bit more interesting, so I'm going to start from the back on purpose. And some of them are just that sadistic and just want to have that much fun. So Jack Ashton is one of those. He just wants to pass his rivals, all of them one more time, just to make it clear, I am the championship leader, this is happening. And he's thinking about it, and he's gone for it down the inside. So that is 4 Metros picked off in 1 lap for Jack Ashton. He's gone from 6th to 2nd in 1 tour of the Oulton Park International Circuit. That's how you do it.
That is utterly ridiculous. That is utterly ridiculous. Fair play to Jack, cutting his way through the traffic really speedily. But Simpson's had such a good start to this one. He kept out of all the troubles of everyone behind him, but that now means he's got nearly 10 seconds to the good ahead of Jack Ashton. But let's see, just less than 10 minutes left to go. A second a lap.
Yeah, but that won't stop Jack. I'm pretty sure he's got enough pace in him to try and catch. He's already trying to create a couple of car lengths gap to Mark Wilson, who's one of several cars that whose front wheel is full of leaves, which has now been depositing themselves on the circuit, because as it is autumn and it is that time of the year, the leaves are leaving the trees at this point. There's Dick Trevitt, who is not in his typical orange and yellow Metro Turbo. He's in a more of a newer Rover Metro shaped cars, and he's in the blue and white machine just behind the black and gold of a Metro. No, that is one of the Rover Metros in front of him. That is Carl Wheaton in car number 23. We shouldn't forget our Classic VW contingent. There is still Tim Evans leading by 6 seconds at this point from Simon Tomlinson and Nick Sanderson up to 3rd place ahead of Paul Dunningham. So we don't have Don DeVar. Of course, we lost Luke Shaw at the beginning of the first start because of his incident exiting Britain's chicane. How his car ended up in that position is beyond me, but hopefully he's okay and that car is repairable. Scrap on for 3rd between Nick Sanderson. He's got 2 of these Seat Loud Super Cobras, but they're different generations. This is his first gen car, and there's the more common second gen car, which typically tend to race a lot more. There's the series over them over in Ireland, Seat Super Cup Ireland, that keeps those cars running, which is quite fun to see. They came actually here at Oulton Park, one of our meetings a few months ago, and were made quite. I think they had a start line incident too, but on top of that, they're still quite fun. What I saw of it from covering it remotely. Been challenged by the Audi A3, which again just proving that, like with the Tim Evans' TT, it doesn't have to be a VW. It can be a VAG family car, and of course, as well, Nick Sanderson Seat being part of that group too. So you can have those cars, and as I mentioned earlier on, we did have at the last Classic VW Cup race a Skoda Octavia VRS in the hands of Paul Roderson, which has done racing elsewhere, but he came in as a guest and seemed to enjoy himself, so proving even Skodas can do well in this championship.
Indeed, it's great to see, just like we saw in the endurance race earlier on, so many different types of cars all battling on the same piece of tarmac. It's lovely to see, but similarly in the MG Metros, all pretty much identical and giving us cracking racing as well, so whichever you like. We've got an offer here at Oulton Park. This battle continues. For 3rd place, it is. Nick Sanderson still just ahead of Paul Dunningham at the moment. What's that gap looking like between Simpson and Ashton in the MGs? It's down to 6 seconds, isn't it now? 6.5 seconds. So what was just over 10, it's only been 2.5 minutes. It's now only just over 6. I have a sneaking suspicion that Jack Ashton might be on the back of Matthew Simpson before he knows it. I think Matthew might be checking his mirrors every corner going, is he there yet? Is he there yet? Suddenly he'll appear into the rearview mirror and then he's got to get a move on.
He will eventually. It's not a case of if, it's when it will happen, because it will happen. He will catch him and he will pass him. It's like Taken. I will find you, and I won't finish that sentence, but I will find you and I will pass you at I don't know, Druids. Let's bet that prediction. Anyway, it's like the Metro version of Taken. Anyway, back with the Classic VWs. I don't know what I'm on about. It's the season. Anyway, back to our battle for 3rd place. Still Nick Sanderson in the Seat versus Paul Dunningham in the Audi. Paul didn't finish race 1, but he's back out there with a healthier. No, Stephen Watson. That is the name. No, it is That is Paul Dunningham. I think it's in Stephen Watson's car. No, it is his car. So they have a trio of 3 of these cars that are run by the Pinnacle team. So sometimes they get a bit confusing with the colour schemes and what they have. So for some reason I thought that he was Stephen Watson's car, but he's not. He's in his own car. I'll stop talking about that and carry on what's important, which is what's going on in the race. I'll stop rambling. So Sanderson and Dunningham down towards the left-hander at Cascades. The gap has come down slightly in the lead in the VW ranks. It's now Evans to Tomlinson, 5.3 seconds. Now it's 14 seconds back or so to this script battle, although that's a little bit of... Is that exhaust smoke or something that's rubbing on the rear wheel? There was something, a puff of something that came off the rear of Nick Sanderson's car. Hasn't affected his performance that much. I don't know if Dunningham's seen that either and backed off ever so slightly, but that's interesting. Meanwhile, our Metro's come across the line as we keep on watching the Classic VWs. The gap has visibly come down. It was 6 seconds. It's now, I make that about 4.3 seconds now. So that gap's come down by another 2 seconds in one lap. We can even look, I suppose, at the timing at this point in time and see who's done what. Yeah, last lap was a 2 minutes 6.8 for Matt Simpson, 2 minutes 4.4 for Jack Ashton, by far and away the fastest lap of the race in the Metro category. And again, took the gap down by another 2.4 seconds to get them down to 4.2 at this point. So we are getting a little bit closer, and it's working pretty well at this point for them. So it looks as though that what is relatively settled in Classic VWs, I think it's not settled by a long shot in the Metros, particularly for this last race of the season.
No, it certainly isn't settled, to say the least. I can't believe that difference in pace across the field there. Ashton on the 204 and Simpson on the 206, like you mentioned. Rest of the drivers, 210s, 211s, 212s. That is a huge difference in pace. And Ashton is quickly reeling Simpson in to try and get 2 wins from 2 here on the final day of the season. And well and truly clinch the championship. I think he's pretty much got 1.5 hands on it at the moment, with just under 5 minutes left to go in this one. He'll be looking to finish the season off with yet another victory. There he is, heading down into Knickerbrook once more then, as they head then through and up the hill once again. That rear view mirror of Matthew Simpson, Jack Ashton, will be getting larger and larger in it, lap on lap. And again, even visibly, you can see how much that gap has reduced, even on this lap alone. Through they go into Druids once again. You can see that line outside of the circuit, then cutting through to the middle as you get on the brakes. It's all about finding that second apex there through Druids, and if you miss it by even half an inch, you'll find yourself suddenly half a foot away from where you wanted to be on the exit. It's so crucial, particularly in tricky conditions. Luckily, it seems a little bit more simple through that section of corners now than it did earlier on today. It's dried out throughout today's proceedings. However, it is always Druids that takes the longest to dry out, of course, because it has that huge amount of tree cover and leaf cover from the trees, although a lot of them are falling on the circuit at the moment. There are still quite a few keeping it sheltered, and thus meaning that the rain just stays there for ages on that part of the circuit. Just having a brief look on the little weather radar I've got. It looks a little bit different to what it was showing earlier. I think all of the rain clouds are just about going to miss us. They're going to head to the left of us on the map and up and over Chester and Wrexham and whatnot. But I think the Fun Cup drivers might just be lucky here and hold out for a 3-hour entirely dry endurance chase. But yet again, it is Oulton Park, so I'm not going to hold out for that. We'll wait and see. 3 minutes left to go in this one then. Still Tim Evans leading the way in the VWs. Still Matthew Simpson leading the way just about in the MGs.
Right on me.
So yeah, the gap has come down, or even more and more so. Dunningham up the inside to try and take third. Has a speculative look into into Lodge Corner. Hasn't got to Old Hall yet. It's got 2 more corners to go. And again, that smokiness from the back of Nick Sanderson's car. I think it's more something rubbing on the bodywork, the body rubbing on the tyre rather than anything else, because it's not affecting performance too much. They're both going to move up the inside to get past Paul Deacon's Metro. Put a lap on that. It's clever driving again. Again, it's something maybe rubbing on the front left, I think it is. Something rubbing on the front wheel arch of Nick Sanderson's car, and it's still doing it a little more going down towards Cascade. Now, I'm not sure if it's something more permanent. It's smoking a lot more. It was intermittent a couple of laps ago. Now it's kind of just about there, I think. Heading up towards left-hander at Island Bend. Still 5.6 seconds. Here's the lead for the Metros, and as we expected, Jack Ashton, with the eyes on, has caught Matt Simpson relatively quickly. Just lifts the inside wheel as he pushes that Metro all the way out to the curbing at Lodge Corner, over Dearly and across the line to start another lap. 1 minute 45 on the clock. I think they're going to have, I'd say, 2 more laps for the Metros, unless the leaders somehow catch these two. As I mentioned, it's a case of when rather than if Jack Ashton makes the move. He's getting closer. What was his lap time last time? It was a 2:03.929. Again, another 1.6 seconds quicker, I'd say. Yeah, 1.6 seconds quicker on that lap. Both personal bests, but Ashton just a class and a half apart of everybody else. And Williams, I'm certain, will try and defend as hard as he can, but the inevitable is only a matter of time, I fear. For Matt, they head down towards Shellall's hairpin. I don't anticipate that Ashton will make the dive there. He might try down the outside. He's as close as he's ever been. On the rear bumper, exiting out of Shell Oils through the banking, using that momentum to slingshot off the corner. Now down towards Britons, the first of the 2 chicanes. Hop over the first part of the curbing. You can see by the body language just how hard Jack Ashton is pushing as he comes up over Hilltop. Getting close enough that he dare make a move down towards his slops. He's thinking about it. He's put Simpson offline. Meanwhile, back to battle for third in Classic BWs, and up the inside goes Dunningham to relieve Sanderson Sayat of the place. And I wonder if that smokiness is what's possibly caused him to lose a little bit of pace. But look at lap times. Now, lap times are still pretty much the same. Sanderson was 2/10 slower than Dunningham across the line in that last lap, but they're doing 2-minute 1 point, low to mid 2-minute ones. So whatever it is that's smoking or steaming or whatever it is from Nick Sanderson's car, it's not slowing him down enough to make him lose a lot of pace. He's literally lost that position on pure speed of Dunningham and overtaking alone. Here comes Ashton, again just darting out, he's just distracting Simpson as much as he can. Out of Lodge, over Deer Leap. Now, this is interesting because it's almost like Ashton's going at Simpson's pace rather than going all out and making a dive up the inside. You might think about it into Old Hall Corner, but he's just tactically keeping himself in Simpson's mirrors, making him think, to make him try and distract himself a little. Runs wide, there's the distraction. I think he's lost momentum. So that gives Ashton the chance he needs to close back in. The time has hit 0, so Tim Evans, if he's on the last lap of the race, certainly come through. There he is, inset, so he will come through into Lodge Corner for the final time. And it was an emotional win earlier on to remember his friend, and he'll do it once again to make it a double here at Oulton Park. The Metro Cup battle goes off down the hill up towards Island Bend. As for meanwhile the checker flag, it's weaving with delight for Tim Evans as he wins in the Classic BWs and once again seals the double here at Oulton Park. An excellent victory with Simon Tomlinson picking up second place. It'll be third place in the end, I think, for Dunningham, but the Metro back-up battle is going to go to the flag here, and it is going to be Jack Ashton, who I think is set to pretty much clinch the title provisionally. He wants to do it in style with a victory from the pit lane, but it's still wheel-to-wheel into the complex here at Britain's. He backed off a little bit, gets the better slingshot off the corners, might get him better traction and sort of pull up the hill. Over Hilltop in the slipstream. These are little boxy Metros, so they do punch quite a large hole on the air, so the slipstream is quite powerful. And Ashton again looks to the inside, forcing Simpson to dart one way then the other, but Ashton's body language shows he wants to see if he can seal it with a victory. Little bounce over the curve for Simpson, but he holds on to momentum through Britons, through Knickerbrook for the final time. Is he going to dare make a move either into Druid or get a good run through there to line him up for a possible last-minute lunge into Lodge Corner? Either way, if Ashton wants to pretty much provisionally seal the title, he'll want to do it with a win, but Simpson's giving as good as he gets. Through Druid, it's good run through the right-hand. This might be the run he needs. Is Simpson going to go to the inside to defend? He thought about it, but he's not fully defending. Ashton's sure going to have to make it one last send up the inside line. Thinks about it again, but can't make it happen. Is he going to force Simpson out wide? Is he going to be a better run off the corner? It might be a drag race, but on the run to the line he'll be close, but it might not be close enough. They're going to be heading over the crest together. And in the final race of the season for the MG Metro Cup, it is victory this time for Matthew Simpson. Matthew Simpson takes the win. And second place, I think, I'll say this tentatively and most certainly provisionally, that is enough, given that he was leading by about 16 points or so coming into the weekend. He won race 1 and second in race 2. I think that will be provisionally enough, I'll say that tentatively, to give Jack Ashton the 2025 MG Metro Cup title in its entirety. So congratulations, I will say provisionally and tentatively to Jack Ashton for that one, and we'll let the powers that be in the championship to fully work that one out to decide if he has done that, but he was ahead in the championship by enough, I think, to seal that up. So a double for Tim Evans in the Audi TT. He wins the Classic BW segment of that share grid race. from Simon Tomlinson's Golf in second and Paul Dunningham's Audi to A3 in third, who had a race-long battle with Nick Sanderson in his Seat Super Cup in fourth position. Matthew Simpson wins after an exciting last couple of laps battling with, we think, new provisional champion Jack Aston in P6. And Dick Trevitt getting onto the podium in third place in his Metro 100. Then Mark Wilson, Jonathan McCorkin running out the top 5 in Metros, followed by Carl Wheaton, Richard Garrett, Neil Burnett, Paul Deacon and Tim Shooter, who was in the pit lane for a while and pitted and finished 14th. There's nobody else because we either had retirees from the first start or can't make the second start after race 1. So a big thank you before we go to John down there in Park Fleming when we get there. A big thank you to everyone both in the Classic VW Cup and the MG Metro Cup for racing with us once again this year. Great entertainment, and they're hopefully going to be producing more of the same in 2026. But for now, we can get the thoughts of our 2 winners from both Metros and VWs. They're down in Park Fleming here at Oulton Park with John Ratcliffe.
Hello, welcome back to Park Ferme then. Let's have a chat with a couple of people from that race. Watch out you don't get hit by the recovery truck, Luke. We'll head back over this way and get out of the way of the drivers. What a way to end the season for both of these. Well, I was going to say championships. I've nearly got that wrong a couple of times today. Championship and series. We'll see who we can chat to. We'll go straight over here to begin with. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Do you want to take your helmet off before you chat with me?
I'll take my hat off.
Okay. Yet again, another win for yourself.
I've had a good day, haven't I?
2 from 2 today. It's been a good day.
It's a good day.
Well done, Tim. How are we feeling in that one then? Another positive one?
Yeah, I was a bit scared behind. I think, the Scirocco roll on the first lap. Is everybody all right? I mean, I don't know anything, but...
To our knowledge, all okay?
Didn't look too good, but yeah, so, it depleted two guys out there. So, yeah, I just got my head down, just kept a consistent lap time, just gathered it all and just kept it going.
And a double race win for your friend as well?
For my friend, a double race win. How good's that?
Perfect.
He's again. Mikey. We've done all right today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very well. Well done, mate. Thank you very much. Let's see if I can get my booklet to turn the page. It's rather windy here. Oh, hello. It's rather windy here today at Oulton Park. Who have we got next? The 140 and the 73. We'll dive in with Tomlin, so we weren't able to have a proper chat with him last time. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Second place. How was that for you?
It were okay. It were a bit of a run round, no one to race, but yeah, a bit of a disaster on the first race start with Luke going over, but yeah, car worked, so I'm happy with rebuild. We had more than one gear this time, so yeah, it just well done to Evans. Yeah, he were flying, to be fair. He had, plenty of pace from start. So, but yeah, enjoyed the weekend.
Thanks for chatting with us, mate. Cheers, well done. Yeah, able to keep it in some other gears rather than just fourth. Let's see if we can very quickly chat with our winner, the number 16. He's apparently down here. I will make it very quick, don't you worry. 16, aha! Here we go. I'm going to dive in with him very quick before we go on to the Fun Cup. Hello, sir.
Hi.
Well done on your race win. You managed to keep him behind even in the dying moments.
Yeah. He's given me a chance for the last race win of the season by pulling into the pit lane. Ledge.
Well done. I'll quickly say as well, pit start, you nearly made it P1, mate.
It was a good attempt, wasn't it? It was a great race. Matt, I'll tell you what, I'll give it my all. And Matt held me off. I couldn't get past. So, yeah, great job.
It was awesome to watch. Well done on the second place. Right then, final race of the day. We're back to the Fun Cup. 3 hours of endurance racing coming right up.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gents. This is it. This is the final 3 hours of competition to decide who wins the title of the 2025 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. It's an incredible year, and we've got another 30, well, not quite a 30 car grid. We've got a good entry once again with a random grid draw, and of course one position already sealed up, knowing exactly who won for race number 1. So the grid for the final race of the season after random draw is as follows. It's Green Heath will start on pole position, with Gary Bates starting that car. Alongside him, 248 Lockers Racing, and that's going to be with Ryan Slaney-Smith starting that car from the front row. Demon Tweaks 249 then comes next. That's started by Jason Minshaw and Anglo-Asian Mining if their car does get out after the incident at turn 1 in race number 1. That's going to be started by Jamie Good. Row 3, Axiometrics, still, we think, possibly Lucy in the title fight after they miraculously got that car going after they were involved in the race 1 start line incident. That car being started first of all by John Perrott once again, alongside them 251 Sherrod Eyes UK, who are hoping they can have a better start this time. That car is set to start with Peter Belshaw at the wheel, and then row 4 sees Sunoco Racing Team at car number 22, which is started by Axel Hildebrand, and PLR Racing car 146, once again this time started by Tim Wheeldon, before he hands over to the captain Neil Plimmer. It's BERT in the spare EDF car, 212 starting in P9, that car being started by John Relton, and the top 10 completed by the blue and yellow machine of FF Corsa 263, that car being started by Michael Broadhurst again. And row 6, it's second choice racing, car 157 being started by Joe Phelps to hand over to Michael Lyons, and then Team Pacific JPR hire in car 257, that car being started by Nick Adcock before handing over to Rupert. Row 7 is where we find our championship leaders and potential champions, one of our main championship contenders. P13 is where Team Olympian, the defending winners, will start in that one, and that car being started by Chris Devell, getting his first run of the day after he sat out the sprint race earlier on. He starts alongside car 169, which is Rare Vinyl Limited. Rob Croydon again starts that car ahead of Joe Bosch-Wiggin. Then Maninky Nonk, if that car is back out, I think it's had a bit of a... because it's apparently been renamed to Frankenstein rather than Maninky Nonk, with some other different parts being put together to get that car back out. So 195 being started by Matt Hyde this time on the 8th row of the grid. That's alongside Pitts Happens, 403. That's being started by Chris Hayes. Row 9 sees the other championship contenders. We've got Uwe Hoffman's Motorsport, car 225 back in 17th place. They start with Fabulous Randaccio at the wheel, making some possible setup changes to balance the car for both drivers. Race Logic will start car 210 in 18th position. That car being started by David Denyer this time. And then on to the 10th row of the grid, where we find two very quick cars. Signature RV in car 557 being started by Steve Ruston, and another of our championship contenders, Vape Club with EDF Motorsports back in 20th. They start car 246 with Ted Bradley once again at the wheel. Cars heading off on the formation lap, so we'll reel through the rest of the cars. It's then 207 Demon Tweaks 2 being started by Graham Pattle, and Red River Sport 200 being started by Gareth Williams this time. Row 12 is Morpheus Motorsport, car 109. If that car is out, which we believe it is, that's going to be Steve Walton and Harry Mellistit sharing that car. We don't know exactly. I think Harry's going to start first in that car. And Team Summers 158, which will start with Gary Summers at the wheel, and that will be in 24th position. And then the last two cars that will start, we lost 4 cars, which we'll detail in a second. Team Pesky in P25 is going to be started in 252 by Andrew Dyer. And Team FFS, after they won their first race earlier on today, by default, as the rules, they have to start at the back of the grid. So car 220 will have Barry Thompson at the wheel before he hands over then to Nick Hyton, and then Lewis Thompson. They'll repeat that sequence for the second part. Now, one car that hasn't got away, you might see on the pit straight if we cut to the camera, is the BERT car. That's the 212 car that's being borrowed by BERT from EDF. That car stranded on the grid and able to start properly. You can just see towards the top of the shot in the centre on the pit straight. There it is, in fact, being pushed away after having some kind of issue getting away. But 26 cars taking the start, 4 cars that will not take the start, sadly. We think our Morpheus Motorsport car 110, the 111 car of CGI Craig Butterworth, and at least the 214 car of C Data. I think also possibly, yes, the 97 car, which had the spin at the exit of turn 1 in the first lap. That's the Renault Racing car. Andre and Pierre Renault. As you can see, 212 has got going with a little bit of a push start for assistance. So then, John Ratcliffe, 3 hours ahead to decide who wins the 2025 Fun Cup Endurance title. I'm not going to ask you to put your money on, because I think it's safe to say that would be a silly decision, given the fact that we know this is Fun Cup, and quite literally, even though it's cliche to say so, literally anything could happen in the next 180 minutes.
Yeah, genuinely, this is going to be so exciting. I cannot wait for this race to get underway. Let's have a little run through of championship points as we head into this one. Now, this is with the drop rounds included. 2 relatively poor ones for our Team Olympia GRD and UVA Hoppens Motorsport. Vape Club having a really consistent season. Worst score of a 46 versus a 38 for UVO and a 35 for Olympian. So impressive stuff, consistency through the year from Vape Club. But these are your scores on the doors. 542 for Olympian GRD, 532 for UVA Hoffman's Motorsport, 517 for Vape Club with EDF Motorsports, and 474 for Axiometrics. Now, Axiometrics still mathematically able to win this, but realistically, they'd have to win the race and all 3 ahead of them in the championship not finish. That's the only real way they're going to win this. And I think I worked it out before we went to the race start. If UVA Hoffman's Motorsport win the race and get fastest lap, if Olympian GRD finish 6th or lower, then UVO Hoffmans will win the title. So basically, if Olympian GRD can get into the top 5 in this race, stay there till the checkered flag, they've got the championship.
Regardless of what happens anywhere else?
Yes.
Okay, right, so a top 5 finish, we think then, provisionally, we'll stress the word provisionally because we always have to in the situation.
Because I said it.
Yes, it's down to his spreadsheet and his maths. Although you can laugh, my GCSE maths are no better, and that's funny because it's true.
It's not my spreadsheet, it is Chris Rose's spreadsheet, so I will pass all the blame onto him.
Unless you want to retain next year, I'd rather not. I suppose you shouldn't do that. But that's your funeral. Anyway, back to more important matters. 180 minutes of Fun Cup racing getting underway very, very shortly. So we think then, if a top 5 finish comes the way of Team Olympian, the number 1 stays on the door. If we think it's 6th or lower, and if UVO wins the race and gets fast as that, we think the title goes back to the former multiple champions, Varkini and Fabulous. But could Vape Club steal their thunder? Is Axiometrics a realistic outside chance? Or could anyone else cause any dramas? And could literally anything else happen? We saw Team FFS come from 26th on the grid to take their first victory, which means the answer could quite possibly be don't expect anything and expect the unexpected then. So, 9 races complete, 1 more still to go. What a season it's been for Fun Cup in 2025. 2026 set to be even bigger and better. But before we get there, we've got a champion team to crown then. So, on the front row of the grid once again, it is going to be Greenheath and iLockers racing for the final time in Fun Cup in 2025. It is go! Sprinting down towards turn 1, good start for Demon Tweaks up the inside of both the front row men. Is it going to be Jason Minshaw up the inside of both of them? The answer is yes, it is. And Jason Minshaw in Demon Tweaks turns into Oulton Corner in the lead of the race for Demon Tweaks. I think for the first time, ever from the front start, if I'm correct saying so. And this time, thankfully, all 26 cars and teams through trouble and drama free is what we like to see. So in towards Cascades for the first time. Demon Tweaks leads. Greenheath in 2nd place. Axiometrics already up to 3rd by the look of it, from iLockers in 4th position. As for our championship contenders, they're caught in the melee, and I think also looking pretty close together. Looks to be both Olympian and UVO quite close together in the mid-pack if they can make their way through. There's UVO already getting to the top 10. A couple of positions back is Chris DeVell, but we know that Chris is there. Was that Olympian going round? Was that Olympian going round on the exit of Island Bend? I think it might have been. I saw the car going sideways. Was that Olympian going sideways?
Yeah, they're not there.
They're not there. Have they hit the barriers or carried on? If they have, that can be major implications for the championship. The camera's not showing us where he wants to be, but they have not come through. So I saw Chris DeVell's car get sideways on the exit of Island Bend. More cars getting into each other in the background. What I think was the Sunoco car in there too. Now, we need to keep looking at the field. It's right at the top of the circuit. He was there at the top, but he's right down to last and 26th position. We said that watch for anything and everything to happen. Talk about drama. The championship is, and there that the leaders are off the road. Demon Tweaks locks up round the out, so goes Axiometrics of all teams. What was it they said to happen? All 3 of them not finish and they win the race.
Yes.
At this rate, it might well happen.
Oh my goodness, what a first lap then in this 3-hour endurance race. What a start from Mr. Minshaw in the Demon Tweaks car. But just as quickly as that happened, a mistake. Off the road he goes. Axiometrics slip on through. It looked like a bit of bodywork getting torn off there as they headed up the hill. There goes UVO Hoffman's making moves as well. Vape Club going through too. But it is a significant margin now back to Olympian GRD at the back of the pack. We'll keep an eye on how their first stint continues on. There is Vape Club with EDF Motorsports down the inside of the Sherrodized car. Good to see them continuing on in this one, battling well. There's more battles ahead. iLockers forcing their way through up into 6th place. So now then, we've got 2 of our contenders in the top 5. Vape Club not too far away from the top 5 as well. 1 lap completed and chaos already ensuing here in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship.
UVO up to 4th. They've gone past PLR Racing, and actually in terms of the number 1 car, which is Olympian GRD, they went down to last and 26th position. There's 2 of the championship contenders they're also battling against, making moves. That was up the inside of PLR for Vape Club PDF. Meanwhile, up the inside of Greenheath went UVO, and Vape Club chasing after them. Team Ted Bradbury going for the move up the inside of Gary Bates to pick up what will be 4th position. Into 3rd has gone UVO, already on the tail of our erstwhile leaders, Demon Tweaks with Jason Minshaw. Axiometrics, 4th in the championship, getting away out here in front. Car number 103, John Perrott making the most of it. They're 3 abreast almost on the exit as you see Demon Tweaks being swamped by both Vape Club EDF and also by UVO, and they're both almost in tandem making their way through. Minshaw stands his ground, slots in between the pair of them through the first chicane at Hislops, Brissons, over the hill, thumping over the curb, and in fact actually there goes Vape Club with a better exit as Bradbury powers his way past, and Greenheath might follow them through. Then you've got in that gaggle PLR, then it's iLockers, then FF Corsa, and then Sherrodized and Race Logic are in there as well. But as you mentioned, the championship leaders and defending champions down to 26th and last on the first lap of the race. Right, Grant, he's got 116 minutes to make it up, but even so, he's not making it. No, he's more 178 minutes to make it up, but even so, he's not made the task for either riding or Simon that bit easy to try and hold on to this title, has he?
No, exactly. It's not all over for sure, but they've certainly made it a little bit more challenging for themselves. Right then, for our 3 championship contenders apart from Olympian GRD, now all up into the top 3, and here might be the move for second place. Vape Club down the inside into the final corner, as easy as you like there. Through goes Ted Bradbury up into second place, and I think smartly enough there from Uvio and from Fablius Randaccio. No need to fight that one, just stick in with him, or I might eat my words as he looks to the inside into T1. No, thinks better of it, sticks in behind for now, because of course Uvio decently well ahead in points when compared with Vape Club, so even if they're one position behind, it's not going to matter at all. It's all the long run in this one, particularly if they've been told in the radio Olympian are all the way at the back. Keep it clean, keep your nose clean. I had noticed before that there's a little bit of smoke coming off of the front right of Uvio. I'm not sure if that's rubbing or if that's just the fact that there's a lot more tyre temp on board now in this race, and whether it's just the tyre causing that smoke. Anyway, we'll keep an eye on that through this stint. At the moment, all seems okay. Slippery surface flag down into Shell Oils. That can always make it a little bit sketchy. Hasn't hampered our top 3 though. They are now nose to tail as Vape Club has closed the gap to Axiometrics.
I think that smoke was possibly some bodywork rubbing as the car was leaning on its right-hand side as the suspension compressed through the left-hander at Cascades. Meanwhile, here comes Ted Bradbury, not wasting any time to go to the outside of John Perrott for the lead here, side by side. Wouldn't surprise if he gets him down the inside before he even hits the brakes, and the answer is yes, of course he does. Down the outside goes Ted Bradbury. That's into the lead goes Vape Club with EDF Motorsport, looking for their second win of the season. How great would it be for them to match their Silverstone success with an Oulton Park victory in the finale? Now into second place, or up to second place, could go Uvio. They can dispatch them. A little bit of no man's land for Demon Tweaks. Then this huge gag of the cars behind. We've got 7 of them all together, led by Tim Wheldon in the PLR racing machine. There goes Uvio. Little flick of the curb as they come through Druids. Now, second and third between Axiometrics and Uvio. Looking back, PLR leads that next straight, followed by Greenheath, then FF Corsa, and then Race Logic, Ninky Nonk, and Anglo-Asian Mining. Now, Anglo-Asian Mining, of course, starting in 12th, when they started, it was 3rd or 4th on the grid. They're 4th on the grid, they've dropped to 12th. There's Olympian in the inset picture on the bottom right corner. Still back in, not quite in 26th position. They're ahead of one car, they're ahead of, well, 2 in fact. They're ahead of Team Summers and also Demon Tweaks 2. So they're 23rd out of 25 cars that took the start, by the look of it. So they're going to make some progress. And there's a huge gaggle further back, which includes Pesky, also in their signature RV, Red River Sport. Much further back, that's a battle that's going on for around about, towards the bottom end of the top 20.
The FFS, oh thank you, sorry, it's for 16th, I believe that one. FFS are involved in that squabble, of course, your race winners from race 1. So getting through the pack nicely, but already we've got some quite sizable gaggles forming that are then separating from each other, which is going to make it even more tricky for FFS to try and get a good result from this one.
And they're forgetting this will go on for 3 hours, not an hour. They're forgetting it's not a sprint race anymore, it's a 3-hour endurance race. You've got plenty of time to make this happen. So through Shell Wars they'll go. Axiometrics coming back at Uvio by the look of it, I think. Or at least that was just a move they've made, because Axiometrics might fall on, but Fabulous using all the road and a bit more, bouncing over those curbs. And what I find incredibly funny is that even though these guys are the fastest teams in the championship, and you'll know this from personal experience racing in the championship, is that they're also the most unserious team in the paddock as well. Because a case in point, I've said this so many times, I might come back to that point in a second, because we have got a change on here between FF Corsa potentially up the outside of Greenheath. Here comes the Ninky Nonk down the outside, the battle-scarred Ninky Nonk, which has had some cars, some Frankenstein parts given to it by the teams by the look of it. So that car with Matt Hyde at the wheel. Then you've got eye lockers, followed by them is the Race Logic, Red River Sports, and there's somewhere, at least we'll fall backwards a little bit. But that's back in 21st position. That's the position counter scrolling through that is, Rare Vinyl, then Burt, then Sherrodize, Anglo-Asian Mining, and Sunoco rounding out the top 15. And in terms of how unseriously they do take it, I'll give you an example. I think it was a couple 2-3 years ago, or 4 years ago in fact. They were battling for the championship, and they had an incident on the last couple of laps at Donington where they got tagged by PLR Racing and both of them spun out. Now, any other driver would have been frustrated or upset or angry, but what was Farkini doing on the pit wall? Watching it happen, laughing his head off. Because he just does it in the best possible way, the most positive way. He doesn't care. He just enjoys himself and enjoys it. And the fact he's that carefree and they're that quick just shows the spirit of the championship, is that some teams will take it seriously, others will do it for a laugh, and still be one of the quickest teams out there. That's just how Fun Cup is. It is the definition of fun racing, regardless of the length of the race.
Exactly that. Now, I will say, the stop go penalty already for the 2-1-2. That's an early one for the 2-1-2 of British Endurance Racing Team.
I think maybe that was for the push, the assistance they got off the grid, maybe?
Potentially, yeah. Anyway,
outside assistance.
Anyway, they've got a penalty. They're going to have to come and serve that pretty swiftly from 12th place as well, which is gutting for them. Yeah, in terms of the unseriousness of Julia Hoffmann's motorsport, they're so much fun to hang out with. Love them so much. But it is a front. It is absolutely different. They are so serious behind the scenes. They are doing everything they can to get the best result, and they are so serious about this championship. They love it, but they're equally here to have fun and enjoy themselves. So it's getting that balancing act right, and I think they do it really nicely. Do Julia Hoffmann's. It was interesting to chat with Farkini, who was we were saying in that stint that he was in the first race, just didn't quite have the pace, and I was chatting with him, and yeah, he didn't put anything on the car. It was simply the setup that they put on. Fabulous was a big fan of it, him not so much, and he just couldn't quite get to grips with it. He felt he would take speed through corners and would think, I could have taken more through that corner. Next lap he'd try and take more and suddenly find he was nearly off the circuit, so he just couldn't get to grips with it. They said they were making it a bit more in between for both of them for this one. Clearly at the moment working well for Fabulous. 2 seconds off the back of Ted Bradbury at the sharp end of the order in this one, and starting to slowly but surely gap John in the axiometrics. Just by the pan of the camera there, I thought someone had exited stage left towards the barriers, but luckily we're all okay.
Unless we're following a ghost, I thought the same thing too, thinking, where's the camera going? But he managed to get itself back on track, quite literally. Here's that gaggle going on further back between two very similarly liveried cars in Signature RV and Red River Sport. At the back of the queue, look who's joined them. It's number 1, it's Chris Devell, Signature Olympian GRD. Signature RV is the head of this group. Here comes Red River Sport. This will be the 200 of Gareth Williams going up the inside of Steve Ruston. And the move complete. That will be another position gain. But of course, the car behind all 3 of them, which is looking to try and make up all 3 places if he can, is right at the back. Chris Devell trying to make up for the spin on lap number 1. Just in front of them, that is 257, isn't it? 257, which is ahead. There is Team Pacific, and that has currently Nick Adcock at the wheel. So 3 cars for Chris to pick off, and if he can, grab them one by one, pick up a few more places, and hopefully make the task for Simon Rudd a little easier by the time he steps in what will be roughly round about, I'd say, about half an hour's time.
Indeed. Well, Olympian GRD already over 30 seconds off of the back of the leaders. And the crucial thing in this one is just staying on the lead lap, ready to hand over to his teammates. Luckily, here at Oulton Park is a pretty long lap, so it does take a lot longer than, say, somewhere like Brands Hatch Indy takes for the leaders to come round and put a lap on you. So I think all should be fine in this first stint for Chris, but keeping in amongst it, and like we said at the start, just needs to keep the nose clean, stick in with this battle, and bring it back into the pits to hand over and see what the rest of the guys can do. This battle for 19th place backwards, this one at the moment. Signature RV in amongst it, like you mentioned, Team Pacific and Olympian GRD as well. That gap at the sharp end, though, between Vate Club EDF and Julia Hoffmann's has increased yet again by another second. It has up to over 3 seconds now, as Ted Bradbury looks to take home their 2nd victory of the year, and he's putting in a pretty perfect stint to begin this one. I can hear someone below us. It must be the 2-1-2 coming in for their stop-go penalty. It's not. It's the 110
FNS.
Or the 109, whichever one's actually in this race. The 109. It's the 109, the Morpheus Motorsport car. Harry Mailer is into the pits early on in this one. Are they having a look at the car itself? It looks as though they're removing the bodywork.
Looks like the clamshells coming off the back. Yeah, up it comes. So not all is well with 109. I don't know if that's a legacy of what happened earlier on in the first start of race 1. But they have been working on to get that car out since the incident, and if that's the case, then whatever is a legacy of that is obviously causing the issue. Chris Devell, meanwhile, is being determined to try and make a move here. He's trying to put himself alongside the Pacific car as they come down towards Old Hall Corner. Can't quite get himself close enough. So keeping the tack, takes a little wider approach through the right-hander. And now the sprint down the hill, down the avenue into cause Cascades again. Still nose to tail between Gareth Williams and Steve Ruston. Red River Sport versus Signature RV, but Chris Devell just trying to steadily settle in here and try and pick off the cars where he can. And he wants to try and make the task as easier as he can for the cars around him.
We're down into the 59s for the first time today. Ted Bradbury, 159.291. To remind you, fastest ever lap round here in a Fun Cup car, 1:58.8, set by Harry Mailer a good few years ago now. So Ted is only about 4/10 off of that fastest ever time round Oulton Park. So let's see if he can beat it in this first stint. He's already quickly dove below the 2-minute mark. There he is, heading through Druids, continuing to put more fresh air between himself and the two chasing cars behind him, Uvio Hoffmans and Axiometrics. That gap was almost 4 seconds last time they came under the gantry as they head on through an up deer leap yet again. What is the gap going to be? Across the line comes Ted Bradbury yet again, metronomic with the lap times. This time it's just got over 2 minutes yet again, but still ever so slightly faster than the two chasing cars, despite those two being able to use the slipstream and press on together. It's still not helping against the pace of Ted Bradbury. And interestingly enough, on that last lap, the two that were following of Uvio Hoffmans Motorsport and Axiometrics, pretty much identical lap times. A 2:03.83 for Uvio, a 2:03.84 for Axiometrics, so pretty close. That must have been the 2-1-2 that we've heard below us. Yes, it is. So 2-1-2 have come in and completed their stop-go penalty. 15 minutes of the race completed. It's not going to be too long until we get into our first pit window in this one.
Yeah, that won't come until we get to around about roughly 2 hours, 20 minutes into the race. It's usually 3-hour races. It'll
be half an hour, yeah.
Got it, right, okay. So I correct myself on that one. Oh, massive thump of the curb. That's a testament to how hard Ted Bradbury's pushing. Just thumping the curb into the first part of Britain's chicane, showing how hard he's pushing already in the early stint. He wants to try and build that gap as much as possible, keep getting it up from what it is currently at 4 seconds. While we're looking at a random bit of fence, oh, smooth transition. Well, it's supposed to be a smooth transition. There's very clearly, yeah. I saw what he was trying to do, but he kind of was trying to smoothly transition to the next car. Whoa. And Ted Bradbury,
said how
steady.
hard he was pushing. Yeah.
Steady. I call it youthful exuberance, because that's him pushing very, very hard, very early on. He doesn't need to be going as hard as he is in some cases, but then you try telling a driver like Ted Bradbury to slow down, because he won't do that. He will keep on going faster and faster until he finds the limit and thinks, right, that's how hard I can go. I'll carry on like that. Uvio Hoffmans Motorsport still in second place with Axiometrics on their tail. Shout out to Demon Tweaks. They're 10 seconds off the battle for second place, but they are still in fourth position. Yonk in fifth place. It's FF Corsa, PLR Racing, Rare Vinyl, Greenheath and iLockers rounding out the top 10. And as for Olympian Jardie, into 22nd still. So chasing out to Pacific. Here's the next group of cars with FF Corsa, PLR, Rare Vinyl and Greenheath. All in that order still. And with the crest, back again to pick up another lap. Possible imminent change here. Is that the inside look to Ninky Donk? That's Matt Hyde wasting no time to slip past Jason Minshaw. And that demotes the Demon Tweaks car down to the base of the top 5 as the Ninky Donk, after it didn't make it round one lap in the first start, given it got caught up in the multi-car melee. That car back to full strength, it seems, and Matt Hyde driving it upwards into the top 5.
It's almost like you knew that one was going to happen there at the first corner, Scott. That was very impressive. Down the inside went the Ninky Nonk. Yeah, I was told there were some good onboard clips from the incident at the first attempt at the start in race 1, and one of those was the Ninky Nonk taking to the skies as he made contact with another car. Amazing to see that car is back out for race number 2 here at Oulton Park, and they're repaying the favour of the mechanics, aren't they? Fantastic work from the driver of the Ninky Nonk up into the top 4, but like you said, they're over 10 seconds, a good 12 or 13 seconds now back from the top 3, so it's going to be a battle in the pit lane at most. Chops across the nose cone there, does the Rare Vinyl TLR car. PLR having to make a bit of avoiding action there, and Greenheath smelled a cheeky position gain, but weren't able to get alongside. Have to sit in behind. That's Gary Bate behind the wheel of the 14 of Greenheath at the moment. And has had a decent start to this one, just dropped back a few positions, but still remaining very much within this large secondary pack. It's then a further 5 seconds back from Greenheath to the next pack, headed up by the iLockers racing car. And Gary's thinking potentially about a move up into Druids as they head on through. There's the Ninky Nonk and Demon Tweaks following nose to tail. We'll follow Demon Tweaks through as you're on the absolute ragged edge there through Druids. There you can see battle continuing on in the background then. Looks as though FF Corsa have broken away, courtesy of that move from Rare Vinyl TLR only a few moments ago. FF Corsa have been fantastic out here today in the 263. Let's see how quickly they can chase down the Demon Tweaks car? And also, can Demon Tweaks hold on to the coattails of the Ninky Nonk, or will they start to scamper off and try and close the gap to those top three?
So we'll try so. Watch the battle going on between PLR Racing and Greenheath. So Tim Wheeldon being chased down by Gary Bates is now moving them inside finally for Christopher finds the track position. And that the inside of the 257 Team Pacific car of Nick Adcock goes to Christopher. Looks like Nick's trying to come back at him, but think about looking to the inside line. But Chris is going to try and handily defend where he can. His leaves go scattering everywhere. The autumnal leaves getting everywhere on track and causing an extra little surface change. And a tiny little handy flick of the tail. That is another position gain. Now he's got 4 cars coming up ahead of him now because a couple, looks like Red River Sport and Signature RV have caught a couple more cars ahead of them. That would have been down to 21st position. Can't fully work out who they are. He's caught caught 212 BERT after their pit call. The 99 car, which is the Anglo-Asian Mining car, did start up in 4th after the random withdrawal, but has quickly slipped down the order towards the base of the top 20.
Yeah, that's a shame. Interesting that the 212 came out, of course, after their Stopco penalty, right in the middle of that squabble, down at the bottom end of the teen places. We look forward here to the 157, looking to size up a move. Down into Knickerbrook they go, Second Choice Racing following close in behind the Race Logic car, Team Pesky just behind them, and then Team FFS, your winners in the 1 hour sprint race earlier on, now pressing on towards this pack, which is great to see them getting involved in more squabbles. There finally is the move from Gary Bates, finds a way through on the 146 of PLR, so into 8th place, or back into 8th place I should say, goes the 14 of Greenheath. They get it done through up at Jewett. It's not an easy place to make an overtake. If you get a good run though out of Knickerbrook, you can make it work, and Gary's done just that. I think crucially as well, before Rare Vinyl TLR and FF Corsa can scamper off, because that gap already opened up to about 2 seconds between these two chasing, and Gary will be hoping that PLR will just sit in behind now, work together with them, try and close the gap back up to FF Corsa and Rare Vinyl TLR, as they themselves are looking to catch the Demon Tweaks car in 5th place. There is the what was known as the fast track car, now the Anglo-Asian Mining car, almost losing a position, but actually was under attack from the 212. 212 now losing out to the 200. Red River Sport getting rather slidey there, pulling out of the toe. There might have even been a bit of contact as he tries to hang it round the outside. They're going to get super close on the exit. Just about enough room given. Maybe I said that a bit too early as they make contact on the exit. We're 2 by 2 down into Cascades, but Red River Sport have the inside line, and the 212 will try and follow them through. Door's going to be closed. They will make contact, shoved off onto the green stuff on the outside. Not quite the grass, just the runoff. Somehow they're all still facing in the right direction.
Yeah, somehow, that's the key operative word, isn't it, in terms of getting through that without too much major touching and tussling. We all make it through Island Bend alive as well, up down towards Shedlaw's hairpin on another lap. We're getting about roughly 8 and a bit minutes before the first pit window opens. So let's see if Christopher can pick up a couple more cars here. Still got the Team Pacific car right behind him. Nick Hancock at the wheel. So the 6-pack makes its way through. So Red River Sport from BART, from Anglo-Asian Mining Signature, from Olympian GRD from Team Pacific. That's the 6 that are all together making their way down towards Hill. I think DeVille's starting to give a move. He's thinking about it. He certainly made all the right moves on track to try and make a move, and then just about realised I'm not close enough, backed out of it, and only just got it stopped for the first part of the Hislop chicane. He thinks that Riley and Simon were watching that through their hands, thinking, oh, Chris, make sure you're certain to make a move, don't do that. But he's certainly pushing on, I think. But it's clear what he's trying to do. He's trying to make some progress where he can before he hands the car over. I think he'll be quite grateful to get the chance to do that once we get to the pit window opening. I think as soon as it opens, he'll pass it once. He'll probably be the first pit call, because he'll know, given that it effectively is, I'm not saying all his team, but he's the one that's obviously brought Riley Phillips and Simon right in and kind of lets them do the bulk of the driving where possible, is that he'll know that he'll want to kind of give both Ryan and Simon Riley the best amount of track time possible. Out wide went Anglo-Asian Mining. That should be another free pass for Chris to pick off, which he does. So I think that puts him now, joins the top 20 at last into 19th place. I think he does anyway.
I think so, and I think you're right. I mean, I don't even have a horse in this race yet. I was still wincing when he went for that move into Nico, but my goodness. I thought that was going to be the front end of the car gone, but he managed to get it stopped. Fair play to Chris. Also, I know we speak about, because I know that the other two drivers on the Olympian GRD team are super mega quick. Doesn't mean to say that Chris Devell is a slow coach. Chris Devell is still a very accomplished racer and a very speedy one at that. It just so happens that his two teammates are ultra fast. He's still doing a great job. We've got someone in the gravel down. We've got two. That's iLockers and another car off in the gravel. That'll be Race Logic battling for 10th place. iLockers and Race Logic are off in the gravel. That doesn't look like it's going to be a quick fix, and I think we might be going to safety car here already, ladies and gentlemen, as we're only 6 minutes from the first window.
And I know that Julian Floyd doesn't typically like putting safety cars out amongst pit windows where possible, because it means you get a big traffic jam in the pit lane. But we had that, of course, with the Cluster Sport Trophy race earlier on, which is a different matter entirely. But that will be very intriguing. The first pit window and everyone piles in together. Talk about ramping up the drama even more out in front.
Yeah, it makes it rather exciting. And the difference with the one we saw earlier is, of course, they had a minimum pit stop time, whereas we don't have that here in the Fun Cup. So it can get a little bit scrappy, and it does make it a little bit more dangerous in the pit lane if everyone's diving in under safety car. But equally, I've done it a couple of times in my Fun Cup career. It can be done, and my goodness, does it make it exciting of who's going to get back out on circuit first. Right then, we're still under green flag conditions at the moment anyway. We'll keep our eyes locked onto the screen to see how this one plays out. Looks as though Chris Devell has the signature RV car now in his sights. That'll be the battle for 19th place. This is as they head down through the final couple of corners. Even though you can see the elevation change there up Deer Leap, the cameras really don't do it justice quite how much the elevation changes through this circuit, the undulation through the corners, and how much of a tricky circuit it is to get right, even in the best of conditions. At the moment, luckily for the drivers, the conditions are all okay. We'll see if that continues on through the race, though. Got 2.5 hours still for things to happen. We'll wait and see. 212 still battling with the 200, so they've had a change over the last couple of laps then. Burt getting back through on Red River Sport, of course, after having their stop-go penalty earlier on. I can see the safety car sat down there, and it does look as though their lights are on. There we go, safety car board is out. I couldn't have called that any better.
It's like you knew it was going to happen.
It's like I have eyes and can see lights. Oh, yes. Safety car's out then. Right. This could be interesting, Scott.
I wish I had Mr. McEwen's spreadsheet to tell me exactly how many safety cars we had, or indeed on average where the first safety car is meant to be. I'm sure that and he's currently otherwise occupied at the Formula Ford Festival right now, so I can't directly contact him and say, can I have your spreadsheet? But if I did, it would certainly have that information on there. There is the Hyundai safety car springing into action, so it will now, of course, pick up the race leader, Brake Club EDF. That is not the leader. That is another car that looks very similar in white colour, so it will get the wave through. There it goes. Of course, waiting to pick up the car 249, which is the 246, which is the white, pink, and green machine of Ted Bradbury. As he heads down the hill into the avenue to Cascades, that is the site he'll be met with of the Hyundai safety car, native here at Oulton Park, and everything will close back up again. Of course, again, we're 300 minutes away until pit window opens, so I think we are going to get to that stage, John, where we are in that window, where I think we are going to get a mass dissension on the pit lane under this first safety car as soon as the pit window opens and they cross that pitting board as well.
I think so. We'll wait and see. But yeah, I mean, the gap between Brake Club in the lead and Uvia Hoffmans in second place was only around 3 seconds before we went to safety car conditions, but equally, that was a hard-fought 3 seconds for Ted Bradbury. He'd done well to build that up and was consistently just eking it out ever so slightly, keeping himself ahead of Uvia Hoffmans Motorsport and Axiometrics, 2 of his 3 championship rivals. Well, that's going to go down to absolutely 0 when we go to the race restart. And if we do jump straight into the first pit window here, it might even be a reshuffled order. We'll wait and see. I think crucially, we'd had a number of big gaps formed there, hadn't we, between a number of big battle packs, and those are going to go to 0. A good 15-20 seconds between our top 3, and then the chasing pack headed up by the Ninky Nonk, and actually it was then a further few seconds back to Demon Tweaks, who had just been caught by FF Corsa, Rare Vinyl TLR and Greenheath in that pack behind, and PLR not too far away from them as well. So everyone closing back up here. This is going to put the cat amongst the pigeons. Let's see how we reshuffle them. I'll look at that, crucially, at least for now anyway. the Morpheus car in between our two leaders. So there is a back marker in between them. If they can get it sorted quickly and we do go to racing restart, that'll be a benefit for Fake Club with EDF Motorsport. But with those two cars stuck in the gravel, I don't think this is going to be a particularly speedy one.
I don't think so. It's going to take a while to clear those two up, I think. And it means that we are going to go straight into the first pit window under full course yellow, under the safety car. So let's take stock of where we are then going at the end of the first half an hour of this 3-hour Fun Cup finale. It is Fake Club EDF that leads the way. And they have been leading by 3 seconds at that point, but it's now 3 seconds, 3.9. That's just behind them. And Inky Nonk in 4th position, Demon Tweaks in P5. FF Corsa P6, then it was Rare Vinyl TLR, Green Heath PLR Racing, and second choice with racing with the fastest lap of the race going to them. So currently with the car second choice racing. So Michael is Josh Phelps. So Josh Phelps set the fastest lap. We'll hand that car over to Michael Lyons when the first set of pit stops take place and Michael jumps in.
Another point to mention, the spin that Olympian GRD had earlier on in this race now means nothing, which is positive for them. Of course, it means they're still at the back of the pack heading into this this safety car and potentially first pit window period. However, they're not a minute behind like they were previously, or 30, 45 seconds. They're now going to be right on the back of the pack, which maybe will be 10 or 15 seconds behind their championship rivals. So still very much not all lost. And again, why we were saying that Chris just needed to keep the nose clean through the rest of that stint, bring the car back in and crack on and see where this race ends up. I think we are just about going to tick below 2.5 hours left to go in this race as the drivers come up and over Deer Leap, and that'll mean that they will see the pit window open board, and yes indeed it is out on the gantry, so drivers will see it this time. That doesn't mean that they can come in. They've still got to go past the board, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure I remember the rules right here at Fun Cup. Yet they all continue on. They've got to see that board. The head round once more, safety car's still out. I think we can pretty much 99% guarantee every single car is about to come in the next time around.
Unless someone strategically wants to stay out and do take an extra lap out there, but under reduced speeds. I have to be honest, why you want to do that, I'm not really sure, because at the reduced speeds, you're going to lose a heck of a lot of time. By the time you come in, even if you decide to come in and the green flag comes back out, you're going to have to do your pit stop whilst everyone else is back at racing speeds. Everyone's going to have like the same idea. Pit when the pace is lower, when you're behind the safety car, when you're going this slowly, you lose minimum time, you get back out and possibly even retain or even gain track position, which is the only time legally you can do it really in the pit lane through pit stops. And then from there, to see where you end up in the shuffle, and once there's green flag, put your foot down again.
Exactly that, and this is where not only a speedy pit stop comes into play, but also how you determine yourself as you come into the pit box. Drivers you'll see who have done this a number of times will come into the pit box and then slightly turn their car out away from the pit box and towards the fast lane. That'll mean if someone comes in ahead of them, they should more easily be able to get out from behind them, get back in the fast lane and crack on to the end of pit lane. Again, it's all those little things that when I started with my family racing in the Fun Cup a couple of years ago, we just didn't know. Things you're not going to know, you learn as you head on through the championship and find those little extra bits to give you an advantage over your rivals. And good to see everyone keeping warm down there in their high vises and bobbly caps and whatnot. It's absolutely roasting up here in the box that we're in. I am a bit of a sweaty boy, which is surprising because it is so freezing cold outside. And I will say as well, the wind is really, really strong here today at Oulton Park, which will be assisting drivers in some areas and hampering in others. And that might be a potential reason as to why, despite using each other's slipstream, UV Hoffman's Motorsport and Axiometrics, they still couldn't get onto quicker pace than Fake Club with EDF Motorsport, potentially headwind. I mean, I say that, I'm pretty sure there's a tailwind coming down the start-finish straight anyway, and that's where you're going to get the majority of that assistance. So maybe the slipstream not doing a whole lot when you've got a massive tailwind on board, and Vape Club getting pushed along down the start-finish straight while they head on through out of the chicane and up and over the top. Are we going for a second attempt at this slick camera shot? Let's see if we can get it done this time. Oh, beautiful. Oh yeah,
That was very nice. Very nice. Bring the drivers back into shot. And we continue on round here under safety car conditions. Not heard anything in my ear in terms of how the cars are doing down at Shell Oils. I'll give you an update if I hear one from our camera ops down there. It sounds as though, through my ear, that was a little push for you, Kieran, and thank you. It sounds as though they managed to get them all out. There is the iLockers car in pit lane. I can't see the race. I do believe it was the Race Logic car. I can't see the Race Logic car at the moment. Oh, it's continued on round. Thank you very much, Peter. Race Logic cars continued on to join the safety car train. Now, was that due to them not seeing the board? Have iLockers not seen the board? I guess they haven't seen the board, and this won't be an official pit stop. It would be my assumption. So it looks as though Race Logic have continued on round to try and catch the train and then dive into the pit lane. Well, safety car continuing on down the back straight then. The 157 doesn't have a working transponder at the moment, so they need to get that one sorted out. That's Second Choice Racing in 10th place. iLockers are going to go back out from pit lane, and you can see here safety cars coming in. Right, okay, this is interesting. This is going to reshuffle up what drivers are going to decide to do then, potentially. Safety car is in. I can still see the safety car board down at turn 1. I would have assumed that would have turned green by now. I think it will in a couple of moments' time. Out the final corner come Vape Club. What a start from Vape Club. Slow from Morpheus. That's going to hold up Uvio and Axiometrics as well. Contact between Axiometrics and Uvio. Axiometrics into the back of them on the restart. I think there was all a bit of kerfuffle there as to what was going on, what the strategy was. A lot of teams have still dived straight into the pit lane here at the first time of asking. It's going to be a busy pit lane, as you see there on your picture-in-picture, but crucially, top 3 teams have continued on. Now, where are Olympian? They're going to be below me. Yes, Olympian are into the pits. Chris is out of the car. I can see Riley gesturing for them to leave the pit box ASAP, so it'll be Simon Rudd behind the wheel of Olympian GRD. He gets out first. It's Green Heath nearly going to the side of them. That was a close one between those two. Well done to Paul Turner for having his wits about him there to get out and avoid contact with Olympian. Look how many places Olympian GRD have just gained in that pit stop. They've come out behind the Demon Tweets car that was in 6th place going into that pit stop window. Olympia GRD were down in 20th. They've come out behind the Demon Tweets car. That is unbelievable pit stop prowess there from Olympian GRD, showing why they've won so many championships here in the Fun Cup, and they're looking to make it another one here today. Already looking for the move down the inside there is Simon Rudd as they head through Island Corner, and he gets it done through and past Demon Tweaks. Now we're going to have to assume that's up and in and around the midst of the top 10. But of course, in the pit stops in the 1 hour endurance, we didn't have to think about fuel at all. In this one, in the 3 hour, we very much do need to keep an eye on fuel levels as well. So there's going to be difference in terms of strategy on the fuel churns as well, how many you put in at each different part of the race. iLockers continuing on then. I'm still not 100% sure they've given us a genuine pit stop, because I don't think they came past the pit lane open board before they came in for that first one. They might have to come back in again. Here comes your leader up Deer Leap, just about avoiding the piece of bodywork there from the Axiometrics car. Ninky Nonk has gotten through, so a good restart from Ninky Nonk. They're up into the top 3 overall. They have shuffled Axiometrics down into 4th place. Pesky then coming through in 5th place, followed by PLR. Then it's the British Endurance Racing Team in 7th. Who's this? Is this the 210? Yes, it is. The 210 heading on through in 8th, but they're going to be a number of laps down, so they will not be in 8th, because of course they were one off in the gravel, were Race Logic. Where has that put them down? Only 2 laps behind, apparently, for Race Logic. iLockers 3 laps down because they made that pit stop already. Like I say, not sure if it was an actual genuine one. Here come Olympian GRD across the line outside my commentary box window. So first of the teams who have pitted, heading on through. Red River Sport exiting the pits at nearly an identical time to them. Red River Sport just about getting out ahead. I will say, Red River Sport were another team that were involved in that same battle with Olympian GRD. I think there's some big winners and some big losers from this first round of pit stops, but we wait with bated breath to see when our top 3 or our top 4 cars decide to come in. Here's a potential move from the Ninky Nonk down the inside under braking, and he's going to get it done. Uvio Hoppens Motorsport going to have the long game in this one. No point fighting that one. Ninky Nonk gets ahead, and Uvio will just be wanting to sit in the slipstream now, at least until this first pit stop window for themselves. They've still got just over 2 minutes before that pit window closes. As working transponder not fitted during pit stop for Second Choice Racing, that could get them a penalty, because I do believe it is in the rules that if race control notes that you don't have a working transponder, it must be fixed in the next pit stop or you'll incur a penalty. So watch out for that one for Second Choice Racing. They've still been flying though. They had the fastest lap. Well, I say that on our timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen, they had the fastest lap, but on my timing screen, it's still Vape Club with EDF Motorsports with that fastest lap. 4 teams, though, our top 4, funnily enough, have all dropped down into the 159s now. 159.2 for Vape Club, 159.7 as well. That's an off, and that's your race winners from race 1. FFS are round as they head up Clay Hill. That looks as though maybe contact, equally maybe just losing it under power and then heading off into the infield. Well, they managed to get it back on circuit, so not all over and done for FFS, but a good bit of time lost there, sadly, for your victors in round number 9 earlier on this morning. Like I was saying, a 59.2 for Vape Club, a 59.7 for Ninky Nonk, a 59.8 for UVO, and a 59.8 for Axiometric. So all converging on similar lap times now, as they're all very much down in the 59s consistently as well. I think the most consistent, though, are Vape Club in the lead and Ninky Nonk in second place. What a resurgence from Ninky Nonk after a DNF on lap 1 of round number 9 earlier on this morning. They're back in and amongst it here in round 10, and they are absolutely flying. I can see the 220 there. It's missing its right wing mirror, which maybe tells us a bit more of the story of what happened earlier on that lap. Where have they rejoined the fray? 15th place, so ended up losing 2 positions because of that. Lost out to Rare Vinyl TLR and Sherrod UK. We still wait for these final 4 drivers at the sharp end anyway. It's a few more than that, I will say, to be fair. It's the top 7 that we're waiting to come in. They've got about a 30-second gap between Bert in 7th and Olympian GRD in 8th place. We'll see how much they end up losing in these pit stops, but I think this has been a fantastic tactical plan here from Olympian GRD that has worked absolutely beautifully. I won't call anything just yet, though. We're still waiting to see what ends up happening, as they're putting a lap on the back marker were Vape Club with EDF Motorsports. Here's this squabble still continuing on for second place, but all of these teams have now seen the pit lane close board, so pit window is over. They have to come in at the end of this lap if they don't want to get a penalty, and we're waiting for that top 7. Well, one has just come in, I believe, PLR Racing into pit lane. There is the 210 as well, of course, of Race Logic that we were waiting for. Still a couple of laps down though, so sadly it's going to be a difficult one for them to gain any more positions back later on in this race. Still waiting then for your top 6. Vape Club with EDF Motorsports, Ninky Nonk, Uvio Hoppens Motorsport, Axiometrics, Team Pesky and the British Endurance Racing Team. Waiting for them to head on round to the end of this lap, and then we shall see how it all plays out through the final of the first pit stop window. Let's see how this one continues on then, losing all of those curves through the chicane there as they head up and over the crest. Good 4 seconds back now already with Ninky Nonk, UVO and Axiometrics battling, dropping behind Vape Club with EDF Motorsport. So despite the safety car, Ted Bradbury's eked out a further lead than what he had before the safety car. Impressive stuff.
Certainly is. 4 seconds now the advantage over the Ninky Nonk. And Uvio now into 3rd place. So through that pit stop sequence, we saw in the first race how a quick pit stop can change everything and turn the fortune around.
They haven't pitted yet. So none of the top 6 have pitted yet. Everyone else has. So we're waiting for them to come through. Olympian GRD have jumped up into 8th spot in the pit stops. They were one of the last in, yet one of the first out. And we're just waiting to see how these first pit stops affect our top 6, as Vape Club will have to come in. There they go.
Yeah, I do have to leave the desk for a couple of minutes. That's the reason why I'm coming and going, oh, there's top 6 up there and they haven't pitted. Right, Uvio, in fact, everyone is in. Everyone's coming in now, so Vape Club are in, Uvio are in, Ninky Nonk are in, yeah, Axiometrics, everyone at top 6 should be in. This people do anyway. Look at Axiometrics. Nicky Knock were just in front of them. I'm expecting Pesky and Britain to do the same. And then I think also PLR will be the leading car that's has a Pesky in as well, and so Team Burt. So PLR Racing are the highest placed car that have made a pit stop.
I can't believe how much the Ninky Nonk has lost in the pit lane there. Unbelievable. That just shows the experience of Vape Club and of UVO, how much time they've just gained there in the first stop.
And crucially now Simon Rudd at the wheel of car number 1, which means he'll have a chance to close that gap in and to push on. He'll gain a few more spots. There are a couple of cars who'll get past at least Pesky. Heading out of turn 1, he's gone past Red River Sport. The BRT car's also gone, so he's made him a couple of places. That car should be now into, I think, 5th position now that he's gone past Pesky and Burt, or they've gone past the pits. So they're into the top 5, and they're into essentially a championship winning position.
Crazy. I can't believe it. I was just saying earlier before you got back, I cannot believe the master stroke there, the play from Olympian GRD, and they got it absolutely spot on, jumping up from 20th place to 5th now that the first round of pit stops is done. Unbelievable.
Yeah, cracking stuff. And that just shows they have this tenacity to find a way to get it done. Either one way or another, they'll find a way to get themselves to where they need to be in order to get a win or a pole position or a podium or even the place they need to be in to win the championship. Doesn't matter how, but somehow they find that way to do it.
Indeed they do. That just shows the experience and the confidence that they've got in their entire team, not even just the car, the team itself. And they've really shown that off there. Well, Vape Club still leading after that first round of pit stops then. We just wait and see what the gap is going to look like as all is said and done. UVO Hoffman's getting back ahead of the Ninky Nonk in that first round of stops. I reckon Ninky Nonk lost best part of maybe even over 5 seconds. Closer to 10, maybe. We'll wait and see as they press on through. But Ninky Nonk flying out there on circuit, making awesome moves. But just getting it a little bit wrong in the pit stop comparatively to the teams around them, losing so much time. There's Axiometrics in the background. They'll be into 3rd place overall. So yet again, our 3 teams, 3 of the 4 teams battling over the championship going into this one, up there in the top 3. And to be fair, with Ninky Nonk in 4th and Olympian GRD in 5th, all 4 of our championship contenders in the top 5 after only 1 set of pit stops done, only 45 minutes of this race complete. Right then, less than 2 seconds the gap between Vape Club and EDF Motorsports and UVO Hoffman's Motorsport. And UVO ever so slightly faster on that outlap. Axiometrics a further 5.5 seconds back from UVO, and then Olympian GRD a further 7 or so seconds back from that. But like you were mentioning, Simon Rudd behind the wheel of Olympian GRD. Let's see what he can do now that he's up to full racing speed.
Yeah, of course, with the other driver changes in store as well. Vape Club on top of that are now have with 246 now have Vasiliev at the wheel. 225 now has Farkini at the wheel for his first stint. See if the setup change helped him. Now the car has maintained 2nd place, 1.9 seconds off the lead. Axiometrics 103 now has Chris Weatherall at the wheel. He's going to hand over to Greg Evans for his first stint next, the next pit stop sequence. Then you have Olympian GRD up in 4th place, up to 4th place now with Red River Sport behind them. That has Simon Rudd. Red River Sport now in the car 200 now has Johnny Molan, so that's the arguably fastest of the 3 drivers at the wheel of that car for this 2nd stint. And the Ninky Nonk, car number 195, now has Tom Balfe at the wheel. Thomas Balfe, I'm guessing that is, the son of Sean Balfe. And then it will be 7th place, the fastest lap holders, car 157. That now has Michael Lyons at the wheel, having taken over from Josh Phelps. Car 14 has Paul Turner ahead of Gary in for Gary Bates. Ray Vile TLR in car 169 has now Joe Bosch-Wiggin, former Mazda MX-5 champion. And in car 146, that is PLR Racing Neil Plymouth with that car too. Now this is the most important battle as we can see, because nose to tail for the lead come both Vlad Vasiliev and Farkini. Vape Club versus UVO, and in typical UVO fashion, sweeps to the inside line. Farkini will have a little bit of a side drop, he'll have track position, he'll be decided to go break that a little bit later, up the inside into Oulton Corner. There goes UVO Hoppers Motorsport, a familiar sight in Fun Cup, into the lead here in the season finale. And of course they are leading the race. Now remember, what we think is that if Olympian can finish in the top 5, even if UVO win the race and get the fastest lap, then it would still go to Olympian that way. So what UVO can do now is make the most of the lead that they have, and then push on and hope that other fortunes go their way. So far, yes, they're leading, but the fortunes are still going more the way of Olympian because they are currently in 4th place. They've got one of their 2 quicker drivers at the wheel of the car. Riley Phillips hasn't jumped in yet, but Simon has done so. So leaders then make their way out the Shell Oils hairpin and down towards the first chicane. As we watch Vlad Vasiliev in the second place in the second place Big Club EDF car chase after Varkini. His teammate T. Bradbury is down with Jamie in pit lane to see what he thought of that first stint and how much he was pushing in order to hand the car over at the pit stop. Just hand back down to Jamie, who's in pit lane with Ted.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, I'm with Ted now. He brought the car in P1, fastest lap with a 59.2. Great stint. Vlad's getting himself settled in. Yes, UVF got past, but you said you weren't overly concerned. You said you'll bounce back.
Yeah, I'm not concerned at all. You'll find me at the end. Don't worry, I'll be there. I'm ready to win. It's last round. Give it my all. Hope for the best, really. But yeah, it was a good first stint. Started 20th, found my way through quite comfortably, and then opened up a gap quite quick and just consistent laps from there, really. So yeah.
And you came into the weekend third overall with a chance of the overall title. Have you tried to sort of keep that out of your mind and just keep the weekend going as you normally do?
Yeah, I'm not going to think about the championship. If it comes our way, it comes our way. I'm here to win the races. That's what I've been born to do. That's what I want to be doing. Just win every race I can. Every chance I get, I'm going to go for gold. So yeah, I'm a winner. Thank you.
And it's been a great year. Vlad and you have really gelled. Obviously, you got the breakthrough win at Silverstone, and hopefully, if you're back for 2026, you want to keep that momentum going and get that title.
Yeah, of course. We're going to do some hard work over winter, me and Vlad, and we're here for the title. We're going to be going for the title 100%. So yeah, championship's getting bigger and bigger. Like 30 cars this weekend. It's absolutely exceptional, and just the whole Fun Cup family is great. So. Thank you guys for always being so great.
Excellent stuff. Thanks a lot, mate.
Thank you.
Cheers. Back to the box.
Great to hear from Ted there. Always an inspiring young racer. He's so quick out there on the black stuff and showing that he's here to win. He doesn't want anything less. That's exactly what Vate Club with EDF Motorsport's trying to do. Take their second victory of the season. I think it's a bit of an outside shot still in terms of championship here today. But like Ted said, they're not thinking about that at the moment. Simply thinking about how to set up this race win. And Vlad doing the right thing, not fighting with Varkini too much. Let's see if Varkini can gel with the car a little bit better than he did in race number 1. Just couldn't quite find the pace in the car underneath him. But he's into the lead in this one. Let's see if he can start to make a bit of a breakaway. Sorry, I do having my own little pit stop there a few minutes ago, but I'm all sorted and ready for another over 2 hours of racing. I'm sure the drivers will be needing lots of those throughout this one as well. Keep themselves in tip-top shape and ready to head back out on circuit. That's exactly what Ted is doing down there. We wait for our leaders to head on through to end lap number 23 of this one. Olympian GRD putting a move around the outside on the back marker of Team Summers there. So top 4 now are all of our 4 championship protagonists, all within about 8.5 seconds of each other, with nearly an hour completed in this race. That is absolutely classic Fun Cup.
And as we said, still 2 and a bit hours to go to sort it out. And of course, those 4 will keep on going hammer and tongs all the way to the end. I think we are getting towards already. There's the end of the second pit window, because of course that will open at 2 hours to go. So quite literally, time flies when you're having a Fun Cup race, because it is already going towards the third through the race, and plenty has happened, including that spin for Olympian GRD. But the fact they're up into 4th place again already, and on pace, now catching after Axiometrics in a bid to pick up a podium place this early on, is quite telling. And Simon Rudd trying to chase after and make a move on the 103 with Chris Weatherall at the wheel. Through Island Bend where DeBell had the spin. Nice and tidy this time. Party wanted Simon just to send it down the inside and make that move, which he might well have done that off camera. Yes, he has. So I almost kind of predicted that, but after the 3rd place has gone with one car rattling into the pit lane, Sheridai's. That's not just into the garage, it's basically facing into the box. So I'm afraid Sheridai's not the way they were hoping to end their season, which has been a bit up and down. They've had a couple of high moments, including the win mid-season. You can see them back on the top step, but it's been a bit of a tumultuous back and forth season for them this year, hasn't it, really, for Sheridai's? Hasn't really had consistent luck. And when they have had luck, it's either been extremes, all good, or literally all bad, like now.
Yeah, it's a shame to end the season like that for Sheridai. Like you say, they've had glimpses of brilliance out there on the circuit this season, but sometimes luck just not going their way. Move finally has been done. It wasn't the send that you were hoping for, Scott, but move has been made. Olympian GRD through into third place. And yeah, like you say, time does fly when you're having Fun Cup. I mean, it flew when I was racing in it. I think it honestly goes quicker now that I'm just commentating on it, because when I was racing on it, you just focused on your car, what your car's doing, whereas now, watching the entirety of the field, seeing how the battles are ebbing and flowing, so much excitement still to come, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere.
Even though you said the word flu, I wasn't going to make a mention of what happened at Brands Hatch. We're going to keep that quiet.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Keep that one on the wraps.
Sheridai, as you can see, probably aren't laughing so much because, of course, the rear clamshell is up. So issues with the 251. Good to have the back of the champion, though. Of course, they were long-standing stalwart for the championship and multiple race winners. Never won the championship, as far as I'm aware. I'm sure Jamie's about to shout at me for getting that one wrong if I mismentioned that they never won the championship. But certainly haven't won the title, but they've won lots of races and they've been quite a quick team in that sense of things. I've got thumbs up from John anyway, so even if Jamie tries to correct me, I've had the thumbs up in the comments box, so I'm all good as far as I'm concerned.
At least for the data that's on the Fun Cup website, they haven't won a championship.
Good. Okay. In that case, I got something right for once. Anyway, so they've got Greenheath, PLR, and the Team Pacific car 257, which is a little further back. That is for not for position, because Greenheath and PLR are close together for P8. Also in the two is Rare Vinyl. They're battling with second choice. Also falling back a little bit is another one of the other cars. I think that's the ex-Team Brick car that's been now taken over by a different team. I don't exactly know what couldn't exactly see who it was. But that car has been taken over. It used to be the car that Team Brick campaign in the championship a couple of times by the look of it. Now down towards Britain's. And that's the Anglo-Asian mining car, which is outside of the top 10. It's not there, so it's obviously a lap or two down. And that's back on 169. Yes, Rare Vinyl putting a lap on the Anglo-Asian mining car, which is, yes, back down in 20th position and has lost time. This is now the four-way scrap going on between Rare Vinyl, Greenheath, PLR, and Demon Tweaks, and Greenheath clattered over the curve and I think just nudged them to the side of the Anglo-Asian mining car that was only trying to keep out of the way. And Greenheath were that impatient to get past. I thought, right, I'm not hanging around. Is that a problem for Vape Club EDF, or was that an issue for them? But either way, Simon Rudd has caught Vlad Vasilia, but that car was a bit all over the place on the exit of Druids.
I think he was just trying to break the toe. I think in all honesty, down the back straight there, I think that's all he was trying to do, just get any advantage he can. It's not going to work though. Down into T1, Olympian GRD looking for the move up the inside, textbook overtake down into turn one, move made, up to second place they go.
Yeah, it looked too jerky, the movement, to kind of be breaking a toe. It looked more like he was moving around because something wasn't quite right. He was trying to fill the car out, something wasn't all that well. And if you look here, you can see that Simon Rudd is already pulling out a couple of car lengths on Vasilia. But yes, there is an ability difference, yes, skill difference between how quick Vlad Vasiliev is and how quick Simon Rudd is, yes. But Simon's, I think, pulling away quicker than I thought he would. News from Jamie in the pit lane about 251, Sheridai, it has an issue with the head on the engine. It's causing the car to lose power. So because of that, that's the reason why it had to come in. And of course, they're looking that over, try and get that fixed if they can, hopefully before the end of the race, they can at least get it back out and take the flag when that comes up later in the day.
Yeah, that's a shame, having more mechanical gremlins into the final race of the season, but these things happen in motorsport. I don't know. It's a difficult decision to make, isn't it? Because you come in to try and fix it, you know that is race over, you're going to lose multiple laps, that's going to be it. Or do you just try and limp it round with slightly less power and see what happens? Equally, the race has kind of gone then as well. So it kind of rose between two thorns in that one, sadly. And Sheridai's choosing the latter of the options, dropping down the order, losing a few laps. Sadly, FF Corsa have lost a couple of laps in all of this as well. They've clearly had some issues of FF Corsa. Of course, they were batting right up at the sharp end early on in this one, but not continuing on at the sharp end into the second hour of this one. We're less than 3.5 minutes until the next pit window opens in this race. I think, Mike, crucial thing to watch before we get to that next pit window is what is that gap going to be looking like between the 225 and the 1. They're going to be going into it around 3.5 seconds back, our Olympian GRD, onto this next lap. What is it looking like as they come across the line, and what will it be when they end up starting that pit? Oh, look at that, 2.7 seconds. Despite making the overtake, they've closed in massively. Honestly, I don't think it was an issue for Vape Club with the EDF. I just think Simon Rudd is on an absolute roll in this race. He wants this win. He wants this championship in style, and he's doing everything he can to chase down the 225 of UVO Hoffman's Motorsport.
He's determined to make sure that number 1 does not go anywhere else other than on that car next year. Doesn't want to give it to UVO, doesn't want to give it to Vape Club, doesn't want to give it to Axiometrics. He wants to keep it, he wants to stay there for another 12 months, and he wants to be sure that they are still the custodians of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And going the right way about it in P2 and closing in on UVO Hoffman's Motorsport. Last time by was a 2:02.231. Any of the cars that are lapping in that sort of range at that pace last time, were both Axiometrics, ironically, and Red River Sport. Red River Sport are 5.6 seconds behind Axiometrics in 4th, and there is Axiometrics lapping quicker than the EDF, the Vape Club, the EDF car, and the Axiometrics itself, but not just that, but Red River Sport, who are also in there with a 5-second gap to build up, or to make up on the cars. In fact, there they are in the background. Just saw the orange and blue flash in the top of the screen. In the background, that is Red River Sport with Johnny Motham at the wheel. So some quick drivers in this stint currently.
Double yellow flag down at T1. Not 100% sure why, but I just thought I'd mention that since I spotted it.
Yeah. Part wants to suggest there's a car on the gravel that we can't see. There's a marshal looking at something on the barrier.
That is on the exit of T1, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
so that'll be why the double.
Yeah, but there's no car though. That's the. Are they doing an active barrier repair?
Potentially. I haven't seen anyone go off into it though, so
no,
not sure what's happened there.
So
either way, keeping it nice and safe down there, and yellow flags look to be going in. Yes, yellow flags are in, so team members off the circuit.
Whilst that happened, Axiometrics is up 3rd. They've managed to get the move on Vape Club into Lodge Corner, but they're going into this where the wave yellows are, because there was wave yellows going uphill into Clay Hill.
I think they were a little bit late to bring those in.
Yeah.
Up Clay Hill, so a deer leap even, all sorted. And we continue on. Anyway, 30-40 seconds until the window opens. This might benefit some of the teams further back if they fancy an early stop here. They'll see that pit lane open board first. It'll be another whole lap around before our leaders see that pit lane open board and are able to come in. Equally, I think a lot of them are going to be extending this one all the way to the end of the stint. And really, the crucial one is Olympian GRD catching UVO Hoffman's Motorsport, how that will shuffle things up and maybe change their strategy in terms of when they come in. I think UVO's will probably be to just stay out, hold up Olympian GRD and try and give them a bit of a battle at the end of this stint. Now, Simon Rudd's been absolutely flying, so does he think, I'll stay in the car as long as possible? I think he will, just looking at the fact that Christabel is out in stint number 3 for Olympian GRD, so I think they'll run Simon all the way to the end of this stint, if possible. But he's been just flying in this one. Despite that, though, I think he's been the only one down in the 59s out of this top 4, but none of them have been able to match the pace of the drivers that were in the car before them. As a black and white flag again for the 2-1-2. They've already had a stop-go penalty in this race. They're getting closer to another one there with a black and white flag. But interesting that the pace just dropping off slightly. Do we think that's just because we're going towards the evening now and temperature starting to drop? Potentially. Either way, no one able to be consistent 159s like we saw in the earlier stint. But look at this, closing in now are Olympian GRD right into the wheel tracks of UVO Hoffman's Motorsport. I think battle about to begin here in the top 2. There's a bit of a squirm over the exit curve there for UVO Hoffman's Motorsport. That scuppered their exit somewhat, and they're defending down into Old Hall Corner. Through they go, 2 by 2 onto lap number 29 of this race. Shoved to the outside line, as expected there by UVO Hoffman's Motorsport. They hold on to the lead.
I always felt with track conditions that if the track was cooler, it'd be able to help you regulate your tyre temperatures a little bit better, because of course if it was cooler, you'd be able to kind of just, it would help the keep the tyres in that optimum range. So if it is getting cooler out there, it might even help them get quicker. Speaking of getting quicker, there it is on the inside line. Those two could never go side by side without making some kind of contact by the look of it. Nonetheless, Simon Rudd makes the point. Marchini tries to go with him, but has to slot back in, has to capitulate, and there goes, incredibly, after spinning an hour and 2 minutes ago at that same corner with Christabel at the wheel, Olympian GRD now lead the final race of the season, or they were, because UVO's come straight back at them to Shellor's hairpin and back into the lead they go. I have a feeling this is going to be a typical classic back and forth between these two, as it always is in front. But of course, those long memories remember what happened in this race last year, but that's not going to help you with it either. They slammed the floppy marker, and that's torn off a piece of their front splitter. Now they can and do replace these, but ultimately whilst they're driving, that's exactly what you don't want. And the first time he's going to get any experience of that is when he turns left for the first time and realises there's not as much aerodynamic grip as I thought there was before. A lock up into Hislop's also a telltale sign that he's struck in now without that front end grip. And as I like to say, it looks like Simon Rudd is certainly on the tail, because he absolutely, when it comes to Uvio right now, smells blood in the water. He senses the opportunity. He is going for it.
100%. Yeah, up into Druids they go then. Will it be another attack? Yes, it will, for the number one. Forced to the outside line once more, though, or Olympian GRD. Yeah, a little bit sloppy there from Farkini, just clattering that little bollard, ripping that piece of front nose cone off, and that's going to hamper them for the rest of this 2 hours in terms of front grip in those front tyres. Again, forced to that outside line as the number one, not able to find a way through. Defensive masterclass at the moment from Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. But look at that exit. Up dear leap yet again, back into the slipstream goes Simon Rudd. Once more, he's sent to that outside line. Doesn't usually work out down at the first corner, and it's not going to this time. We didn't see the re-overtake move from Farkini into Shell Oils, but I think we can assume it was probably rather aggressive to the inside as they all headed out of the corner on the outside line possible before being on the grass. Exciting racing between these two, as always, as that will be a track limits warning for Uvio there. All four wheels outside of the white lines. They've got to be careful they don't get themselves a silly penalty in this battle as well. To be honest though, not really holding each other up massively. Axiometrics and Vape Club EDF Motorsport still 4 and 5 seconds back respectively.
Pulling away consistently, even though they are battling amongst each other, they're still keeping this momentum in the end. And with Axiometrics ahead of Vape Club, 5 seconds covering that top 4, which is looking pretty exciting given that we still have a little more going on. Pit window, I think, is now open for our second pit window. And that will last for 10 minutes. And then here below me, of course, we've even got the first couple of pit callers, one of which is the Team Pacific car by the look of it. Team Pacific.
It is indeed, yeah.
And Greenheath are getting ready for their stop as well. A bit of dancing and moves going off, people waiting for their cars to come in. So it's end of season, it's end of term. They're all kind of enjoying themselves down there, as they should do, because it's been a mega season.
I think that's also just trying to keep warm down there as well. It's pretty chilly, isn't it, here at Oulton Park today? Not up here in the commentary box, we're nice and warm and toasty, but down in the pit lane, coats and woolly hats and gloves on for sure for the team members assisting on the pit stops. This battle continues to rage out there on circuit, though it might be chilly in pit lane, but it's hot out there on circuit. Look at the move attempt from Simon Rudd. You saw him try and set that one up, look to the outside line, fake it out, dive back to the inside. Uvio were having none of that, and through they go. Look at the exit though, up the hill from Olympian. Do they have it alongside? Yes they do. Great exit from Simon Rudd. He's finally got the inside line down to the first corner, and he's finally got the lead of the race back.
Yeah, gutsy moved on the exit there of Old Hall, out of Old Hall, but going into Lodge up the hill. Classically got the momentum up towards the first corner, and again Uvio thinking about it once more, and you know what Farkini's like. If he sits the move, he will go for it. And yes, sometimes it does end up in contact sometimes, but it's all good natured, and he realises that he leaves it on the track, which is the most important thing. Down Lakeside once again towards Island Bend. Greenheath are in for their mandatory stop. Also so too is the 212 car, that's BERT. Someone else also in, I can see, is the 109 car as well. That's in for their pit stop. So fueling, this is the race really where fueling matters a lot. So PLR have taken on their second churn. So they're fueling heavy for this first one.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
And interestingly, look who's helping with the refueling for... I noticed for a second there, helping with the refueling fire extinguisher was our friend Fabulous Randacha. So
he's always a handyman, isn't he, down the pit lane? Yeah. Always happy to offer assistance.
In the words of Tommy from Snap, is he allowed to do that? And waiting for a gap to go because the Anglo-Asian mining car came in just in front of them. And also as well is FF Corsa in the blue and yellow machine, so they're through. This is just behind Axiometrics. This is interesting because Red River Sport have passed Vape Club, so they've passed Lab Vasiliev, and they're now catching Axiometrics for third place. So that's interesting.
Yeah, they've done a really good job in that first pit stop window, and in this second stint they've been rapid.
Yeah, they really have. And Lab might have dropped back down. I say might have dropped back down to 5th position, but they're still looking good. Confirmation from Jamie that car 9 from cars that have taken different amounts of fuel. So Greenheath have done a dry stop, no fuel for them. Single fuel for car 263, so FF Court only taking 1 churn, and double fuel in for car 99. So car 99 Anglo-Asian Mining putting 2 lots of fuel in for Guido Basile with a heavier car to go through. Their fueling's done, so all they're waiting on now is just getting Guido strapped in. And when he's done, they'll let him go, and he'll be off for another stint.
Continuing on down Cascades yet again then. Now, after getting that overtake done on Vape Club with EDF Motorsports, only about half a lap or so ago, they're now chasing down Axiometrics, looking to get their way onto the overall podium, like we were chatting about earlier. What a fantastic first round of pit stops and second stint for Red River Sport. The 200 has been doing a cracking job since then, pressing on well and aggressively getting those moves done. Less than 2 minutes to go in this second pit stop window of the race. The Ninky Nonk peels into pit lane from 9th place. Of course, they were up in the top 3 before the first round of pit stops. Into the second round, they're down at the bottom end of the top 10 at the moment, about 10-15 seconds off the back of the next car, which was the Demon Tweaks, but they've also just made their second pit stops. There's their sister car, the 207, getting overtaken. As here's the 403 on Pit Happens coming in to their pit stops. So indeed, pit is happening right now. You can see it on your screen, and they're getting some fuel back on board as well. Looks to be just a single churn. Well, they are talking about it, as you can hear. There you go, it was just 1 churn. New driver hops back in, and they'll press on round to finish that pit stop. Well, we wait for the pit lane board to change from green to red. As soon as once you've seen that red board, you've got to come round and in next lap. Is that Olympian into the pits? I do think it is. Olympian GRD pitting for the race lead. Yes, it is. Olympian GRD in for their pit stop then. They are doing a double churn. So double churn for Olympian GRD. Just getting told off there, Riley, for holding the door open with his foot. You're not allowed to touch the car while it is being refueled. You have to keep those hands off, and shown there by Riley, you've got to keep those feet off as well. Just going to try and write down that they have taken 2 churns on their second stop. So it'll be Riley hopping in now. Let's see what he can do in his first stint in the race. They head off pretty swiftly, and they get past Vape Club with EDF Motorsports, who are pitted at the same time. Eilocker's in as well, and there is Vape Club getting told to hurry up. So Vlad Vasiliev double stinting this one, stint 2 and stint 3 for him. How lovely, getting a cheeky double stint in. A good hour behind the wheel of a Fun Cup racing car. It is not for the faint-hearted, so fair play to Vlad, cracking on and continuing on into his second stint of this race. And that's again all the strategy playing out for the Vape Club team. Popping in Ted for the first stint to batter his way through that first stint and get them in a good stead. It was a very good stint, actually. It was the lead of the race. Then Vlad is heading in for these 2 stints, just getting times on the board, keeping them within a shout. Then it'll be Ted in, then Vlad in again for his last stint, and then Ted to finish the race. And what you're hoping there really is putting your fastest driver in for the final stint. You're hoping that there'll be a safety car in the dying moments of the race. Everyone will close back up, and you've got your fastest driver in, ready to batter it out in the dying moments of the race. We'll see if that strategy comes to fruition for the Vape Club team. There is our Olympian GRD car heading down into Knickerbrook. The first time for Riley Phillips in this race. It'll be his first time down through those couple of corners in a good number of hours since race number 1. And I can see UVO Hoffman's Motorsport outside my window, heading down to T1 now. Of course, they are yet to give us that second stop of the race. Similarly for Axiometrics and Red River Sport as well. They're about 8 seconds off of the race leader now. But all of those 3 owing us a second pit stop. And they have definitely seen the red side of that pit window board. They'll have to come in next time around, and then we will see what the gap is looking like between the top 3 who are still out And this car right here, Olympian GRD, and the car behind them, Vape Club with EDF Motorsport. Let's see how this one plays out then. 157 of Second Choice Racing are into the pits. I have a sneaking suspicion this might be a bit of a longer stop, because surely they're going to be forced to put a working transponder in that car this time around, because they didn't do it on their first stop. We'll see if it still isn't working after this one. I think they might have the book thrown at them by the race officials here at Oulton Park. We'll wait and see how that one plays out. Right then, another team, I think that was the Race Logic car, into pit lane for their second stop of the race. Team Pesky, that is now heading in under my commentary box window. Not having much front splitter left, sadly, for the 252. And that'll make that car a little bit more challenging to drive, as here is Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport heading up the hill and through into Druids once again. Let's see how this second round of pit stops changes things at the sharp end of the order. And once that's all sorted, maybe we can give you a little run through as we head towards half race distance as to what we're looking at in terms of this race itself, but also how that's impacting the championship. Axiometrics and Vape Club with EDF Motorsport still a bit of an outside shot at this one. 10 points separating Olympian GRD and Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, as there goes the 225 diving into pit lane. Sadly for Uvio Hoffman's, they need the Olympian GRD car to be 6th or back, as long as they get the fastest lap as well. They don't currently have that, so Olympian would need to be 7th or back for them to win the championship. And at the moment, Olympian GRD are doing a cracking job. It's a double churn as well for Uvio Hoffman's. Speedy stop in jumps Fabulous Randaccio then. Let's see how quickly they can get back out of pit lane, and where is the number 1? There they are, heading out the final corner now. This is going to be a run to the end of pit lane, but of course, Uvio are at pit lane speed limit. Number 1 are at full race speed. They're getting to the end of the pit lane at the same time, but the Uvio not going to be as fast. They're going to lose that position, and back through will go number 1. And Olympian GRD retake the lead of this race, but look how close that is. And it's Riley Phillips versus Fabulous Randaccio for this third stint of racing action here at Oulton Park. But obviously, it's been a couple of laps already for Riley Phillips to get up to speed. Fabulous, this is his first racing lap, so let's see if he can just hold on to the coattails for this first lap, keep himself within touching distance of Riley, and then see if he can close the gap through the rest of this third stint of the race. Stop-go penalty is out for the 557. That's Signature RV in 15th place at the moment. They're going to have to come back in. That doesn't give us a reasoning for why, but either way, they're going to be losing quite a bit of time entering the pit lane once more under no choice of their own. There's the 220 of FFS coming through. They've had a good run since that off-track excursion earlier on, and of course their win earlier on today. Sounds as though JB Peters-Dennis has some more people to talk to. Let's throw it down to him.
Yes, thanks, John. I'm down with Simon Rudd now, who propelled the Olympian GRD car up into the lead after Christopher's unfortunate spin. It was a car that suddenly slowed in front of him. That caused Chris to lift, and that unsettled the car, causing the spin at Island Bend. Si, great stint for you, but you came out and you looked absolutely knackered.
Yeah, I was just trying to avoid everyone. No, it was a good stint. I think obviously the safety car helped us out, and then we pitted right at the start of the pit window, so we had some space, got able to get my head down. It's the first time I've driven the car in the dry this weekend. All my testing and the races this weekend have been wet, so yeah, good fun. There's a long way to go, but yeah, we've just got to keep our heads down, really.
I mean, obviously, I'm guessing you're just trying not to think about the championship and just treating it like every other weekend.
It is any other weekend. Like, you have to treat it like that, but at the same time, we know what we've got to do. Right? We don't need to take any unnecessary risks. So yeah, we'll run our race. The cards have been dealt, right? What will happen will happen. But I really enjoyed that last stint racing with Farks, and hopefully, yeah, it'll be nice and close at the end. So it'll be all good.
All right, thanks a lot, mate.
Quickly say hello to Mia and Max, otherwise Mia will tell me off.
All right, yeah, you can't get in the doghouse at home if he doesn't say hello to the family. Right, let's pop next door and have a chat with. Johnny's wandered off, but we'll grab Gareth then anyway. We thought we'd have a chat, Gareth, because I do want to apologise for Donington, because we had to cut you short because of the safety car. You've had a great season. Obviously, you come into the weekend leading the Masters Championship. Like we said with Simon and Olympian GRD, you're just treating it like every other weekend, aren't you?
Yeah, well,
to a degree.
Really good. But you just got to race and enjoy it as well. I actually learned more in that first session that I just had in that race than I think in any other one, and I think I drove probably better than most of the time. So we're still going for it, but yeah, it's good.
And obviously, with the first race, you were involved slightly in that first corner incident. It's never nice to see things like that. It was great to see everyone was fine, but the visibility was just zero, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was just there was a wall of cars that we were watching on the screens, and so we could see from Johnny's point of view.
Oh, sorry, it was Johnny.
Yeah, it was Johnny in the car, and he managed to weave his way around it. But anyone that hit, you know, they didn't really have a chance to get away from it.
And as we said before, you came into Fun Cup having not done any racing at all. You've learnt a hell of a lot in 2 years, and it's great for Red River Sport to get people like yourselves and other clients to come into a championship like this, and it's a fantastic way to get involved in endurance racing, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm really pleased with where I got to. Johnny's been a fantastic coach. My good friend Bon comes in and joins some of the race. I learned from both of them. I'm sort of having to try and catch up with those guys, but they've taught me so much. But also sharing the pits with Olympian, they've always been really good at in terms of tips, what to do better. I think I'm decent at learning, and I've been pleased with the progress. So Johnny's a fantastic coach.
Back for more in 26?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Gareth. Great to have you here. And that's Gareth Williams from Red River Sport. Back to Scott Woodward and John Ratcliffe.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Yeah, lovely to hear from Gareth there from Red River Sport, and of course Simon from Olympian GRD as well, as we continue to crack on through this race. And here you go, battle for the lead starting to commence out here at Oulton Park. I said, let's see how Fabulous settles into this next stint and whether he can hold on to the back of Olympian GRD. Well, he's done even better than I could have hoped for. He is right on the back of number one, and this is going to make it rather exciting. I'm getting flashbacks to the finale in 2024 when it all went a little bit wrong down at Cascades. I hope that doesn't happen here today, but some nice close racing. We look forward to it. Another stop-go penalty for the 2-1-2, second one of the day, and it gets increased to 30 seconds on the 2-1-2. That's less than ideal. Sadly, they're not going to be coming home in the lead of this race. I have a sneaking suspicion. They've been doing a great job out there, but sadly, a few penalties coming their way is not going to help things. There's been a bit of an issue, and they've been a little bit slow of the 99 Anglo-Asian Mining Company, so some issues for them through this one. Here is Vape Club with EDF Motorsports in 4th place overall, trying to find a way through on the Sunoco Racing Team and the 157 of Second Choice Racing as well. I say that, I think Second Choice have actually got past on circuit here, so a change for 4th place then. Vlad Vasiliev has dropped into 5th, the 157 through into 4th place. And it still says, contact down into the first corner. I think they were caught out there by Sunoco's braking point. Straight into the back of them went the 157. I think they've gotten quite lucky there to not get more damage than they have. I think they hit them pretty flat on there, front to rear contact. Just getting caught out by the 22 braking maybe a little bit earlier than the 157 would have liked there. And as quickly as they got 4th place, they've given it back to Vape Club with EDF Motorsports. And you've just got to be careful and courteous of the drivers around you on circuit, and you've got to pick your way through the back markers cleanly and fairly. There's no blue flags here in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and they're proving why you've got to do it nice and succinctly, or things could go wrong. Here might be the move for the lead. We're 3 wide into the braking zone. Down the inside goes UVO Hoffman's Motorsport, and back into the lead goes Fabulous Randaccio. Beautiful calculated move there, but that was an aggressive one as Olympian GRD went down the inside of the FF Corsa back marker. UVO put themselves in a bit of a touchy spot there, but they made it work. They made the move stick. Fabulous is through on Riley Phillip. Oh no, I say sorry, it's not Riley, is it? It's Christabel who's in the car for the 3rd stint, so I've been getting that wrong this whole stint. My apologies, Riley, because you're probably listening to me in the pit box. it's not Riley behind the wheel, it is Chris on board for this third stint. So he's doing the first and the third. He'll then all be done. Simon on board for 2 and 5, yeah, and then Riley for 4 and 6. That makes a lot of sense. Right then, it's been really impressive then from Chris Novell to be right on pace here with Uvio throughout this entire stint. As we were saying earlier, he's no slow coach, is Chris. He is a very, very quick pedaler, and to keep the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car, Fabulous Randaccia, behind for quite that period of time is impressive in and of itself. And now, sit in that slipstream, get dragged along by the 225, bring it back to the pits in second place. This is on for an exciting finish to the season here, ladies and gentlemen. And now Axiometrics are a good nearly 20 seconds behind this leading battle. Wow, exciting stuff. As you heard there, though, in the interviews, kindly brought to us by Mr. Jamie Peters-Ennis, in that chatter with the 200 Red River Sport, not only is there the championship, the overall championship that we've been shouting about throughout today, there is the Masters Championship as well, a sort of sub-championship in this, in the Fun Cup. As I'm hearing through my ears, the 157, we think, has brake problems. We think maybe that's why they went in the back of the Sunoco racing car, not due to them braking a little bit earlier than we thought. Still smoke coming from them in the braking zone, so we'll keep an eye on the second choice racing car of the 157. But yeah, like I say, Masters Championship, the 200 of Red River Sport, looking to get that one sorted here today. And Olympian Axiometrics, their closest challengers in terms of that one. But a decent result here from the 200 will see them take the Masters Championship home for 2025. And currently up in 7th place, looking to do just that. But still, the main championship we're worrying about is the overall 10 points between these two coming into this race. As there you go, Sunoco with another issue. We saw them in that incident only a few laps ago. Looks as though something a bit more catastrophic this time for the Sunoco racing team. Will they be able to limp that car back to pit lane, or will we be seeing another safety car proceeding in this race? We're closing down towards half race distance here for round 10 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. You see there your top two heading down through Cascades. I'm seeing outside my window Axiometrics come across the start-finish line. Hearing in my ears again, thank you very much, Kieran. Engine issue potentially for the Sunoco racing team. Was it courtesy of that bump they got down at T1 only a few laps ago? Has that caused issues for them, or was it something that was already rearing its ugly head? Well, the 157 is into pit lane, so I think the camera ops done a great job of determining that issue. 157 into the pit box. Wasn't quite sure whether he was going actually into the garage there or whether he was parking it up in pit lane. He is going to stay in pit lane. There's the 22 heading back in. Let's see, do they go straight into the garage? Nope, they're into their box as well. So both teams at least feeling positive about getting back out onto the circuit. We'll see how quickly they can do just that. Second choice, that's gunning for them, pitting from 5th position out there. They've done a great job in that second stint to hurl themselves back up into the top section of the top 10. But sadly, luck not going their way here in stint number 3. They're back into pit lane. And Sunoco, I remember in their debut at Silverstone, they were battling so well at the sharp end, but again, luck didn't go their way. Similar story here at round 10 at Oulton Park. Your two leaders, though, still absolutely nose to tail. There's nothing separating these two. And Chris Novell might even think about a cheeky move soon enough. We'll keep our eyes firmly on these two as they head out of the final corner, up over Deer Leap once again. Yeah, clearly some serious issues with that Sunoco car as they stare blankly at the engine in the back of it, thinking, this thing's supposed to go a little bit faster than it is. Not really sure why. Let's see if we can get it sorted. There's the 157 coming back. No, it's not the 157, sorry. I think that's the Race Logic car heading out of pit lane, right into the firing line of the two leaders. They head on down through Cascades yet again. Yes, it is. You can see it. Tell by the still dirty tyres from the gravel trap earlier on that Race Logic found themselves in. They're going to allow our two leaders straight through, though, and they'll continue on down through Ireland once more. But again, we wait with bated breath as we head on towards the next pit window. I think that's only going to be opening in a couple of moments' time. So while we have the chance, why don't we run you through the current order out there on circuit. Juvia Hoffman's Motorsport leading, but only by a couple of tenths. They're ahead of the number 1 of Team Olympian GRD. Juvia Hoffman's are going to need something to happen here to Olympian if they want to clinch this title. If Olympians say they're even in second place, they're going to have this one side sealed and delivered. Axiometrics and Vape Club with EDF Motorsports behind in 3rd and 4th, and those top 4 still your championship contenders here in 2025. Greenheath are in 5th place, followed by Red River Sport, Rare Vinyl TLR, Demon Tweaks, Team FFS and PLR Racing, your current top 10. Signature RV in 11th, Nicky Nonk in 12th. Second Choice Racing there in 13th, but they're still in the pit lane. They're followed by Team Pesky, Pit Happens, Burt, then Sunoco, who are also still in the pits, followed by Team Pacific, FF Corsa, Demon Tweaks 2, Team Summers, iLockers Racing, Anglo-Asian Mining, Morpheus Motorsport and Race Logic, the last of your 25 runners, because of course we lost Sharon Eyes UK from this one slightly earlier on. Sorry to keep you waiting, Jamie. Let's hand down to you to chat with some more of our drivers.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I'm with Axel and Anders Hildebrand from the Sunoco Racing team. Anders, not ideal, a gearbox issue, but how have you been finding the Fun Cup Championship? 'Cause obviously your first time out in...
Very expensive, actually. Very expensive.
Yes, it's expensive.
So now we got an engine, and now we got the gearbox. Yeah, so I mean, it's all great fun.
And of course, you came back to racing after something like a 25-year layoff. Did it take a bit of while to get bedded back in again?
Yeah, Silverstone was fine. I found Oulton a bit more tricky with sort of confidence and how to push for the car to get the maximum out of the car. But it's great fun. It's great fun. So.
And Axel, 2 weeks ago you were drifting a 900 horsepower Volvo. You're now jumping into one of these. Does it has it taken a bit of getting used to try and keep it in a straight line?
No, quite the opposite. More understeer that I struggle with this thing. When it does drift, especially in the rain, it's quite manageable. But yeah, it does lack a little bit more power would make it a bit better for drifting.
And have you sort of gotten used to sort of circuit racing? Because with drifting, it's literally you and another competitor, and that's it. Now you've got 29 other cars around you.
Yeah, there's not much to think about, I guess. But I've done quite a lot of sim racing, especially during like the COVID time. So I feel that set me up quite well for this. But it's different. In drifting, you have about 30 seconds where you have to be perfect. Here, you can afford to be a little bit off on one corner. You can make it up, and you've got to pace yourself because it's a 4-hour race. So a bit different in that sense.
And next year, full campaign?
No, we've too many clashes with drifting and other work stuff, and maybe we'll do 3 instead of 2 next year, and maybe work it up because it is fun when it's not breaking.
All right, fantastic. Thanks a lot, Axel. That's Axel Hildebrand with his father Anders down here at the Sunoco Racing team. Unfortunately, an early potential retirement with gearbox issues. Back to the box.
Lovely. Thank you for that one, Jamie. Yeah, good to see another father-son team out there as well in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Saying that from personal love of that. Of course, me, my dad and my brother were out there racing in Team Ratters Racing, so lovely to see another family outfit. Right then, we are over halfway through this 3-hour endurance race, around 10 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship in 2025. Let's give you a little rundown as to how things have played out so far. Well, we kicked it off an exciting start. Look at that. You don't see a shot like that in many racing series as they all fan their way down into the first corner. It was a great start from Mr. Mintshaw in the Demon Tweaks car. He got it up the inside and straight into the lead early on. Luckily, no one spinning out on corner exit on this time of asking in round number 10, and they all pressed their way on through. It was an issue down through Ireland for Team Olympian GRD. A little spin for Christophe, put him to the back of the pack. But here, Axiometrics started to pile the pressure back onto Demon Tweaks. A mistake down into Knickerbrook. Saw them go wide. Axiometrics stole the lead back away. Had a little stiff there, did Greenheath, to steal second place, but they weren't quite able to do so. Here are Juvia Hoffman's Motorsport and Vape Club with EDF Motorsport cutting through the pack as they found their way through from down in the bottom end of the grid right up to the sharp end in only the first stint of racing. There they are, shoveling the Demon Tweaks car out wide and finding places nice and succinctly. Juvia already getting it done, and here's Axiometrics finding a way through as well. So that was already up into second and third respectively for those two teams. And Demon Tweaks doing a stellar job on that first stint, fighting in and amongst it at the sharp end of the top 10. They've just slipped down ever so slightly since then, down to 8th place now. There they are heading through Druids as these two, well, one looked to chase down Axiometrics, but also had a bit of a battle of their own. Down the inside went the Vape Club with EDF Motorsports car. Straight into second place went Ted Bradbury, and then he set his sights on Axiometrics. But certainly was still under a lot of pressure from Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. More battles galore in behind. The FF Corsa and the iLockers car going side by side, with the Ninky Nong diving through as well. They had a stellar second stint, and amazing for them to be even on the circuit after they went airborne in the first lap incident in the 1 hour sprint race earlier on. Finally, the Vape Club with EDF Motorsports car caught Axiometrics, and down into Knickerbrook they went for it, late on the brakes, round the outside, aggressive move, and they got it done. Classic Ted Bradbury there, putting his car round the outside and taking another cheeky position. Soon enough, it was the turn of Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport to do exactly the same. They followed them through, and they both started to scamper off. Here's another cheeky move, this time the Ninky Nonk making more places up the inside of Demon Tweaks. They went through Old Hall Corner. Here we look back to Ireland yet again as more squabbles continued. That was Olympian GRD trying to find their way back up the order after that issue on the first lap of racing. Just as we watch these, the next round of pit stops is just beginning, as we can see more drivers diving into pit lane. Here was Olympian GRD finding their way through the traffic, setting it to the outside, then a cheeky move back to the inside. So late on the brakes, nearly contact between them and Signature RV. Christopher did a good job there, getting it stopped and not having his front splitter absolutely decapitated by the 557. Kept his car intact, ready to hand over to his teammates. And I will say, in both stints so far today, Christopher has done a fantastic job, as there was a bit of a wide moment. I don't even remember that happening. So great that we've got the highlights as wide when the Anglo-Asian Mining Company. And then we went to safety car. This was courtesy of two teams off into the gravel, the Race Logic and the iLockers car, coming to blows into Shell Oils and finding themselves stuck in the gravel. We got them back out, both of them still in this race, and it was a good restart from the drivers at the sharp end of the order. And Olympian had a monstrously good first round of pit stops, jumping their way up around 20th place, now up into the lead. And there they were making more moves down through Ireland. And here's the Ninky Nonk getting involved as well. I said their second stint was absolutely awesome, and here showing just that. Down the inside of Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, getting the move done through Knickerbrook. Aggressive stuff from the driver of the 195. More battles continued on throughout the sharp end, and interestingly enough, we're seeing a lot of battles between our four championship contenders. As I've just seen out the window, Vape Club with EDF Motorsports are in for their next pit stop. Here was Axiometrics and Olympian GRD battling for position, and more battles further back as well. Anglo-Asian Mining Company, apologies, getting proper involved with the squabbling, as there went Rare Vinyl TLR down the inside, and double overtake there, or not really a double overtake, a double being overtaken, sadly, for the 99, as a cheeky move down the inside from Greenheath. Nearly contact between the two of them, but well done to the 99 for just about giving the room at the apex. Had a little bit of a barrier fix down at T1. We're still not really sure why it needed fixing, as no cars went off down there, but either way it did get fixed, and we were back to green flag racing action up Deer Leap. And this is the battle that we've been treated to for the last section of the race since the last pit stop. It's been Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport versus Olympian GRD out on circuit. They're battling for the championship today. Not only that, they're battling for track position out there on the black stuff as well. It was a good move for the number one to get through, immediately sent back up the inside. Down at Shell Oils did Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, and then it was the turn of Simon Rudd in the number one to try and find an opening on the 225. Easier said than done, But eventually, the number one was able to get through, and here is how they did it. What an exit out of the final corner, up and over the crest. They force their way to the outside line that then becomes the inside down into turn one, and they get it done. I've just spotted the number one is into the pit lane as well. They've just completed their next pit stop of the race. We're only now waiting for UVO, and here was more battles as well. More drivers picking their way through the order, and then the number one and the 225. I mean, working together, but not really. Cheeky move down the inside from UVO. You saw there, that spooked Christopher. He didn't think that UVO were going to be there on the inside, but they very much were. He gave the room, and good as well from FF Corsa to notice what was going on and not turn in as if he only needed to give space for one car. It was space for two. He did a fantastic job there, gave the room, and they pressed on. There is Olympian GRD, and we are back to live pictures here from Oulton Park for the final round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship in 2025. Like we say then, Vape Club with EDF Motorsports, I've definitely seen them come in for their next pit stop. Same for the number one of Team Olympian GRD. So only now, out of those top three, we are waiting on the 225 of UVO Hoffman's Motorsport. 2.5 minutes left to go in this pit window, and the 252 now getting themselves a black and white flag. That is less than ideal, but nothing major just yet. 252 being Team Pesky, so that'll just be a warning for track limits. If they get any more, then maybe that will turn into a stop-go penalty. So basically just a slap on the wrist for Team Pesky. Don't do that again, or we'll tell you off. And they do come under the gantry, start a new lap to Team Pesky, pressing on through this race. So in the next couple of minutes, we will see UVO Hoffman's Motorsport coming in for their final... Oh, not their final stop. What am I on about? We've got plenty of stops still to come. I meant to say the final of the drivers at the sharp end to give us this next pit stop. They'll be on to stint 4. Olympian GRD already onto stint 4, and that now means that Riley Phillips is behind the wheel of the car for the first time in this race. I said this earlier on, but I'm sorry, I got it wrong. It was Christopher behind the wheel for stint 3. Riley is now behind the wheel for stint 4. And pressing on these opening couple of laps. Let's see in that transitionary period, though, how that affects things with Chris jumping out and Riley jumping in. And then for UVO Hoffman's, it's Fabulous jumping out, Farkini jumping back in for stint 4. And then we've got a good battle on our hands between Riley Phillips and Farkini. So there goes the 246 as well. Ted Bradbury back on board for the Vape Club with EDF Motorsports machine. He'll have this stint. Vlad will be in for his last one next time. And then it'll be final stint for Ted Bradbury. Now, who's in the car? It's Riley Phillips for Olympian GRD on the final stint. Ted Bradbury for Vape Club with EDS Motorsports. As drivers getting in and amongst it, Scott was gesticulating at me furiously that I was missing something on screen. UVO over the grass, thank you. So a little bit of an off-track excursion then for UVO. Less than ideal, as they're trying to put a good bit of time in between themselves and Olympian GRD, who have already made that stop. Just come into blows there with a couple of the back markers, and that's going to hinder them somewhat. The 403 of Pit happens, and the 249 of Demon tweaks. Pit window. Close board will be coming out now. Let's see if UVO dive to pit lane. Nope, they will continue on for one final lap here for Fabulous Randaccio. And one final lap to try and put a bit more time and fresh air between themselves and Olympian GRD. It was a 202 dead on that last lap for the 225, so a little bit of time lost in that off-track excursion, but nothing too mental. So we'll see how that affects things. PLR Racing heading out of pit lane now. Their third stop of the race is done and dusted. They're going to come back out pretty much in the firing line of the number one of Olympian GRD. I think even with that momentary off-track moment for UVO, I think they've still put a bit of time in between themselves and Olympian. A couple of seconds lost, actually, my apologies. It was just over a second, 1.2 lost on that one for UVO. So realistically, with nearly making contact with some back markers, I think losing 1 and a bit seconds is not too bad for the 225 of Uvio, and you can see how much Fabulous is pressing on. He knows this is his final lap of this stint, and he wants to give Farkini the best possible opportunity to exit the pit still in the lead of this race. We'll wait and see if that is able to happen, though. We head in to stint number 5. We'll then wait another 15 minutes or so before the next round of pit stops. We head into what did I just say? We're going into stint 4 now. That one will then be in stint 5, and then with 30 minutes to go, with the final pit stop window opens, we'll head into stint 6, and then we'll really see how things are sorting themselves out. But like we said earlier on, a top 6 or better, really, as long as Uvio don't get the fastest lap. A top 6 or better for Olympian GRD will secure them this championship, and they're currently sitting pretty in second place. Here comes the 225 of Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, then diving to pit lane for their 3rd pit stop of this race. Through they come into pit lane. Let's see how speedy they can get this one done. Farkini waiting in the wings, and they're putting a bit of fuel on board. They did double churn the last one. Now, I didn't spot whether Olympian did take any fuel on that last stop. I don't think they did, but I cannot say for 100% certainty. Hopefully, Jamie Petersanis can hear me and will be able to tell me in a few moments' time. We'll wait and see. Olympian continue on by, so Olympian GRD do move into the lead of this race. They are well and truly ahead of Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. That would lead me to believe that I was correct in the fact that Olympian didn't take any fuel on board in that second stop. We'll wait and see when they come around to finish this next lap how that has affected the time in between those two cars. We'll see how that fuel strategy and driver strategy sorts itself out as we head through towards the last couple of stints of this race. The 200 FFS are into pit lane. So are the 557 as well of Signature RV. So they're both pitting from pretty high up the order as well. They both had some decent races, decent race so far in this one. There's the 200 in as well. So all those three pitting from pretty similar positions on the circuit. Only a few seconds between those three as they came to pit lane. Looks as though maybe some, I was going to say issues for the 557. Note they're heading on out. I thought that was the churn they were waiting for, but no, it's the 195 Ninkinok's churn that was waiting. So driver hops on and out. Ninkinok can get that churn on board, ready for stint number 4. And there's the 109 Morpheus car heading out onto the circuit. Little windscreen clean there for the 212. Clearly still some bugs and whatnot getting caught up on the screen. It's always the issues. Usually it's in the summer, you've got so many bugs that you need to be cleaned off, and in the winter it's all the rainfall. For today, at least in the last few hours or so, we've not had any precipitation. Not to tempt fate, but honestly, to tempt fate, I'd love to see a bit of precipitation in the last hour of this race, but we will wait and see. I'm sure plenty of teams out there will be ruining that I just said that, but apologies in advance to all of you that are listening, but good to hear. Let's hear from the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport crew. I believe Jamie is down with them now.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I'm down with Fabulous now, who's just jumped out of the 225 car. That was a busy old stint and included a little bit of mowing.
Yeah, a little bit. I came up to 2 back markers and sent one up the inside, which was probably a bit enthusiastic. But I think I was probably net even because I would have been waiting for them on the other side of the corner anyway. So I don't think it made a lot of difference.
And we've noticed obviously the temperature's really starting to drop now. The wind's been picking up. Is balance of the car being affected?
Actually, it's a bit more settled now than it was at the beginning, but you sometimes get a gust. You know, you go down Cascades and you get to the bottom and there's a gust of wind and the car moves around. But it's fine. It's no problem. It's safe for everyone.
And you were saying yesterday that this weekend it's just a case of going as fast as you can to try and beat Olympian. Obviously, is that still in your mind, or we just, like, as you all say, don't drive fast, don't crash?
Oh yeah, we're doing that the same. I mean, it's full send. I mean, we're driving as fast as we can. We push like mad from the start. You know, we're up there. We're trying as hard as we can. I mean, you know, if they finish 1 behind us, 2 behind us, 3 behind us, then they still beat us in the championship. But we're trying to win the race.
An hour and a quarter to go. Again, just as you said, just staying out of trouble.
Yeah, it's just flat out, isn't it? It's flat. There's a lot of cars out there, so there's lots can go wrong. So yeah.
All right, thanks a lot, mate. Cheers. That's fabulous from Jörg Hoffmann's Motorsport. Back to the box.
Thank you, Jamie. Just as we were listening there to Fabulous from Jörg Hoffmann's Motorsport, there's been a change just in behind them for third place. Fame Club and EDF Motorsports getting up the inside of Axiometrics down into Cascades. I was told by our fantastic producer Kieran it was a late move up the inside on the brakes. Good to hear. Sadly we didn't quite see it, but it was also fantastic to hear from Fabulous Ran Daccio and giving us a bit of an explanation as to why he had that brief lawn mowing moment earlier on in that stint. Look at the bodywork there on the front right corner of the 246. That is wayward, and that seems to be becoming more wayward lap on lap. We'll see if that changes. It's definitely knocked out of kilter for the moment. The issue will come if it starts to rub on that right front tyre. Oh, so there you go. It started rubbing on the right front tyre there as they head up through into Druids. My goodness. I don't know how I've called that one, but I'll give myself a little pat on the back for that one. Let's continue to keep an eye on the 246 of Vape Club. That is definitely rubbing under brakes. I'm not sure Ted will even notice that that's happening, but he'll be told in his ear on the team radio that that is starting to rub on the front right tyre. Now, he's minimum 12.5 minutes away. Well, that'll be until he sees the ball, actually. So he's going to be a good 14 minutes away from the next time he can come into the pit, do a genuine pit stop, and they can try and rip that bit of bodywork off of the right front of the car. The question is it worth the risk for the next best part of 15 minutes to let that continue rubbing on the right front, as it seems to just be going under the right front more? Because one, it could rub it, get the tyre so hot that the tyre delaminates and pops, goes bang, and then it's dragging it back to the pit. Race pretty much over. Going to have to change the tyre, going to lose a lap or two, and it's all going to go wrong. Or option number two, it could get stuck under that right front wheel, and thus you've got no steering, which is always fun. So let's see what the Vape Club with EDF Motorsports car decides to do. Potentially that happened when they made that move on Axiometrics. Or equally, Ted could take it into his own hands, just see if he can maybe nudge a tyre barrier or nudge a bollard with that right front and see if it'll just rip it off and they don't need to come into pit lane. Or you just try and hang it out, hope it all is fine, and maybe it will be. You just never know in these things. It's weighing up the positives and negatives and how much risk you are willing to take. Now, I have a feeling Vape Club will leave him out there, just let it be and see what happens. As a little look back there, that's to FFS and Greenheath having a nice little battle. This is the battle for 6th place we're watching now. Like I was saying, I think that they will leave it only because Vape Club, I don't think they're too bothered about the championship. They know they're an outside shot, and especially with how things have sorted themselves out in the race so far, they are definitely an outside shot in this one at the moment. They're just looking for the overall race win in this one. They're going to do what they can to get back up into victory position. And pitting an extra time outside of the pit window is not how you do that. So I think they're just going to leave it and hope that all is fine through the rest of this stint. Here is Greenheath, though, continuing to hound the rear end of the 220 of FFS. FFS leave the door open. Down the inside goes the 14. Nice move under brakes there from Greenheath. And they fire their way through up into 6th place. It's Paul Turner who's back behind the wheel of that one. Nice move there from Paul down into the final corner, but immediately slinging it back up the inside is the 220. Chops across the nose there does Paul in the Greenheath car, just with a little bit of room, and they're able to continue to press on. So change of position then for 6th place. I can see as well Signature RV and Rare Vinyl TLR going side by side down into T1. They were super close down to the apex as well. Great battling between those two drivers. But awesome to see these battles continue on then. Of course, we gave you a little synopsis of what happened in the first hour and a half of racing here at Oulton Park. We press on through towards the final hour, less than 10 minutes away from the last pit stop of, the penultimate pit stop of this race. As you can tell, I've been commentating all day today and my brain is turning to mush. But hopefully it can hold out at least until the next hour and 10 minutes. We'll wait and see. Sadly though, it looks as like looks as though the damage that we saw earlier for Second Choice Racing and Sunoco Racing, both separate incidents, has been terminal for both of them. They were sitting in the pit lane hoping they could fix things. I now can't see either of them, and they're not out on circuit, which leads me to believe they're back in the pit box, not going anywhere further anytime soon, sadly, for those two teams. So we started off today, well actually, we started off this weekend with 31 cars. Only 30 were actually registered to be racing out here today, though. We started off today with those 30 cars. We didn't end that first race with 30 cars. If you've not seen it, make sure you go back and watch that in your own time later on. What a chaotic first lap that was. That meant that we started round number 10, or race 2 of the day, you could say, with 26 cars out of the possible 30. We've now lost 3 of those. So from 30 at the start of the day down to 23 cars still running on circuit. That's a big hit rate. Even in the Fun Cup, that's a big hit rate in terms of cars lost. Gutting for those teams and drivers who have made it all the way here, got all the testing done, first lap of the first race, and it all goes wrong. Honestly, it doesn't get much worse than that. I would know. I'm speaking from experience. And especially you feel awful, because I felt even worse, I think, because at least I had a little bit of a stint before I stuck it in the barriers. But these drivers, at least they only got a corner, and then the day was over, so they've only got a corner of racing, which realistically is nothing, and then the drivers who they're sharing the car with have got absolutely nothing, which is such a shame to have teams dropping out of racing action, particularly here at the finale. It's always an exciting event. It's the finale of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. It's usually where we'll see the most numbers, because late on in the season, a lot of other championship series have started to stop now. Let's look at the rubbing on the front right. That's only getting worse for Vape Club with EDF Motorsports. We'll keep an eye on that. But usually getting a lot of entrants for the final rounds here at Oulton Park. Let's look at that. It's dropped under the wheel. It's dropped under the wheel of Vape Club with EDF Motorsports. This could be catastrophic for the 246 if this gets any worse. And like I said, they've still got 6.5 minutes to drag this one to the next pit window. But Ted is flirting with an off-track moment here. If that suddenly goes under the right front, he's going to struggle to, 1, get it stopped, and 2, get it turned in, and might find himself with a one-way ticket to the barriers. Let's see how he's able to nurse this issue through to the next pit stop window. If he can do it, 1, that'd be mightily impressive, and 2, the team members can just dive in, rip it straight off, job done. Let's see how that affects things, though, through the rest of this stint. I'm sort of waiting with bated breath for a potential off-track moment for Ted. It looks to be wrapping under once again there on the front right. Oh, it's a scary moment for the Vape Club team down in the pit box. And like I said, you're weighing up the risk you're willing to take in this one. As there you go, it's disintegrated itself. There you go. I think that's problem solved then for Vape Club. We'll wait and see with a bit of a closer camera angle here through Shell Oils. Has it all gone? Pretty much, yeah. All the bit that was flapping around on the tyre has disintegrated itself. Job done for Vape Club. That'll be a big sigh of relief for all the team there down in the 246. Nothing to worry about anymore, and he'll be swiftly told on the radio that bit of bodywork is gone now. You could press on hard. I mean, not that he wasn't pressing hard anyway. It's Ted Bradbury, come on. He was, look at it, how he went through the S's section there. Absolutely full send from Ted Bradbury, up and over every single curb. All 3 curbs that you can hit in that part of in that section of corners, he hit every single one. And Ted continuing to try and close the gap at the sharp end of the order. Well, gap between our top 2 continuing to extend as well. On that last lap alone, UVA Hoppens Motorsport were 1.5 seconds slower than Team Olympian GRD. I'd only turn my attention, I think, for maybe 10 minutes away from that gap, and it's gone to nearly 20 seconds between the number 1 and the 225. What a turnaround in this race already for your championship leaders. Looking to hold on to that number 1, and they're doing a great job of that at the moment, aren't they? Fantastic from Olympian GRD. And there they are on your screens now. Of course, they've won in 2024, 2023, and back in 2020 as well. That was under the name Axiometrics, but it was the team that's now under Olympian GRD, if that makes any sort of sense. There is an explanation for that. but I've not got time, and it's probably going to bore you to death. So I'll keep that one to myself. But either way, they're looking to make it 3 championships in a row, 23, 24, and now potentially 2025 as well. That would be mightily impressive from Olympian GRD. But again, it could all go wrong in mere moments here as they chop through the traffic. Riley doing a great job of it though, as usual. Now I was going to say, I thought that that UVO were the last ones to do 3 in a row, but they have not done 3 in a row. So I don't think any team has done 3 in a row, at least for a good number of years. I'm talking 10, 15 years here in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, because UVO did have multiple wins on the bounce, but it was 2016, 2017, then 2019, and then 2021. So a year gap between those last 2. Just means they didn't quite get 3 in a row, but still 4 in the space of 6 years. Mightily impressive from UVO Hoffman's Motorsport. And they've been there and thereabouts in the seasons where they haven't won. They've been right up there at the sharp end, often second place, sadly for them. And at the moment, it's looking like that might happen again in 2025. And after the start of the season that we had for Olympian GRD, we did not think, no one thought it was going to be this close going into the final round here at Oulton Park. That just seemed insurmountable with the start of the season that Olympian GRD had. Round 1 at Brands Hatch, victory. Round 2 at Oulton Park, victory. Round 3 at Anglesey, victory. Round 4 at Anglesey, victory. And then it all started to fall apart. A P4 at Croft. Okay, not a poor result. 4th, still very impressive. That was then followed at Croft by a P19. It all went wrong. The wheels fell off the wagon. Metaphorically, not physically, the wheels fell off the wagon in P19. They were back to nearly winning ways at Silverstone. A 2nd place in round 7. A 4th place at round 8. And then, of course, we've already had race number 1 earlier on. I say race number 1, I should call it that. It's round 9 of the championship, and this is round 10. Wasn't quite a win for Olympian, but still a very, very good performance. And this one, though, they're looking to go back to winning ways for the final time of asking to wrap up the championship yet again. And they're going to make it. Well, if they can do it, I'm not commentators cursing them yet. We've had enough of that so far today. If they can hold on to it, then it'll be 3 championships in a row. Unbelievable from Olympian GRD. Still just over an hour left to go in this race though. Plenty to play for. And of course, given that we're closing in towards an hour left to go, we're closing in towards the 4th pit window and for stint 5 to begin. Just having a brief look down to see, yes, there we go. So not only three championships in a row, it was 4 championships in a row for Team Race Logic between 2012 and 2015. So that is your last time teams got back to back for 3 or even more than 3 championship victories. So 4 in a row for Race Logic then, 2012, 2013, 2014 and 2015. Then UVO getting 2 in a row following that, 2016 and 2017. Then the 106 to Rent Dominoes in 2018, back to UVO in 2019, Axiometrics in 2020, which effectively is now the Olympian GRD car, then followed by the 225 in 2021, UVO yet again, GCI in 2022, Olympian in 2023, and Olympian again in 2024. Fantastic work from them, as there you see at the top part of your screen, the pit window opens for the penultimate time here at Oulton Park, and finally we lose a few digits off of that timing screen on the left-hand side of your picture. We dropped from 1 hour to go down to 59 minutes left to go in this race. Over 2 hours completed. And let's see how pit stop strategy continues into the final hour of this one. I think really the only thing that can properly shake this one up now is a safety car. Of course, Olympian, GRD, UVO Hoffman's Motorsport and EDF with Brake Club and EDF Motorsports all having quite the buffer in between them now. I think only a significant issue for one of them or a safety car to bring them all together will shorten those gaps. Here we watch, though, the battle not only for 4th place overall in this race, but also for the Masters victory in this race. Axiometrics versus Red River Sport. And don't forget, Red River Sport are vying for the championship in Masters as well. Could we see the victors in the championship, both the Mains Championship and the Masters Championship, both winning on circuit in the final race of the year as well? That would be truly, truly impressive, and Red River Sport are looking to do just that. They get the inside line down into the final corner. They've got it signed, sealed and delivered. Move done and dusted for the 200. That was nicely weighted on the brakes. Nice and confident, and seemingly relatively comfortable as well to get that one down. But Axiometrics won't take it lying down, looking to re-establish that 4th place, but not able to find a way through there. Down into Old Hall Corner, and they're, I was going to say happy to stay in 5th place, probably not very happy to stay in 5th place, but equally they'll take it for now. Plenty that can still happen, and they'll be hoping that maybe they can be a little bit stronger in this next pit stop window and leapfrog back ahead of the 200 yet again. Well, first team into their pit box in this next round of pit stops is the 220, your race winners from earlier on. 220 of Team FFS, their first win in the championship completed here today. This race going pretty well, all things considered. They're pitting from 7th place overall in this race, and they are double churning this stint as well. I think that would lead me to believe they are going to run that then all the way to the end of the race. Kieran just scared the absolute life out of me in my ears, but he's told me that Jamie is ready to chat to some people down in the pit, so I'll head down to him.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I've got Paul Rose down with me, championship boss. After 29 hours of racing this season, it's come down to the final hour, but what a year we've had.
It's been great, and you know the race at Oulton Park now with 30. Well, we did have 30 cars for race 1. Still good with 26 cars and some great racing, really great racing.
And as we said at Donington, the year's just gone so fast. Can we have a winter championships? We just don't stop. I mean, it's been great, but to get an average grid of 25, 26 cars at every, pretty much every round, the championship's back where it needs to be, doesn't it?
Yeah, we might do a winter race next year, maybe Portimao.
That was good last time, wasn't it?
It was fantastic, yeah.
And next year, obviously, we've got reintroduction of Snetterton, but on the 200, we're doing a 1 hour and a 4 hour for the final round. New teams coming in, new cars. Your winter is going to be flat out.
Yeah, it's the 200 circuit at Snetterton. Some people think it's not an exciting circuit, but it makes a great endurance race. It really does. It keeps the cars close together. Looking forward to that one.
Who's going to win today?
I think maybe Olympian, maybe, but you really don't know. There's a number of teams. I mean, 220 did a fantastic job in race 1. They really did. It's nice to see them win.
But most of all, we'll all be in the awning later having a beer and some food.
Oh, absolutely.
I might even stay tonight.
We'll see you later.
Thanks a lot, mate. Cheers. That's Paul Rose, championship boss, echoing everyone's comments. We've had the best year so far, and we're looking forward already to 2026.
Hope I'm invited down for some beer and pizza as well. I look forward to that, Jamie. I'll hand myself an invitation to that one. Thank you very much to Paul Rose. Great to hear from him, of course. Yeah, like Jamie was saying, what an awesome season it's been once again here in 2025 for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And you've been enjoying the racing from wherever you've been watching from, courtesy of Alpha Live as well. Alpha Live and Fun Cup having a good partnership, not only through this season but the previous seasons as well. I'm sure that will continue into 2026 as well. Watching that board, it's a slippery surface flag that's out. That's down towards Island. That's not somewhere you want there to be. A slippery surface is wide. That's a big moment there for the 99. Will he hold it and get back on circuit? Yes, he will. That's the Anglo-Asian mining car. Having a bit of a wobble there out of T1, but he's managed to get it back on the black stuff, thank goodness. Still got a number of cars filtering into pit lane for another stop in this race. There's a bit of bodywork getting kicked up by a few of our cars. Like we say, a number of drivers completing that next pit stop in the race, penultimate pit stop of the day. Gap between Olympian GRD and UV Hoppers Motorsport now opening up past 20 seconds, nearly 22 seconds now in it. And we're nearly a minute between your race leaders and third place of Vape Club with EDF Motorsports. That just shows when you go safety car free for a while, the cream really does rise to the top. And Olympian GRD just flying off with this one. I mean, not really surprising. It's Riley Phillips behind the wheel of that car. And if anyone knows how to drive a Fun Cup car, it is Mr. Riley Phillips. Drivers being held out, I think, right to the end of this pit window, really. We've still got just less than 4 minutes left to go of this penultimate pit window. And we'll see how the order reshuffles itself at the end of that. Gary Summers, I can see, hopping in the car down there as the social media crew for Fun Cup all get their work done as well. And that was the driver he was sharing it with there, hopping out. There it is, picture in picture. Thank you for that, Kieran. There's 158. It's Mike Fry who joins Gary here today. Of course, if you have been watching all season, you'll remember back in Croft when Gary had a, I don't think it was Mike. I think it was someone else who was supposed to be joining him in the car for that weekend. He had to pull out the morning of due to illness. He decided, I can't do the racing. And Gary was there like, what am I supposed to do now? I've got a 1 hour and a 3 hour race ahead of me. I can't do this by myself. And he did a couple of monstrous stints in 30-degree plus heat. It was mightily impressive to see Gary cracking on with that one. And good to see him back yet again here for the final round of the season. Being joined, of course, by Mike. Mike hopping out, Gary now in for this next stint of the race. There's the Vape Club with EDF Motorsports car. I can see the 263 of Pit Happens heading in to the pits. So yet again, to reuse that gag, pit is happening right now. The jokes don't get any better, ladies and gentlemen, so you're in for this one for another 50 minutes or so. There's driver out. And they've got a churn of fuel going in for that one as well. There is a second one going in. Look like they were quite ready for that one. Usually, the teams will double stack a fuel man. So you have one fuel man going straight in for their first churn and the other one waiting directly behind. As soon as he's finished with the first one, next person straight in. Loses as little time as possible. A little bit slower on that one for the FF Corsa car. I can't believe I got it wrong. I used my Pit Happen stroke and it was the wrong car. Gutted. Apologies for that. It's FF Corsa who were in for that double churn. So pit was not, well, pit was happening, but not for Pit Happens. I've made that so confusing now. We've got another driver diving into pit lane. There is Olympian GRD. Continue on to lap number 62 of this race. It's the 207 Demon Tweaks 2 car that is in for another stop. Oh, I've just spotted the Sunoco Racing team are back out again. That's lovely to see. They had that gearbox issue a long time ago in this race now. A long time ago. How many laps down are they now? 22 laps down on the race leader, Sunoco, but they're back out on circuit. That's awesome to see. Never giving up and getting back out and in amongst it, even if it is just basically a glorified test session now through to the checkered flag. It's still time out there with your bum in the seats, getting used to it and getting more data on board. As they said, they're hoping to do maybe 3 rounds rather than 2 from this year, hoping they'll do 3 next year, and this will give them at least a bit of extra testing time that they've already paid for to get a bit more data out of that number 22. And here are Axiometrics and Red River Sport. After making the overtake for 4th place, it was a relatively comfortable one for Red River Sport when they made that overtake stick. However, they've not been able to shake Axiometrics since then. Finally, Axiometrics continue on, and the Red River Sport car dives into their pit box. They are also double churning here on their penultimate stop of the race, and that pit board, I think, has just been flipped around. Yes, it has. So with 50 minutes left to go then, drivers will see that pit board close and will have to dive in. We're still waiting for Olympian GRD, for UV Hoppers Motorsport and for Vape Club with EDF Motorsports. Same for Axiometrics as well, but like we say, they're becoming even more of an outside shot as we press on through this race. To the end of pit lane then go the 200 of Red River Sport. They've had a good race in this one, like we said earlier. Just looking to get that Masters Championship sorted for themselves. the moment, couldn't be doing really much of a better job as they battle for the overall victory in the Masters. There is Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport. I could only imagine her diving to pit lane pretty soon, as I can see Riley Phillips getting ready to go as well as Uvio come through. So this will be their first time seeing the board then. We'll expect them next time around. Who is diving to pit lane? PLR are in, so are eye lockers as well, both diving in for their penultimate stint of the race. One churn going in for eye lockers that I can see. I'm going to have to come around the back of Scott to see the next one. No fuel for PLR. So you can see the wobble onto the exit curb there for Uvio Hoffmann's, using every bit of tarmac that they can. And getting that back end all sorts of slidey down through Cascades. Well, I think at the moment anyway that Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport have one more churn of fuel in that car than Olympian. The Olympian GRD. I think Olympian GRD didn't put any in the previous stop, and Uvio Hoffmann's Motorsport popped in an extra one. And let's see what happens here. I think potentially maybe one extra one in this one for Uvio and a double churn stop for Olympian GRD, or will they split those up over the next two? We'll wait and see. I'm no strategist, I am just shouty man. I will wait and see what happens out there on circuit, or even in the pit lane right out of my window. I can see Gary Bate getting ready to hop into the 14 of Greenheath. Paul Turner jumps straight out of that car. Gary straight in, no fuel for them. They're getting the thumbs up, ready to go. They'll have to be a bit careful as Rare Vinyl TLR are in. Greenheath just about get out before Rare Vinyl dive into their box. And here come your race leaders. At the final opportunity, Riley Phillips is in. Oh, sorry, no, Riley's not in. Riley stood right there by the car. Simon Rudd is in to hand over to Riley. I think this must have thrown me off here, because that's not the order that they should have been in. We're going into stint 5 of this race, as there comes Uvio into the pits as well. Single churn then for Olympian. As they then head to the end of pit lane, Uvio Hoffmann's are in as well, but I don't think I can quite see them from my window up here. There they continue on. I don't think they've taken a churn in that stop. That will be my assumption on that one anyway. We didn't quite see, so we're just out of our camera angle in that one. But either way, heading back out of the pit lane then. Gap seems to be relatively similar anyway at the moment. We'll see if that changes when they head on round to the end of this outlap. Of course, Fate Club with EDF Motorsports also into the pit as well. They are popping at least a churn in, as I can see hands in the air. Yet one churn in then for Vape Club with EDF Motorsports. As there is, I believe, Vlad. Yes, I do think that is Vlad getting ready for stint number 5, as they need a bit of a bump start then to get it restarted. So maybe the ignition has gone on that 246 car, having to get it a bit of a bump start to get it back underway, but it is back underway, and out of pit lane they go. Well, 45 minutes left of the final race of the year here in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship in 2025. Let's wait and see when the rest of the drivers head on through how that affects gaps and whatnot. I have seen the 158, sadly, I think that's Team Summers, isn't it? Yes, it is. Team Summers with a stop-go penalty. More than likely be for track limits that they've accrued so far over the race, because, of course, the track limits warnings don't reset when you get a new driver on board. It simply gets added on again. So even if you get the warning flag on your stint, you then hand it over to your mate. He gets one track limit warning. That's it. You've got yourself a penalty. That's done and dusted. They accrue over all of the stints, so you've got to keep it within those white lines throughout the race to not get yourself a silly stop-go penalty. Wait and see as our leaders come through. There is the number 1 across the line, following your race winners from earlier on down into T1 once again. The 220 leading the number 1 through, and there's the 225. There we go. I'm pretty sure my assumption was right then. Gap halves between your two race leaders, down from 20 seconds to 10 there between the number 5 and the number 1 and the 2-2-5. A less than 10-second gap between those two, but Riley Phillips now behind the wheel. Now, that shouldn't be right, because I'm pretty sure it should be Simon. That's what it says on our sheet anyways, that Simon should be in stint number 5, but it's definitely Riley getting in just then. So anyway, I'll throw my notes out of the window and just try and look through their window instead and see who's behind the wheel of the car. Light is starting to diminish now here at Oulton Park, and we press on in towards the dusk here, the early dusk, of course. We're very much into October now. Clocks haven't quite gone back yet, they're going back tomorrow. And that'll mean that at this time, in only a couple of days, it's going to be absolutely pitch black, which I'm sure all of you listening are very excited for. Always love going to work and coming home from work and it being pitch black for both occasions. Always makes you feel better about yourself, doesn't it? I'm being facetious, if you can't tell. Yeah, it's always horrible, but it's what it is, just those winter months. I'm sure soon enough we'll be straight back into summer and we'll all be loving it again. Well, actually, no, we'll all be complaining then about the heat again, which is a classic being British, isn't it? That's always the way. There is UVA Hoppens Motorsport then. Just thought I'd have a quick look through the live chat, see if we've got any chatter going on. Hello to everyone in the live chats. What happened to the Ninky Nonk? That's a great question. They've just been... I think they had a really good second stint in this one, and then as other drivers have got in, they've just slightly fallen away. Still there in 12th place at the moment, though, so still having a really good race in this one, are the 195. And to be honest, the fact of them being out in this race is impressive, considering the first lap shenanigans they got involved with in the 1 hour endurance race earlier on. Jose says, what cars are these? Now, these are specifically made for the championship, as one of them goes off onto the green stuff, and we see yet another lawnmower attempt, this time from Team Pacific. But they're specifically made for this championship. Space frame chassis, the body simply made to look like a Beetle, but the fun fact I always say is the only part on the car from a Volkswagen Beetle is the windscreen wiper motor. There you go, your fun fact of the day here from Oulton Park. Greetings from Formula Ford Festival Live. I just joined this one. Hello, Austin. Well, hopefully you're enjoying the festival down at Brands Hatch. Of course, another BRSCC event on not only today, but of course tomorrow as well. We won't be continuing on tomorrow here. This one's simply a one-day event from Oulton Park. So if you've enjoyed this one, of course, you can go back and watch the Formula Ford Festival's action from today at any point on the BRSCC YouTube channel. But you can also watch their second day of action tomorrow, and that won't be clashing with us at all, so I'll freely tell you to go and do that tomorrow. If you've got a nice free Sunday, put your feet up and enjoy some awesome racing action from the Formula Ford Festival. But welcome, Austin. I hope you're enjoying your time out there at Brands Hatch, and thanks for jumping on and enjoying the racing here from Oulton Park as well. As you can see, though, the gap slowly but surely increasing here between the number 1 and the 225 yet again. Sadly for the neutrals watching, I think that's only going to increase over this stint now that Riley Phillips is back behind the wheel. Also, I can't believe that. If Riley's just getting in now, if Riley's double stinting this one in the last 2 stints, that means the last 2 stints I've said that he's in the car for the first time since the morning race, and I've been wrong both times. Okay, one of them was my mistake, but the second one was not. The second one was the wrong information on the seat. So I'll blame them for that one. Oh my goodness. You can see a few people having a little chatter in the live chat as well, this time over on Alpha Alive. Good to see all of you having a nice little chatter in there as well, just speaking with each other and helping each other enjoy the racing actually even more from wherever you're watching from. I can see there's a bit of chatter about tyres. Yeah, it's the same all-purpose tyre for both dry and wet conditions in the Funcook. It was always, ever since I can remember, it was always GT tyre, but they've changed over for the 2025 season to Hankook tyres, and overall I would say the response has been really positive to the introduction of the Hankooks. And all the guys, I used to race in this the last couple of years, all the guys that I've been chatting with have said, I really enjoy jumping back on with the Hankooks. Apparently they're a lot more confidence-inspiring than the GTs were over the last couple of years. So Yeah, really positive response. But yes, as was being chatted in the live chat, same tyres used, no matter if it's dry or wet conditions. They're sort of slightly grooved to get rid of the rainfall, but in those damp conditions, they don't provide a whole lot of grip, but hopefully that at least gives you a little bit of explanation. Thank you all so much for joining us, whichever channel you're on, whether BRSCC, Alpha Live, or the Fun Cup channel. Thank you for joining us here and taking some time out of your day on a Saturday afternoon to watch some racing. And what better racing to enjoy than the Fun Cup Endurance Championship? We're now closing in towards 30 minutes left to go in this race. And that'll be the start of the final pit window in this race. Gap now up to over a minute between Olympian GRD in the lead and Bait Club EDF Motorsports in third place. We are hoping for a tantalising final race in the championship, but it seems, as they did early on in this season, Olympian GRD just dropping a cheeky little bit of domination on us yet again here at the final round in 2025. Here is PLR and Demon Tweak. So this is the battle at the bottom end of the top 10. Demon Tweaks still keeping ahead for the moment. But PLR, an accomplished team and some very well-known drivers in the 146. Of course, Mr. Neil Plymmer, I think we are right in saying, has done pretty much, barring maybe one or two, every single race since the Fun Cup UK Championship started all the way back in the day. We've just heard some slightly sad news in my ear that the 200 of Red River Sport might be misfiring. I'll go back to that in a second. Cheeky move up the inside there attempted from the PLR racing car. Up the inside there of Demon Tweaks. Were they able to get it done? We will wait and see. We'll cut back to them in a couple of moments' time. We look forward to Red River Sport. As I mentioned, they've just lost the position now to Axiometrics. They're back through into fourth place. They're dropping a lot of time, and our camera ops thinking that maybe they're having a bit of a misfire out there, and that'll be losing them a lot of pace, and hence why they've dropped back into P5. Yeah, they've just popped in a 2:06.8. That is well off the pace. And what a gutting way to end. If this all goes wrong in the final round, they could end up losing the Masters Championship here. As you can see there, look at the flames coming out the exhaust of the 200. Something definitely not happy in that engine, and look how far he's dropped back even from the Team Pacific car, who's a lap down on him. Axiometrics, who he was just battling with there, exiting Shell Oils, and we've got to wait an age for the 200 of Red River Sport to even come through our camera shot. Well, calamities galore, to say the least, here from round 9 and round 10 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship here from Oulton Park. And sadly, it doesn't look like those calamities are stopping anytime soon. The 200 seemingly having some issues out there. And we'll keep a watchful eye of him. If he can keep it on the black stuff for the next 6 minutes, they can maybe dive in at least in the pit window, get the new driver in and try and have a brief look at it. But if it is a proper misfire, if there's a genuine issue with that engine, they're going to struggle to get it fixed in a pit stop, or at least any time speedily to still hold on to, well, currently second place in the Masters class, 5th place overall in this race so far. But like we say, they're looking to hook up the Masters Championship at the end of this one. Let me get the spreadsheet back up. And they come into this one on 5.52, 5.38 for Olympian, 5.20 for Axiometrics, and 5.30 for PLR. So Axiometrics currently ahead of them, leading as there you go, into the pits come the 200. Issues for your leaders in the Masters class in the championship. Absolutely gutted for them. It was something they couldn't drive around. They had to come in for an unscheduled stop. And let's see how quickly they can get this one done. No way is that already fixed. That was so fast. Trying to get it fired up, and it's not firing. The 200 not getting restarted. Got to pump that accelerator 3 or 4 times, dump some fuel into the carburettor and try again. It's wanting to, it's spluttering into life. Will it restart? No, still nothing for the 200. This is gutting. Time is falling away. Positions are falling away, and possibly the Masters Championship is falling away here for the 200 of Red River Sport. Again, issues. They're not leaving that pit stop anytime soon. Even Christopher Bale is having a little look to see what is going on there for the 200. That thing does not want to restart. They lose some points here. This is going to be mightily close, like we were saying. 14 points back to Olympian. Olympian got a 0 in that last race, though, which I believe you get 0 if you get on the overall podium, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, obviously if that happens again, Olympian will get another 0, so they're not going to have to worry about them. However, Axiometrics, 4th overall at the moment, currently looking to get 70 points in the Masters Championship. And that would mean that they would steal it away. They're only 32 points behind going into this race. And even so, PLR are only 22 points behind. They're down in 10th at the moment, which would be 6th at the moment in Masters. But if Red River Sport drop behind them, it would be 5th in the Masters. More points gained for them. That's going to be a difficult one for me to work out. But I think Axiometric, if they stay in 4th place, and Red River Sport don't finish, crucially, then there might be enough points lost there for Axiometrics to steal it away, and that would be gutting. And I would blame Jamie for that commentator's curse, because he spoke with them earlier. That's what I'm going to say anyway. So, exciting stories in both the main championship and the Masters Championship here in Fun Cup, and that really does not sound like a happy engine. The crew going to work on it for the 200 of Red River Sport. But it's always so horrible to be the driver in this situation. You're sat there, you don't really know what's going on behind you. You're just hoping they do it quickly. And sadly for the moment, it's not been too quick. And they're still having issues. We're now ticking towards 30 minutes left to go in this race. Is the engine going to fire? Yes, it is. Finally, the 200 refires up. They're going to hit the clamshell back on and reattach to the main body. And off goes the 200. Well, quite a bit of time wasted there, but I think they should just about rejoin in 11th or 12th place overall, I think, once all is said and done. I think it will just about be 11th place, and that drops them into 7th in the Masters class, which is going to make my maths nearly impossible to work out. I think they've just about held on to the lead in terms of championship in Masters, but we'll keep an eye. And as I said earlier, I didn't want to tempt fate, but I really did want to tempt fate. Some possible dark clouds coming over the circuit here with 30 minutes left to go. And Mr. Scott Woodward is back. Hello, Scott.
Yes, hello. I had to step away to take care of a couple of things, but I'm
okay.
Back now with 30 minutes to go. And I see the race has changed quite a bit. Is that it looks like we're on course for a spin and win, as we had in Indy back in 1986, which is Olympian on course, it seems as though, to seal the 3rd championship, and Ugo just chased them down. And it is the top 4 of the championship in the top 4 places in the race, as we can see. It seems to be, I think it is the top 4 of the championship in the top 4 positions in the race, as they are in the championship as well, which is quite fitting. Battle on track here, which is between PLR Racing and Demon Tweaks. This is for 9th position. So at this moment in time, we're in the 5th stint at the moment, with the last one coming up just shortly. This will be the PLR Racing Tim Wheeldon against the 249, which is Guy Minshaw, handing over to Jack when that's finished, climbing up the hill towards Clay Hill. And in these current stints at the moment, Simon Rudd is going to hand over to Riley Phillips. And it seems as though, that all being well, touch wood, for the next half an hour, once the final stop goes correctly, we should be on course to see Riley Phillips bringing that car home. And after what started as incredibly high drama when that car went spinning, you're still shaking your head at how that happened, either bend, but recovering back to where they are now. I think he gave probably Simon Rudd and Christopher gave his own teammates several heart attacks all at once when that happened, but they've managed to pick their way through, keep calm when things are a bit stressful, and they've managed to get themselves back to the front, and that's all that matters on that side. Our race 1 winners, by the way, Team FFS, up in 7th position, having a strong run up there in the top 10. And I'd say actually in the top 10, there's probably everyone's in the top 10 that I would probably expect to be in there in terms of the top 10 race. You've got Greenheath in 5th, Signature RV up there in 6th, which currently has at the moment 557 currently John Whitehouse. That's handing over to Marcus Klassen. So we're getting to that point now where we're getting the perceptively, in inverted commas, fastest drivers in the cars jumping in for the last stint. So we're going to see pretty mega. Oh, that's Team Pesky that's had some kind of issue or damage. Is that possibly front right damage, maybe to the suspension or the steering, because part of the front wing is flapping around in the air. And
there it goes.
It looks as though I think the front end is intact in terms of maybe steering, just. A piece of bodywork was caught up, although, I don't know, I say that, but not all seems right with the front end of that car, I don't think.
No, that seems a bit wobbly, doesn't it? It seems to be a bit all over the place, and yeah, it does seem to be slightly out of kilter, and that would be why.
It's clipped the tyre stack, and it's brought the part of the belt with it. I think it's damaged, that clip has not only damaged the bodywork, it's damaged the front right steering on that car as well. The steering arm or the suspension is broken. I think, unfortunately, for Team Pesky, who only debuted a couple of weeks ago, but I think if they're planning to take the Race Logic car and compete next year for more of a full season, they're definitely, of course, one of the teams that could do some good things next year, considering how they kind of opened up their season with a bang, and at Silverstone got themselves team of the weekend. It worked out well.
Yeah, what a shame for Pesky. Like you said, they've been doing so well this season, but a brief moment of overconfidence, brief lack of attention to detail there from Andrew Dyer, and sadly a clip of the tyre wall ruins the final race of the season for the 252. That is gutting for them, and he'll be feeling frustrated with that one.
Yeah, straight into the box as well. They're going to try and quickly fix it, if it is a quick fix, to kind of re-tighten it or to re-straighten it out, get it back out there to at least make the finish. Hopefully it'll be a quick fix for them. 28 minutes to go in the Fun Cup season. Headlights are on. I have to say, I think either the cameras are making it dark or the tinted windows are making it look darker out there, but headlights are on for these cars as the light continues to fade.
Not that those headlights really do anything.
No. Well, they do as they use the extra light bars. When we ever had the Anglesey races, when they used to go properly into the night, they did have either extra light bars, or the lights tend to do something to be able to give you some visibility. We've also got a garage where the box, and there must have been one of the cars that was out originally from the incident earlier on this morning in the first race. But they are looking on the front right. They are changing the wheel at least. And that will come off. Demon Tweaks also in, because of course the pit window, our final pit window of the season, is now open. Demon Tweaks making their stop.
Oh, that was close. Ninky Nong exiting the pit lane. Very close to taking out another person from another team. There are Vape Club EDF Motorsports in early on. Not surprisingly, Vlad out of the car and Ted Bradbury in for the final stint. I saw you notice as well, I saw you have a double take down into T1 as to who was Olympian following so closely. Olympian GRD have been in the wheel tracks of FFS for the entirety of this stint. Since they left the pit lane to now, they're still sat in the wheel tracks of them, and they're continuing to extend the gap to Yuval Hoffman. So FFF with some great pace as well, but it is only the top 7 still on the lead lap of this race. Last pit stop window very much open now then. Let's see how this one plays out. Well, like I was saying earlier, realistically, we need a safety car, or B, something to go seriously wrong for Olympian GRD here, for them not to win this championship in style.
You're just saying all the wrong things at the wrong time at this point, because that's almost certainly what's going to happen if you keep talking like that.
That's what I'm hoping.
So,
joking.
You cruel man. Anyway, so I think this is purposeful strategy, because if you think about it, of course, they are following FFS. Barry Thompson's a half-decent driver. Of course, he's the dad of Lewis Thompson, who's obviously quick in his own right as well. And this will simply, I think, be a tactical from Simon Rowe, thinking, if I want to try and make sure our last pit stop is the shortest pit stop possible, I suspect they're possibly just doing that to really be in the tow to save. I think it's a fuel saving exercise, because they can be in the tow, but they're following the slipstream. They'll be able to use less throttle, and they'll be able to use less fuel in that sense, which means they can probably only have to top it up if they need to. Also, Race Control said that they need to put the rear lights on because the light is fading quick enough. Interestingly enough, is that another cut of road cars entered the chat here, if you like, which is the 158, which is the Team Summers car, which is the Gary Summers Mike Fry car, which I think is the ex-Team Brit car from a couple of seasons ago. It looks like it's the same colours anyway, but that was pretty interesting. Kind of, it found itself in the middle of those two and kind of was just ambling about for a few corners, which I'm not quite sure what I mean, it's entitled to be on the track, of course, but it sort of found itself in the middle and was battling away with Olympian for a bit of a moment of glory, I think, which fair enough, but at the same time, I'm sure that when that happened, that Simon Rudd was thinking, so why are you here? Like, why are you, I'm getting a tow here and you're kind of slotting into the middle, so can you just politely move aside and I'll go and find my drafting partner. So let's see what the plan is here if Simon decides to pit or not. Now he's lost his drafting partner, therefore Kevin to the back of it. He stays left and continues on for another lap, so he's not in just yet in this beginning of this 15-minute window. 5 minutes have gone, just under 10 left to go.
There is Greenheath. They've pitted from 5th place overall. Of course, it's actually 6th once all is said and done, because Maple Club and EDM Motorsports had already given us that final pit stop. And look at that, we don't even need the right door closing. Heading off from the pit box, and just the inertia of leaving the pit box closes the door for them. That was fantastic from Greenheath. And some style points added, I'm sure. That looked to me, anyway, that was Paul Turner heading out behind the wheel of the car. I'll check the sheet, and it is. I can recognise the drivers behind the wheel. Go me. Paul Turner heads out for the final stint then in the 14 of Greenheath. Like you mentioned, he's got 4 more minutes of this last pit window of the season here from Oulton Park. And yeah, like you're mentioning as well, the bright lights here in the commentary box are making it rather difficult to see any of the cars now out of the pit, out on the start-finish straight. But we'll do our best to keep you up to date with what's going on out there on circuit. Of course, still waiting for the final pit stops from our top 2. That gap still remaining pretty stagnant. You saw a little bit of time lost for Olympian GRD, where they were held up there by Team Summers. So, but gap still at 11.5 seconds now, as we wait for final pit stops to commence for our top 2 teams. I will say as well, you were very busy with a lot of things, so you might not have noticed. I think that Olympian GRD have completely changed their order, because Riley's in for this one. He might be double stinting, I think, for 5 and 6.
Right.
So they've reshuffled all that around. We're just hearing through our ears as well that it is trying to rain here in Oulton Park. Camerot's reporting a little bit of precipitation. I don't think it's going to be enough to change grip levels out there just yet. But maybe if there's a cheeky downpour, it could shake things up yet again here. Never say never in the Fun Cup.
Yeah, there are some rather ominous dark clouds overhead, which would be making the evening a little bit lighter if they weren't here, but that's probably contributing to why it's a little bit darker than we were anticipating. And the cameras sometimes do make it look lighter than it actually is, or even darker than it actually is. But I think it is actually, on the screen, lighter than it actually is. It looks like it's a little bit darker out there, given how some of the camera angles that we've had. A couple more pit callers coming in. Team Pest, of course, have been in the box for quite a while. Yeah, Team Summers in from 21st, we just saw pitting. So, still with 225 going on.
Bit of a slide there for UVO down through Cascades. Now, was that precipitation, or was that simply just a brief lapse of concentration?
Probably a bit of both.
Knowing
UVO, it's probably a bit of both on there. So 11.8 seconds is the advantage. Of course, the final pit stop's still yet to happen. And of course, Riley will want to maximise his time out there in the stint, so he will probably be one of the ones that goes in to come in last.
However, I think he's just staying in the car. Well, he has to get out, but I think he's getting straight back in, so yeah. I don't think that'll matter too much. Either way, he'll hold out to the end in case of a safety car, but we shall wait and see as their UVO continuing to hammer those curves. You can see the rear lights now on, though, for them, as they should be for every car out there, as it still says rear lights please on the gantry. And most drivers doing that. I remember that happening before when I've been out there racing and I was on the radio asking my team, how do I turn the rear lights on? I've got no idea. How do I turn the rear lights on? And they're trying to tell me. I don't try flicking every button. And at some point, I think it worked.
It's one of those functions, I guess, on a Fun Cup car that you don't often think you need to use very often, unless it's either very torrential rain, in which case you need you need the visibility with the rear light in order to help people see, identify cars in front of you. Or in this scenario, when it starts to get darker than maybe anticipate, and to help, again, recognise there are cars around to showcase that.
Yeah, it was precipitation. I can't remember if you were commentating it. It was Donington Park last year.
Oh, yes.
Red flag and the thunderstorm. I was out in that. That was good fun.
Yes, I was in the commentary box for that one. I remember that finish. And that was rain that pretty much started when that Fun Cup, during the end of that Fun Cup race, red flagged it. And that rain pretty much didn't stop until the following morning. As in, literally didn't stop. And it was lightning and it was thunder in the mix. There was so many lightning flashes. I've never seen so many in my life. Like during the evening, it was that bad. And of course, we did the qualifying sessions in the morning. It got to the point where the rain was just about easing off, but the track conditions were not suitable at all. So sadly, the rest of the meeting had to be abandoned. But and including the day before when that red flag was there. Now, pit window is closed. Now, remember, of course, as we talk about, drivers can go past the pit window closed ball once. So, of course, the drivers like Olympian and and Uvio and others who haven't made their last stop yet, they can pass the board this time by, but the next time around they will have to come in, otherwise they will cop themselves a penalty. In the pit lanes, PLR Racing from 9th position, Red River Sport also in from 13th. FF Corsa are in. I thought they were in for the pit stop, but they're not. That was just Team Pesky dropping down the order because of their issue. And Race Logic are also in the pit lane, looks like, from 22nd position too. Red River Sport already out, as are PLR. And I think Red River Sport have leapfrogged. They would have done anyway because they're ahead of them anyway. So, but they managed to still get out ahead track position wise from PLR Racing when they made that pit stop.
Yeah, of course, Red River Sport lost that term earlier on with the we think a misfire in the engine for them, which is gutting. I think they're still just about in a good enough spot to take the championship in Masters, but it's going to be very difficult to work out. So I'll leave that to someone a lot more smarter than me. And of course, we'll be showing all of the podiums after this as well on the live stream. At least that's what I've been told by Mr. Jamie Peters-Ennis. So I hope that is correct, and we'll go and join him and say hello and congratulate all of the drivers from today and across the championship as well. Here we go though. So this will be last time across the line that these drivers will see the board. It will now be bright red saying you must come into the pit at the end of this lap, and that's exactly what the 220 and the number 1 will do at the end of this one. But interestingly enough, that the one is still following the 220, so clearly they're thinking, you've got great pace, I'm just going to sit behind you. And like you were saying, I hadn't thought about that as a potential fuel saving measure as well. Yeah. I do think that Uvio Hoffmans and Olympian GRD are now on the same fuel plan, at least to what I've been noting over the last few stops. So whether they do need to take any more for the end of this race, I don't think so.
Interestingly enough, if you look at lap times, Olympian GRD and Uvio are literally lapping at exactly the same pace. If you look at their pace last time by, for example, their last lap, 1:59.868 for Olympian, 1 minute 59.900, within 0.04 of a second lap time wise. So they're pretty much lapping at the same pace as Uvio, I guess, to kind of pace them and to stop them from closing the gap. The fastest car on track right now is actually Signature RV in 3rd place, because that currently has at the moment, now it has completed its final pit stop. Who else but Marcus Clutton at the wheel? Whenever Marcus Clutton gets at the wheel, he's usually very rapid and very fast. So I mean, case in point, he's lapping a second quicker than the cars in front. But I suspect though, once Riley comes in, and if he doesn't need to take any fuel, simply just knows he's got enough to get to the end, I suspect with the time he's got left, he won't need a tow. He'll just push on and go, right, here's the pace I've really got, and he'll start to turn the wick up just enough to make sure that he's got that sign sealed and delivered.
I can confirm as well, Marcus Clutton has taken the lap record as well. It was a 1:58.8 going into today. He's popped in a 1:58.442, partially due to his own fantastic pace, but I think also partially due to these new Hancocks this year. A lot of our track records in the Fun Cup have been smashed out of the park, and yet again here today we've done just that. Fantastic stint for Marcus, though. He comes into the pits to hand over to another driver for the final one as Demon Tweaks are off. Demon Tweaks are in the gravel. Could this be crucial for the final part of this race? My goodness, we didn't think anything more could possibly happen, as here we go. Olympian GRD into the pits for the last time I'm asking.
And they had to make that pit stop anyway, so even if the safety car does come out, it's key. So Riley's like, do I have to get out and back in again? Yes, you do. That's the rules, Riley. And that got some laughs as well on top of that.
But the rules before as well were that he would have had to run round the car and jump in the other side. They've changed that for this year. He only has to get out and then get straight back in. He's done just that. The team seem to be pretty happy.
Yeah, round of applause for that. And right behind them, as you'd expect, Uvio Hoffmans Motorsports. So they're quickly out for their stop. Looks like they didn't have to fuel either. So out has gone Riley out of the pit lane exit line anyway. And they're trying to push him out. Now, I suspect that's possibly down at...
Looks like Cascades.
Yeah. I thought that was Cascades. But he's gone quite far off the road anyway. So they're trying to get him onto an escape road, which I think they just about have. Good work, Marshals. So we've just been told on the race from Kieran, he collided with another car, which we're not sure the ID on, and spun off into the gravel. But he has quickly reversed it back out. And if he very slowly, steadily ambles his way back onto the circuit, he should be able to survive, which means that will please Julian Thomas. But Julian Floyd. Julian Thomas is in the Race Logic car. Julian Floyd, who's the race director. We are thinking, although it's unconfirmed, we're thinking potentially it might have been contact with the Ninky Nonk. With that context, that sounds very odd. But
there was 6/10 between them on the last lap, so I think it's a fair assumption.
Yes, and they were near each other on track, so that kind of ties 2 and 2 together and definitely makes 4 potentially. So Race Logic, so Demon Tweaks carries on, and thankfully hasn't got to bring out the safety car. So So 15 minutes to go on the clock just about now.
Well, it's thankfully for Olympian GRD. From a neutral perspective, that's not thankfully. I would have loved to see a late safety car.
Well, yes, yeah. But yeah, I think if anyone who didn't, well, I think the only team that people didn't want a safety car in that situation was Christopher, Riley Phillips and Simon Rudd.
Yeah.
Everyone else wouldn't have minded it, especially not Uvio, I think, because they would have been right on their tail. So what this now means is we now get Riley Phillips versus Fabulous Randaccio. No, sorry, versus Farchini, because it's now Farchini back at the wheel because Fabulous has just finished his last stint. So Farchini is in, and we've had this before between these two. And again, I refer you back to what happened on my last lap last year, where when they get close, it's not always without contact, but nonetheless, they'll take it on the chin. It's always a fun experience to be around them on track. And it's never short of entertainment when it comes to those two on track together. Of course, they're 11 seconds separated at this point, but if they do happen to catch each other up, then I'd expect fireworks again, particularly for when it's what's at stake for the championship.
100%, it would be fireworks. I'm not sure if in 14 minutes Uvio Hoffmans can close in by 9 seconds. It was 12 before they pitted. They've gained a couple in that pit stop. I think honestly that's mainly from just the fact of Riley having to get out, turn around and get back in, whereas when you've got one driver getting out and one in, you can be getting in at the same time the other driver gets out, and that's maybe a second or two gain there for Uvio Hoffmans Motorsport. But no matter how quick Fabulous is, was it Farchini now behind the wheel?
I think, according to Jamie's sheet, it says Farchini's at the wheel for the last stint.
Well, we know Farchini's quick, but is he quick enough to catch 9 seconds on Riley Phillips? I don't know.
We'll wait and see. Of course, I think stranger things have happened in Fun Cup, and they usually do. So, I'll have a look. Now, I wanted to look at the sky because I thought for a second it had actually started raining as another Demon Tweaks car goes off the road. That's 207. Which currently has, if that pit stop's been completed, we'll have Mark Burton at the wheel and waiting for a clear patch in the circuit to rejoin, and very slowly, gingerly gets his way back onto the circuit in front of rather bemused Axiometrics and Greenheath, who come in front saying, where's the Demon Tweaks car come from? And through he goes. So he continues on. They are currently down in 18th position, and their next rival immediately behind them is the Anglo-Asian mining car number 99, but that's a lap back, so that's not going to trouble them too much. But there it is. No, that's Uvio. I thought for a second that was it. That was Uvio. There is the 99 car going through, and then there is Uvio just behind Team FFS. So they're applying the same tactic as Olympian did, which is use them to try and pull them round. But I thought with 12.5 minutes that unless they're just tailing them to make a pass, which I presume is what they're doing, why they want to tell them now for slipstream, unless they really are playing it close on fuel, is bizarre with me.
Yeah, I think they just happened to be stuck there, and of course in for the 6th stint in FFS is Lewis Thompson, and Lewis was a pretty quick peddler at the end of the first race. I think it's going to be pretty similar at the end of this one, so maybe it'll work out for them. And I mean, you can find out right now. You can ask the team themselves.
Yeah, certainly can, as we watch Team FFS get sideways. I think it's starting to rain out there because I've seen some very slight spots of camera mix as well. Well, here goes then. So 12 minutes to go. Watching his car on the screen, I think having a play with FFS on track is Fabulous Randaccio himself. And Fabulous, interesting race. Obviously, you've got a 9-second gap to try and close in for Farchini against Riley. Oh, red flag. Race has been stopped. Ooh. I was about to throw to Fabulous, but immediately the race has been stopped.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's been called for darkness. I was coming up to the end of my stint there, a bit concerned that I've got to hand over to Farchini with the conditions as it was. So it wouldn't overwhelmingly surprise me if Julian's decide just to stop the race a little bit early.
Potentially. And of course, it's just gone past 6 o'clock as well, of course, and the light is starting to fade a bit, even though we've got dark clouds overhead and we've got as well fading light in the mix as well. So what that does mean is ultimately, as the race is going back to that previously, Olympian GRD were in front, and we had called it because of a dart we're hearing in our ears as well. So it means then, essentially, because the race has been called, and they've been called as it's been called in first position, it means it's a 5th win of the season for Olympian GRD, and I will say at least provisionally that means that it is 3 titles in a row, and we can say provisionally, congratulations to Olympian GRD, because they are, it seems, the 2025 Fun Cup Endurance Champions for the 3rd years in a row. So... and of course, commiserations to second place.
They've been spectacular all year. So if you've been beaten by somebody and you can really see the pace of them all through the year and the teamwork, it's tough. It's tough to swallow. But also, I've got full respect to the drivers, full respect to the team. They've done a blinding job, so they do deserve the championships, no doubt about it.
Yeah, but take nothing away from the credit that you and Farchini have done as well, because we talked about earlier on the fact that you guys, on the surface, you put this kind of enjoyable front on that you don't take it too seriously, but we know in the background you do take it massively seriously, even though you might not ever admit it. And you are obviously the fact that you guys have won championships before, and you're always up there, and you're always up there as equals in terms of when you get on pace, and the back and forth between you guys is always fun to watch for. So you guys put as much effort into this deep down as much as they do or anyone else. So ultimately, the fact you're still in second place, only a few points behind, that's a testament to the job that you do to even get to that position in the first place.
Oh, absolutely. It was nice, I guess we're the more mature end of the paddock. It's nice to say, and we're still, we're still punching at the front. We're still mixing it up. We're still trying, and you're right. Like we love this championship. We have had a huge amount of fun. It's a hobby. We're not professional racing drivers. So to be mixing it up with guys who are, and to be up there at the front of it and fighting for the championship is a brilliant thing for us. We love it.
Yeah, and you're consistently there year on year. It's not a one-off. You've been there several years, and you're always at the front. You're always in the mix for the championship, and so that says a lot about the ability that you guys have, and also the quality of the car that you run and make it happen. We'll come back to that in a second, but we'll go to the results from the final race of the season. Red flagged after 11 minutes, with 11 minutes to go, and we'll correct that, which is Team Olympian GRD, who are declared the winners by 9 seconds in the end, and with that result, it gives them their third title in a row. So for Riley Phillips, for Chris Devell, and for Simon Rudd, number one, it ain't going anywhere. It stays on the Team Olympian GRD car for another 12 months. Team of UV Hoffers Motorsport, which is heard from Fabulous Randaccia, and of course teammate Farkini, once again pushing them all the way to the final race of the season, but car 225 has to settle for second place once again, but they are worthy second place finishers, and being former champions, they know what it takes, and they'll be back certainly once again to do it all again in 2026. Vape Club with EDF Motorsport takes a very valiant third place. And again with Ted Bradbury and Vlad Vasiliev, the Signature RV picking up fourth place with Marcus Clutton at the wheel. Axiometrics picking up P5 ahead of Greenheath, Team FFS, who won earlier on in the sprint race earlier on this morning. Then Rare Vinyl TLR, PLR Racing, and the Ninky Donk rounding out the top 10 from Team and Tweaks 249, who survived that off at Cascades late on. Then Red River Sport, BERT, and Pit Happens in the top 14. And then from 15th backwards, if we scroll through 15th position, it will be Team Pacific, JPR Hire, iLockers Racing, FF Corsa, Demon Tweaks 2, Anglo Asian Mining, and Team Summers rounding out the top 20. And then from 21st downwards, it then takes us through to Race Logic, and then Morpheus Motorsport, who had the issues earlier on, and also the other cars that we lost due to problems with, including Sunoco Racing Team, Second Choice Racing, and of course we saw Sherrodize UK go into the box with a mechanical issue too, and of course commiserations to the 4 cars that we also lost from the beginning of race 1, which didn't make it out for race number 2. And that's all she wrote. That's the 2025 Fun Cup season done and dusted. We have new champions. Well, I say new champions, retaining it for a third year in a row, but worthily so. And I have to say, John, I think it's been a season where it looked as though in the beginning we're going to get another year of Olympian domination, but the second half of the season changed things up a little bit. It was a little different. A few different winners in the mix. We had first-time winners in Vape Club EDF. Sherrodize got back to winning ways. Uvi were winners once again. But in the end, it was Olympian once again. So, just quickly, just your final thoughts on what's been not just a great race, but a great season where you've been on the mic for a few of the Fun Cup races, and I think, Seth, you thoroughly enjoyed it.
Oh, it's been awesome, mate. I've absolutely loved being behind the microphone for it. Of course, gutted I'm not out there racing on track, but maybe back again in 2026. We'll wait and see. Either way, I'll be involved in some capacity. But yeah, thank you to everyone at BRSCC for having me on the commentary for a lot of the Fun Cup racing action so far this season. What a season it's been, like you say. We didn't think it was going to be as exciting as it was with how it started with Olympian GRD domination, but my goodness, were they worthy champions yet again in 2025. Let's see if they can do it again in 2026. I think the final person to hear from is Jamie Peters-Ennis, so for the final time this season, we'll hand it down to him.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I'm down with our provisional champions, Olympian GRD. I can't even say it now, can I? Chris, you've done it again.
We have. It's always eventful, isn't it? Fun Cup is always eventful, and I had a bit of a spin on the first lap, and I thought, here we go again. I thought I was going to get collected, but unlike the first race, I was really lucky. Car braked. I don't know why. Halfway around Ireland, I tapped the back of them, went on the grass, span. We got back, and the rest is history. We got there thanks to these boys.
I mean, sorry, you were the definition of an eagle. You were hunting your prey down and you pounced. That was a mega stint in the middle part of the race.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it, and I don't know, I think like Chris with his little spin thought he wanted to make it interesting, and then it sort of, I don't know, it sort of focuses the mind a little bit, because we're like, right, okay, well we're chasing it. So, you know, I managed to chase down, I could see Farkini in front, and I really enjoyed the battle with him. It was clean, it was fair, he left me a car and a millimetre, and it was brilliant. But yeah, no, you know, just well done to the whole team. You know, we've got the 3 drivers, but then you've got, you know, Leah and Andy and Monkey and James who do the pit stops, and you know, it does make a huge difference.
Well, go and celebrate, because I think he's feeling a bit lonely down there.
I just want to add one more thing. It really is a team. We've got the best team here. When I had that spin, I came back in 18th place.
Yep.
We did a pit stop and we came out, I think, in 8th place. You know, that's what saved the race. It's the teamwork in the pits. So thank you to all the guys behind me.
Excellent stuff. Right, go and celebrate. Thank you. That's Chris Devell and Simon Rudd, your provisional champions of the 2025 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. So that's it. Our 2025 adventure is over, and what a way to end the season with a 30-car grid to round off a fantastic year it's been for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. My thank you to my co-commentators Andy McEwen, Richard John Neal, Scott Woodwis, Paul Jeffrey and John Ratcliffe that's helped me through this amazing adventure. I've been Jamie Peters-Ennis. I'm off for a lie down now, and we'll see you back in April in 2026. It's goodbye from me.